Hi, today I'm going to talk a little bit about the first of the Twickenham Full Moon Ball time travel romances. The first book for me is called Against the Magic, and it's a series that I did in conjunction with some other authors. Jo Noel, she did separate her genres by pen names, but also Laura Bastian. And the fun part of it is that Jo Noel is actually a mother-daughter team, Kanda and Deanna. And the four of us went to England and Scotland on a trip. We brainstormed the series, the magic system, all of that, had our first drafts completed, and then made the trip to England and Scotland. And then with the information that we researched while we were there, we then finished the books and published them. They all came out on the same day, the first three books. It's a story about five friends who travel to England and end up getting pulled back into Victorian England. We had considered going Regency, but because we wanted our heiresses to be Americans, the Regency period is a time of difficulty between England and America, and so we opted to go with Victorian, and the story is set in 1850. I hope you enjoy it.
Against the Magic, Twickenham Time Travel Romance, written by Donna K. Weaver, narrated by Kathleen Corbin. Author's Note. Disclaimer. Since pen names from the mid-1800s are not widely known, I took some liberties in the story relating to fictional works. For example, Jane Eyre was published in 1847, but not under Charlotte Bronte's name. It was published under the pen name of Currer Bell. Wuthering Heights was published under the pseudonym of Ellis Bell. This book is dedicated to Kanda, Deanna, and Laura for being willing to go on this adventure with me. Prologue. Jem Taylor figured this trip home would either result in smooth sailing or swift sinking. He'd messed up rather spectacularly with Reese 2 years ago, so he expected the latter. Following the advice of his grandmother, who'd always encouraged him to pursue his dreams, he decided to take her at her words. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Too bad Gran hadn't mentioned a sick feeling in the gut while out doing that venturing, but he needed to see his family first, and then seek out Reese. Taking a deep breath, Jem strode toward the front porch. He didn't recognize the SUV in the driveway. Either his dad or his sister Caitlin had a new car. Jem had barely put his foot on the top porch step when a squeal rang through the open window. "Jem!" his sister's voice shouted. "Mom, it's Jem!" The door burst open, and Caitlin launched herself into his arms. As he returned her embrace, he found himself at the center of a skirmish as his parents joined her in what could only be called a giant group hug. Finally, his mother stepped back, wiping her eyes. "Jameson Taylor, why didn't you tell us you were coming?" she asked. "Why didn't you come 2 days ago?" Caitlin asked, her tone accusatory. "I came to your graduation, but you couldn't make it to mine?" "Give him room to breathe," their father said. "You'll make it so he never wants to come home again." He let them pull him into the house, knowing that he'd have to put up with the fussing before they would let him get a word in. "Well, let's get him inside." His mother looked him up and down while tugging on his arm. "Didn't they feed you on that Broadway play?" His mother pestered Jem with questions, but then never gave him a chance to answer any of them. His father took Jem's backpack and set it down near the stairs to be taken up later. He smothered a grin, having forgotten about his father's reputation for economy of movement. No point in making unnecessary trips up the stairs. Caitlin and his mother went to the kitchen to work on the last preparations of the evening meal and left him to help his father set the table. "Your sister has a point, you know. his father finally said. "Why couldn't you make it?" "Didn't Kate tell you?" "I sent her a text explaining. The other stage manager had an emergency appendectomy. I couldn't get away." Jem straightened the fork by the china plate. "I did want to be here. You know how tricky it can get to take time off during a run. That's why I never promised to come." "I guess." His father's tone still carried disapproval. Jem had already fought this battle and had no intention of being drawn into it again. If he hadn't managed to get the attention of a retired local celebrity and garnered a scholarship, Jem would have had to pay for his 4 years of theater school himself. His father had refused to help. The decision to go on the road with a traveling Broadway play had nearly given the old man a stroke. His father eyed him up and down, considering. "Even though we've talked every few days online, you look different in person. Older, more mature. You going out on tour again?" "I haven't decided yet." Jem folded a napkin the way his mother liked them and placed it under the fork. "The director has a new project starting in the fall, and she said she's interested in working with me again as her stage manager. I just don't know if I want to be on the road for so long." "Your mother hates you being gone all the time, you know." His father's expression said that he agreed with his wife's sentiments on the matter. "Honey, can you come finish the platter?" Jem's mother called. His father left the table, and Caitlin came to take his place. "Did I hear that right?" she asked. "You might go out again?" "Not from you two," Jem said, already weary. Why didn't they realize he had to do what was best to further his career? "Please don't go away again." Caitlin tugged at his arm and took on the little girl whiny voice she'd used as a child, but the twinkle in her eyes told him she was teasing. "Mom missed you. Dad missed you. Even I missed you." A surge of affection for his teasing, irritating, charming little sister filled him, and Jem pulled her into a hug. She didn't hesitate to encircle his waist with her arms. "I've missed you too, kiddo." He pulled back and glanced down at her. "You know I did want to come to your graduation, right?" "Well, I know the other stage manager didn't rupture his appendix just to ruin my graduation experience." The whining in Caitlin's voice sounded real this time when she said, "I don't know why you're always so closed-mouthed about your travel plans. Always showing up at the last minute, without any notice. Even the one Christmas you made it here, we had no idea you were coming until you showed up at the door." "You know how Mom is." Jem kept his voice low, his eyes darting to where his mother stood tossing a salad. "I didn't want to set her up for disappointment if I couldn't get away. Better to let it be a surprise." "All it did was drive us crazy," Caitlin whispered. "Can't you find work closer to home?" "This is ready," Mother said as she came out of the kitchen. "I hope you have a good appetite, Jem, because I'm going to fatten you up while you're here." She scrutinized him with a hard glare. And how long might that be this time? "Let's sit down and we can talk about it over dinner." His father put the platter with the meat, carrots, and potatoes beside the salad and other side dishes. They spent the next hour getting updated since the last time they had talked online. Whenever his mother pressed Jem for an answer about how long he planned to stay, he redirected the discussion. He knew she was letting him do it, but both Caitlin and his father pinched their lips every time he did. Jem didn't know what to tell them. A part of him knew it would be a great thing for his career to work with this director again. She was going places, and he had no doubt that it wouldn't take long before she was on Broadway rather than just over a traveling show. He enjoyed the backstage work, loved the way a disparate group of people could collaborate to pull together a play. He might not be on stage himself, but Jem got a thrill when the actors and the audience connected. A part of him still wanted to be an actor. "Are you even listening, Jem?" Caitlin asked with an indignant scowl. "You just barely got here and we're already boring you to death?" "You're hardly boring me to death." He pushed back a little from the table and stretched out his legs, clasping his hands behind his head. I was just focusing on this amazing food. That's the best food I've eaten since I was last home." Caitlin and his parents watched him expectantly, and he remembered that he had zoned out for a few seconds. He straightened and rested his elbows on the table. "So, while I was stuffing myself, what did I miss?" "I'm going to England next week." Caitlin practically squealed as she said the last two words. "I just wish it was possible to go back in time and actually experience Regency England, but we'll come as close as we can. We already have a list of places we want to visit, so it'll be as close as we can get while still being in the 21st century. "We?" Jem asked. "Reese is coming too." His sister shot him a knowing look. Jem's pulse sped up, both at the mention of Reese's name and at the way his sister was watching him. He hadn't thought she knew about his feelings for her friend. That had been part of why he'd left and not made an effort to contact Reese again. She'd begun to take over all his thoughts. His sister and Reese had been best friends since junior high. The thought of trying to break into that group had stopped him dead. If things didn't work out between him and Reese, then what? And that had been assuming she would have been the least bit interested in him. Too often over the last 2 years, especially when he was missing his family, Jem had regretted the decision not to push his luck and take a chance with Reese, especially after that kiss. "And don't forget Cora," Mother said. "Who's Cora?" Jem asked. "A new roommate." His mother rose from the table. "I understand how excited you all are to go on this trip, Caitlin, but I've seen those Taken movies, you know. I just worry about 3 young women going off to England with only one man to watch out for them." "One man?" Jem asked. "Who's going?" "Cyrus," Caitlin said. "He wants to check out the architecture." Another friend from their childhood. The trip was sounding even better. "How long are you going to be gone?" Jem asked. 4 weeks. "Would you like to come? You could room with Cyrus," Caitlin said, even more excited. "Do you still have your passport?" "It should be in the boxes in the garage with the rest of my things." Jem's heart jumped at the possibilities, the important one being a chance to spend time with Reese again. He looked at his dad. "You guys didn't throw away my stuff, did you?" "Of course not. We've always hoped you'd come home," his father said. "It would make your mother feel a lot better about this trip if you went along with them." "It'll fit perfectly with my goals." Jem got to his feet with a grin. "I've always wanted a chance to work on my English accent." "Your accent, right." Caitlin shot him a knowing smirk. "Yes, my accent." He kept his tone neutral, hoping the heat on his face didn't show. "Oh, Jem." His mother threw her arms around him. "Thank you so much. I can sleep now, knowing the girls will be safe in your hands." "They'd be safe with Cyrus," he said. "And if I have to renew my passport, I'll only be there for part of the time." "I know." His mother shot him a look similar to Caitlin's, and he was struck by how much alike they were. The kickboxing video ended. Breathing heavily, Reese bent over to pick up her towel. She wiped her face and grabbed the water bottle on the floor. She hoped she'd be able to get in some exercise while they were traveling. This trip to England both excited her and made her nervous. She'd never had an opportunity to travel outside of the U.S. before, and every couple of days she'd pull out her shiny new passport, almost as though she needed to see it to believe she really had one. Even the tickets they had purchased together didn't seem as real as that passport did. Her phone chimed with Caitlin's ring. Reese flung the hand towel over her shoulder and picked up her cell. "Hey," she said. "You know how freaked out my mom's been about us going on this trip, right?" Caitlin asked without any other intro. "Yeah. Is she giving you a hard time about it again?" Reese asked. "No, she's perfectly happy now." "Okay." Something in Caitlin's voice made Reese pause. "What's changed?" "Jem!" Reese's words died out. Like your brother? Of course my brother. Seriously, how many guys do you know named Jem? But what does he have to do with our trip to London? His tour finished, and he showed up this evening. He's coming with us. Isn't that awesome? Caitlin's words came out faster. I've missed him so much, and when we started talking about it, Mom went off on her sob story. Did your mother invite him along? Reese asked, unsure. She had once thought herself in love with him, but that was ancient history. Then how come her heart was beating so quickly? Jem, the buddy that she and his sister played with growing up, being a couple of years older, he had turned into the cool one who'd run with so many different social groups. She'd felt like she had stayed the gawky Amazonian friend of his kid sister. All those years, in spite of her crush on him, Jem had never shown any signs that he thought of her in any other way than platonic, until the evening before he'd left on the Broadway tour. She cast that memory aside. 2 years could change people a lot, especially when one of them had been traveling around with a bunch of Broadway-level actors, and it wasn't like he'd made any effort to contact her. The kiss had meant nothing to him. It should mean nothing to her. No, Mom didn't invite him, Caitlin said. I did. He seemed really interested when he found out about the trip, so I asked if he'd like to come along. And he said yes. Reese didn't know how she felt about his inclusion. Does he even have a passport? He does, but it expired, Caitlin said. He's going to pay to expedite it and should get it in 2 to 3 weeks. All right, then. Reese knew it was too late to throw a fit now if he had already agreed to come. It would be a plus not to have to worry about Caitlin's mother nagging her all the time. I'm hoping he'll get there in time for the Regency ball, but it might not be until after, Caitlin said. The ball, Reese said flatly. She had agreed to go along with the week-long Regency immersion experience, but she wasn't thrilled about the dancing. Unless it was exercise-related like Zumba, she had never been into dancing. Besides, her height never made her a desirable partner. A Regency ball. Her stomach dropped as a thought occurred to her. Were you able to order me something to wear? I checked. Our clothing comes as part of the package, Caitlin said. They'll fit us once we're there. The hostess, she said everyone should call her Aunt Nellie. We'll have period gowns for us, and she'll provide lessons on how to dance and act and everything. This will be so much fun. Hey, I have to go. Talk to you later. Reese cringed internally and wiped her face with the towel. She hadn't been looking forward to this part of the trip anyway, but now Jem was going to be there. The ball would be the perfect place for the too-tall American to make a total fool of herself. In front of Jem. Chapter 1. Reese tried not to fidget. Again. She didn't want another one of old Ashface's disapproving looks. Reese had no idea where their hostess, Aunt Nellie, had found the comportment teacher, who had a killer ability to make everyone around her feel less. Or, in Reese's case, more. More stupid, more clumsy, more the Amazon. The woman's attitude reminded Reese of Professor Snape, with the way she sucked all the self-esteem and confidence out of her students. For Aunt Nellie's Regency ball, Lady Ashdown had determined to transform the lowly Clarice Hamilton into a lady of quality. Reese sighed. She had learned to hate that particular phrase. Until this immersive vacation, she used to think skinny jeans came as close to wearing a corset as modern clothing could. No. And it wasn't even the waist that gave her the most trouble. As Ashface droned on, Reese tried to ignore the increasing prickling at the top of the corset. The term flayed alive came to mind. Well, not that bad, but sitting there unable to scratch was torturous. If she could just make it stop. but it seemed a lady didn't have itches in embarrassing places. She had to think of something else. This was for Caitlin. Yes. Reese breathed a little easier. It hadn't been all bad. The little jaunt into the Regency era, and it had been on Caitlin's bucket list. Tomorrow it would end, and Reese could wear normal clothes again. All she had to do was get through tonight. But it better be worth it because the corset was a torture device. "Miss Clarice," Lady Ashdown said, "have you attended to anything I have said?" "Do you have to call me that?" Reese hated how whiny she sounded, but if she had to spend much more time under old Ashface's tutelage, Reese might have to change her name to Neville Longbottom. "We have had this discussion before, my dear. Your nickname is inappropriate." Lady Ashford's voice took on a sing-songy quality. "You must learn to wear your role as though you were indeed from the Regency era. You must act the part of a lady of quality. And, as we all know, ladies of quality do not fidget or shift their clothing." Without thinking, Reese reached up under her arm to pull the corset top away from her body. After nearly a week of being bound by the thing, it had rubbed her skin raw. The only things that would get her through the night would be the exercise clothes she wore underneath as a barrier. Hopefully, since she had them under her dress, she wouldn't be dinged for not being era-appropriate. "Miss Clarice." The older woman held up a quizzing glass to her eye. "Does something not fit properly? A lady of quality could afford to have clothing specially made just for her." "I told you before, it chafes." Clarice shifted the corset where it rubbed. The bully dropped the quizzing glass and let out a deep sigh while resting the back of her hand against her forehead. The woman had mastered the art of the drama queen, but maybe that was the way the women acted back then. "Perhaps we should consider binding your bosom," Ashface suggested. "No," Reese said. "I'll figure this out." "As you say," the tyrant said. "I have done what I can for you. It is now time for your private dance session." "My what?" At the sound of the door opening, Reese glanced around. Lady Ashford turned as well and nodded at the young man standing in the doorway. Jem. Reese's heart gave a little leap, and a flood of contradictory emotions made her a little dizzy for a second. She thought she had prepared herself to see him again, had embraced her anger and hurt at the way he'd ditched her. Seeing him now, though, set her pulse racing. He looked so hot in a coat with tails and a cleverly crafted cravat. He even managed to make the tight breeches look good. "Mr. Taylor was able to join us for the ball after all," Lady Ashford said. "He has completed his brief lesson on the country dances and is now prepared to practice with a partner. When I mentioned that you were having a remedial session, he agreed to assist you." She then glided from the room. Remedial. Had it really been necessary to call it that? The woman was absolutely gothic. Reese had thought she'd managed to sidestep this particular problem since Jem hadn't been expected for another day. He watched her with a wary expression. She thought she saw a flash of vulnerability. It passed so quickly, she decided she had imagined it. Why would confident Jem feel vulnerable? Because he was worried she might say something about his 2 years of silence? Well, 2 people could play that game. If his kiss had meant nothing to him, she would act like it had been equally forgettable for her. "Hey," she said. His gaze took in the full length of her gown. "That color looks good on you." "Thanks." Reese did like the creamy chiffon fabric with its gold stitching. It didn't show more than a tiny bit of cleavage, but she still had to resist the urge to tug the bodice higher. It was more than she normally showed. When she had grown so busty as a young teen, she had gotten tired of guys' eyes always focusing on her chest and had learned to keep everything covered in loose clothing, except when exercising. Jem gave her a bow, just like a Regency gentleman might, so Reese performed a little curtsy, careful not to lean forward and expose more of her womanly charms, as Ashface had called them. "I'm not sure how we can dance without music," Reese said, or without others to make up a group. A tap at the door made her start. A man carrying a violin entered the room. He took up position in the corner, gave them a nod, and began to play a waltz. She wasn't really going to have to dance with him one-on-one, was she? "Shall we do this?" Jem held up his arms. "I thought the waltz was considered scandalous back then." Reese fought back the excitement that bubbled up at the thought of being so close to him again. She needed to show no emotion. She couldn't care less because she didn't want him to hold her. Liar. "Aunt Nellie told me I should be prepared to dance the waltz, too." He arched a brow in that challenging way he had used when they were children, and she hadn't wanted to help him with whatever lark he had planned. "Fine." Reese curtsied again and stepped forward. Their eyes were nearly level when he took her left hand in his and slid his right hand behind her back. She tried not to think of the first time he had kissed her, when they were 10 and 12. Her pulse pounded so loudly she couldn't hear the music and could only remember the feel of his arms around her when he had kissed her the second time. Now she was glad for the corset's additional barrier. Otherwise, she might have burst into flames where he was touching her. "Do you remember the box step?" Jem asked, pulling her from her thoughts. Reese's voice cracked, and she cleared her throat, gathering her thoughts again. "I think so." This was so much worse than anything she had imagined. She was supposed to be able to stay clear of him, not dance with him. She told herself she was just dancing with her best friend's brother. No big deal. Jem took a step, and she stumbled a little. He tightened his grip on her back, pulling her closer. "Sorry," Reese mumbled. "You're fine." Reese concentrated on the dance steps. Jem whispered the instructions in time with the music, and she began to forget herself and feel the rhythm instead. She hadn't realized he was such a good dancer. The musician finished the song, and Jem slowed to a stop. He lifted her hand and kissed her fingers. Reese caught her breath, and the corner of his mouth twitched. She practically ripped her hand from his. Why did he have to ruin it? "Sorry," he said, the humor in his eyes gone. "I thought they did that kind of thing back in the day." "Maybe they did," Reese said. "But you probably shouldn't do that to just any lady at the ball. Her husband might deck you." "Good point." He bowed. "I wouldn't want to cause an international incident." She considered him, trying to remember the gem of their childhood, before the kiss and the following silence that had killed her self-esteem. He might have spent the last couple of years as a stage manager, but he was also an actor, a consummate actor. He knew how to play a role. She refused to be tricked again. If Jane Bennet had managed to keep her cool and be graceful when she had met Mr. Bingley again, Reese could do the same. Jem watched her watch him, a furrow between his brows. "Are you ready for a Viennese waltz now?" the violinist asked. Jem turned to the man. "Say that again, please." "Are you ready for a Viennese waltz now?" the violinist asked, his tone confused. Jem mumbled something to himself before turning to her and asking in a delightful English accent, "My lady, do you know how to do the Viennese?" "I can't even do it when I'm in my exercise clothes," Reese said. "I wouldn't dare to try it in skirts and petticoats." "I've always liked your honesty about this kind of stuff." Jem glanced at the violinist. "Let's do another traditional waltz." The musician began to play again, and Jem pulled her close. "Lose yourself in the music," he reminded her. Jane Bennet. Reese took a deep breath and let herself get into the rhythm. "That's right," he said, his voice soft. "My arm on your back will guide you. Trust me. I'll do my best to keep us together as a unit." Reese found that if she did as he said and just followed his lead, her feet didn't try to do their own thing. He continued to talk softly when she faltered. The music ended, and she was surprised at how well they had done together. "You're a good dancer," she said. "You are too," Jem said softly, still holding her hand, "when you forget to be self-conscious." "It's easy to be self-conscious when you're a klutz." Reese didn't look at him. "Dancing may not come to you as naturally as sports," he said. "But the two aren't as different when you think about it. I've seen you. When you lose yourself in your martial arts katas, it's a beautiful thing to see. You have such grace." "Now you're laying it on a bit too thick," she interrupted, pinning him with a hard gaze, unable to take his flattery. "But I appreciate the gesture, anyway." Jem was about to say something when the door opened and a maid entered. "Miss, Aunt Nellie said you will want to freshen up before dinner," she said. He released Reese's hand and stepped back far enough to do one of his awesome bows. She performed an almost perfect curtsy. "Well done." He whipped out a handkerchief with a flourish worthy of the Scarlet Pimpernel's Sir Percy Blakeney before turning and exiting the room with the violinist right behind him. "Miss, this way." Reese picked up her fan and shawl from the chair where she had left them. Jem was wasted on stage managing. He had turned into such a good actor that it was easy to forget how shy he had been when they were young. The tough thing now was knowing when he was play acting and when he was being himself. As they walked to the ladies' room, Reese wondered why he had thought it necessary to practice a role on her 2 years ago. Later at the ball, Jem still couldn't get over how hot Reese looked in that gown. Too bad it didn't show off her tiny waist. Never in all the years they'd been friends had she put up such a wall between them, almost like she was afraid of him. He wanted to think it had something to do with the boyfriend she'd broken up with a few months ago, but Jem's gut told him that he was the problem. If she didn't let him in, how was he ever going to make it right between them? He took a deep breath and went in search of another dance partner. His sister's roommate, Cora, had danced every dance so far. He looked for Caitlin, but she already had a partner too. Jem decided to ask a stranger, an attractive woman who looked to be about 30. "Do you perhaps have an opening on your dance card for this dance?" he asked with a bow. "Why, yes, I do." She curtsied and held out the paper for him to sign. "Jem Taylor. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Catherine Ryan." "The pleasure is all mine." Jem guided her to the dance floor, and they took their positions for the set. "I notice from your accent that you are American," she said. "Let me fix that." Jem gave a soft cough to clear his throat and shifted to an English accent. "Yes, I'm here with my sister and some friends." The music started, and they began the country dance. He recognized it from one of the Pride and Prejudice movies. Caitlin must be thrilled. "Very nice," Catherine said. "Have you been practicing the accent long?" "Well, I'm an actor by profession, so in a sense, yes, but—" Jem broke off to pay attention to his steps, which she had almost done wrong. "That was close, sorry." "Excellent recovery, though." She gave a soft laugh. "Did you know that your name is a British version of James?" "Yes, though my name is actually Jameson," he said. "Are you one of the immersion guests?" "Oh, no, I'm a neighbor, but I love Aunt Nellie's monthly balls. They're almost magical." Catherine smiled, her expression hinting that she knew something he didn't, and it amused her. He was about to ask her about it, but the music ended and he bowed. "Thank you, Mrs. Ryan?" "I am Miss again, I suppose. Thank you, Mr. Taylor." Catherine curtsied. "Perhaps we will see each other again tonight." Jem escorted her back to where he had introduced himself. He scanned the room for Reese. She stood alone on the opposite wall. He made his way over to her and greeted her with a bow. She curtsied back. "You're getting the hang of that." He shifted to his English accent. "My lady, do you not have a partner for the set?" "It's already started," she said with a pleading expression. "I have a hard enough time keeping in step at the beginning. I don't want to make a total fool of myself." "Then perhaps you would like to take a walk. It's a lovely evening." Jem held out his arm, and she hesitated again. When had Reese Hamilton, champion of the underdog, defender of the defenseless, turned into such a scared rabbit? He arched his brow in challenge. She made a face, but let out a sigh and accepted his arm. He guided her out to a balcony that overlooked the garden. Just like the ballroom, it was decked out for the party, the pathways glittering with sparkling lights. Hardly Regency appropriate, since they were electrical lights, but there were electric lights in the ballroom as well. "I'm guessing this is your least favorite part of the trip." He started to lean against the balcony, but decided against it rather than risk getting his jacket dirty. "Figured that out, did you?" "Why do you dislike it so much?" he asked. "Because I always feel like a giant around the other ladies. It makes me feel self-conscious, and when I'm self-conscious, I'm not very coordinated." She didn't look at him. "You're a lot like Ron Weasley, you know?" he said. She pinned him with a stare, brows raised, lips pinched. He knew he had managed to hurt her feelings. "That's not an insult," he said quickly. "We devoured those books together, so you should understand my analogy. Remember when he didn't have the confidence to be the keeper and kept making mistakes? And he did fine once he had confidence in himself, yeah. Her shoulders relaxed a little, and he knew she understood his point. The music inside started again, a waltz. "We have time to catch this one. Do you have room on your card for me?" he asked. She held up her nearly empty dance card. "That's what happens when we come in a group with 3 women and 2 men, he said. "I thought they would have provided more stand-ins for this kind of situation." He took her card and wrote in his name for the next dance, and every dance until the dinner break. He wrote in his name for that as well. "I don't want to be a charity case." She snatched it out of his hand. "Reese," he said, stepping back to appraise her appearance. "There is nothing charity about you, except for the good things you do for other people. Look, I enjoy your company. You're no wallflower, and it's time you stopped playing the role of one. Let's just spend the evening getting reacquainted." He held out his arm to her. "Are you doing this because Caitlin sent you to make me feel better?" She didn't look at him. "No," he said. "I recognize you as a damsel in distress." Reese grimaced. "You are distressed, aren't you?" Jem grinned. She finally laughed and took his arm. "All right, I'll leave my pity party. I know I make these things out to be worse than they are. Let me loose on a project to help people, and I'm totally in my element." "I guess what you need to do, then, is find a way to make these kinds of activities your element." He patted her hand on his arm. "If we're going to make it into this next dance, we need to go." She took a deep breath and allowed him to guide her onto the floor. Reese pretended not to watch Jem as he talked with some of the other guests and practiced his accent. He'd always had a good ear for languages, and he'd already made improvements. During the dancing, he had been the perfect companion, charming, chatty, and compassionate. He'd made it easy for her to dance with him, even the country dances. Why did he have to be so attentive? He made Reese want it to be real. Jem bowed to them and turned around. With a grin, he strode toward her and picked up a couple of glasses from a servant on his way. "Has it been as bad as you thought?" He bowed and offered her a glass. "Actually, it hasn't." She accepted it, surprised a little at her response. He took a sip from his glass and shifted his gaze to the dance floor. They watched the other dancers in silence. There was only half an hour left of the ball, and Reese thought the guests were looking a little fatigued. She knew she was. "Tell me more about this nonprofit you're going to work for," Jem said, pulling her from her thoughts. "It's a program to help high school dropouts," Reese said. "It focuses on 2 things, job skills, but also reading, since a lot of them are functionally illiterate." "What's that?" he said, looking curious. "Someone who's functionally illiterate," Reese said, hoping he wasn't pretending to be interested, "can read and understand some words, but not well enough to handle things like job applications, bank statements, complex signs, or even past due notices. It's hard for them to find work, and it's easy for them to be taken advantage of." "You always were a do-gooder," he said. "That's not a bad thing." Reese tried not to feel hurt, but it didn't work. "Don't take offense where none was intended." Jem lifted his glass as though in a toast. "It's something I've always admired about you." Reese didn't say anything. The sooner the evening ended, and with it his self-appointed role of flattering dance partner, the better. "Caitlin's signaling us." Jem pointed to the entrance, where the others had gathered. "Let's see what's going on." Reese put her nearly full glass on the tray, carried by a passing servant. Jem offered her his arm, and she accepted it. "Took you long enough to notice me." Caitlin smacked her brother's arm. "We have something on the top floor you all want to see," Cyrus said. "What do you think?" Jem asked Reese. She shrugged. Anything to leave the ball early worked for her. When Cyrus grabbed Caitlin's hand and they hurried toward the stairs, Cora followed. Jem took Reese's hand and pulled her with him. The first room Caitlin led them into was full of clothing. It must be where Nellie kept everything for her guests. Considering the amount of clothes in the room, the dry cleaning bill for the place must be huge. "In here." Cyrus reached into the dark room and fumbled until he found the light switch. Caitlin rushed in, pulling Cora and Reese with her. "There!" Caitlin breathed, her voice a hush. "What do you think?" As Reese stared at the large portrait, her scalp prickled, and a sense of unease filled her. Where the rest of the paintings were busts, this one was full length. Her face stared back at her, and a chill went down her spine. All of them were there, though they weren't dressed quite the same. "What the—" Jem began. "I told you." Cyrus started humming the theme song from The Twilight Zone. "How is this possible?" Reese half expected their lifelike alter egos on canvas to talk to each other like they did in the Harry Potter books. "Nice trick." Jem shot his sister a skeptical look. "How'd you have the picture taken? We didn't even all get here at the same time." "I didn't do it." Caitlin's eyes flashed. "This is kind of creeping me out." Reese's sense of unease increased, and she stepped back. "We need a picture of this." Cora positioned herself and her portrait self in her phone's screen and took several pictures. "Come on, everyone. Stand by yourselves in the picture." Reese hesitated, but Caitlin pulled her over. "Squash up a bit." Cora held her phone high. Everyone huddled together, and Reese found herself with Jem at her side, his arm around her shoulders and her arm around his waist. The rightness of it distracted her for a second, but then the lights in the room went all weird, bright and sparkly. An instant later, everything around her seemed to sway. The room spun, like Reese had been twirling around in circles, and she felt like she was falling back toward the painting. She clung tighter to Jem now with both hands. The next thing she knew, they were falling. Reese landed on top of him with an oomph. "What?" he began. "Oh, dear." Aunt Nellie's sharp voice came from the doorway. Chapter 2. Dizzy, Reese lifted her head and tried to focus on their hostess. How had she changed from the ball gown she'd been wearing a few minutes ago to a day dress? "A couple this time! What fun!" Aunt Nellie clapped her hands with her usual happy enthusiasm. "However, I cannot stay to explain how you have come to be here, as I have guests arriving soon. My servants will take care of you. You are in for such a treat." She turned to a tall man with graying hair and wearing the suit of a butler. "Take them to the guest rooms as usual and send up refreshments." With a parting grin and a twinkle in her eyes, she left the room. "Wait!" Unable to move, Reese groaned, feeling disoriented and slightly nauseous. She had no idea what had happened and wanted nothing more than to lie there on Jem's chest. Jem's chest! With a gasp, she rolled off him and groaned again. Had they been drugged? "You all right?" He slowly sat up and rubbed his temples like they hurt. "I don't know." The lingering queasiness kept her in place. She stared at the windows. It had been close to midnight, yet that had to be afternoon light streaming in. Reese scanned the room. The furnishings and wallpaper had changed, like she had blinked and the background on her computer had switched. Even the smell of the room was different, with a touch of burning wood. "Do you feel well enough to stand?" Jem asked. Reese glanced up. He had gotten to his feet and was bending over her, concern etched on his face, one hand extended. She took it and let him pull her up. The motion made the room swim again. She clung to him, and he put an arm around her. Only then did her brain register the absence of the others. She met Jem's worried gaze, and they both said, "Caitlin." "Where's my sister?" he demanded of the butler. "I beg your pardon." The man looked sincerely confused. "We were with 3 other people," Reese said. "Where are they?" "Aunt Nellie said all we could tell you was that the year is 1850. A young woman in a maid's costume said, stepping into the room. "Your friends have not yet arrived, and they may not. The magic may have missed them altogether." "Wait, what was that?" Jem shook his head, like he was trying to dislodge something inside. "Did you say magic?" "Yes, sir, but Aunt Nellie must be the one to explain it all to you," the maid said. Reese put a hand to her temple. They had definitely been drugged. Magic and time travel. Jem gave the 2 servants a flat look. "That's not possible." "Ah, but time is a fuzzball," the butler said. "Many things are possible with fairy magic." "Where's the camera?" Reese mumbled, squinting around the room. "I don't want to be mocked on YouTube for falling for a prank." "I thought a fuzzball had to do with quantum physics," Jem said. Reese's head felt like it was a fuzzball. She couldn't shake the drugged feeling and wondered again if someone had put some kind of hallucinogen in their food or drinks. Were they going to be kept as prisoners here? What about the others? "Please, take us to our friends." She had to blink her eyes several times to focus. "We cannot, miss." The butler's expression held sympathy for the first time. "Aunt Nellie may be able to determine their whereabouts, but that will take time." "It looks like we're not going to get any answers. Can you walk?" When Jem offered her his arm again, she took it. All this touching was just one more thing to mess with her head. They followed the butler to a large staircase, where he handed them off to a footman. "Your rooms are in the family wing." The man led them up the stairs and then down a few doors of a long hallway. Still feeling floaty, like she'd been given gas for dental work, Reese tried to take in her surroundings. The house was so much like the one she'd just spent the last week in, yet there were subtle changes in furniture and picture arrangements, numerous enough that the servants couldn't have made them all so quickly. And why would they? Was it possible they really were in 1850? The sick feeling in her stomach grew. Would they be able to get home to their families again? If they didn't, her poor mother would be left alone. Reese's mind woke up, registering the implications of this time period. What if they died here? To support herself through school, she had worked as a nurse's assistant and a phlebotomist, drawing blood at the local clinic for the poor. She had seen enough to give her a real fear of getting sick without the benefits of modern health care. "People died of simple staph infections in 1850, she said, stopping short. "What?" Jem turned back and stared at her, seeming a little lost himself. "If we're really in this time, they don't have antibiotics yet." Reese put her hands to her cheeks, the pitch of her voice rising as she spoke. "They still have smallpox, and we haven't been vaccinated against it. Doctors don't wash their hands because they don't believe in germ theory yet. They bleed sick people in 1850. "It's going to be okay." Jem put his hands on her shoulders and forced her to meet his gaze. He quirked a brow in the way he did when he was amused. "We'll just keep away from the doctors." The humor in his voice brought her back, like it always did when she overreacted. She gave him a wan smile. "Your room is here, sir." The footman indicated a door to the right. "If you will follow me, miss, your room is a bit further down the hall." "Will you be all right?" Jem asked. No. She didn't want to be alone with these people yet. "What can I do to help?" He stepped up to her and put his hands on her shoulders. Besides, take her in his arms and tell her it was all a terrible dream, that she'd wake up in a minute. "Tell me this isn't real." "This isn't real." Jem said it flatly, but the corner of his mouth twitched. Fatigue threatened to overwhelm her. She didn't have the energy to fight it. "I'll try to get some rest," Reese said, "and maybe wake up from this nightmare." "Me too." Jem let his own tiredness show then. "I'll be right here if you need anything." Jem gave her hand a gentle squeeze and entered the now open doorway to his chambers. She missed him as soon as he was gone, not realizing how much his calm presence had fortified her. "This one, miss." The footman pointed to a door and a tiny young woman standing just inside the room. "This here is Lulu, your personal maid. If you need anything, you just tell her." The tiny maid bobbed a curtsy, her expression expectant and a little wary. "I need to go home," Reese said. "In due time, miss," Lulu said. "Now let's get you out of that gown so you can lie down for a bit. I've got a nice cup of tea that will help you sleep." Reese wondered if her lack of energy came from whatever bizarre thing had happened to her. Maybe if it was a dream, it didn't really matter anyway. She didn't argue with the maid, but allowed her to help Reese out of the gown. "Now you climb into bed, miss." Lulu tucked her in like she was a child and turned to a small table. She returned with a small demi-tasse teacup. "A few sips of this, and you will be right as rain." Reese stared at it. If she felt this bad because she had been drugged, it'd be pretty stupid to take something else. "You will feel better, miss." Lulu put the cup and saucer next to Reese's hand. "I promise." If it was a dream, it didn't matter. Reese accepted it. The tea had a mildly sweet bouquet and a pleasant, if unusual, taste. She took another sip and then another. Her eyelids grew heavy, and the little maid took back the cup and saucer. "After you've had your rest," Lulu said before leaving, "I'll help you dress for dinner." Reese wasn't normally a napper, but she fell into a deep sleep. When she woke, she thought at first the whole back-in-time thing had been a dream, until Lulu spoke. "If you'll just sit up, miss, I have something that will perk you right up." For a second, Reese had a surreal feeling that she had jumped down a rabbit hole. Would this potion turn her into a giant? Or maybe shrink her to the size of a mouse? "What does it do?" she asked. "'Tis a vitality tonic." Reese took a sip. The pleasant flavor was different from the tea, but the biggest change came from the mild electric-like jolt that followed her first swallow. She almost expected steam to burst from her ears like in Harry Potter. The stuff kicked energy drinks back home, clear down the street. Energy flowed through her, sweeping away the dreadful fatigue and clearing her mind. It also soothed her worries and made them seem trivial. Was this how Nellie made sure her accidental guests accepted what had happened? "I could have used some of this for finals week," she said. "I beg your pardon, miss." "It's nothing." She finished it, a little disappointed that the second rush wasn't as powerful as the first. When she'd finished the drink, her worry had been replaced with a sense of rightness in being there. The tonic had managed to both energize and soothe her. "I have good news for you, miss. 2 of your friends have arrived." "Who?" Reese slid from the bed, her heart thumping. "A Miss Caitlin and a Mr. Cyrus." The maid took the teacup before Reese dropped it. "They're okay?" Reese asked, relieved. "They are." "But no Cora?" "Not yet, miss." Lulu lifted a dressing gown from a settee. "Aunt Nellie will be here soon to answer your questions." "Oh, then let's get with it," Reese said, anxious for an explanation. The maid had only just put a dressing gown over Reese's shoulders when Aunt Nellie entered the room. She glanced at the empty cup on the tray. "Good," she said. "You look much better, Miss Hamilton." "Why good?" Reese asked, wary. "Because I won't freak out as much now?" "In part." Aunt Nellie seemed amused, with the hint of a twinkle in her eyes. It irritated Reese. She wanted a serious response, and Nellie's whole demeanor made it seem like she thought this was a great joke. Reese narrowed her eyes, fragments of comments the woman had made when they first got here coming back. That unexpected guests had arrived had been no surprise. The number of the guests had. So it seemed her hostess had done this before. Maybe many times. "When do I get to see Caitlin and Cyrus?" "Lulu has informed you of their arrival. Very good," Nellie said. "Please sit so your maid can finish your toilette. Your friends will also attend the dinner, though you will not be seated near each other. They are also being dressed, so you may not have time to discuss your little adventure before dinner, but the ball should provide ample opportunities to speak with them then." "Still no Cora?" When Nellie shook her head, Reese added, "Is there any way to find out what happened to her? Do people ever get stuck in the process of traveling through time?" "No, they do not get stuck, as you call it. You may not know until you return home, but—" Nellie raised her hands. "You mentioned standing in a group when the magic caught you. Your other friend might yet arrive here." She studied Reese, her expression turning more serious, like she was trying to figure out the best approach. Nellie finally nodded. "I believe you to be a forthright woman, am I correct?" "Very." Reese was so done with the deflections, so cut to the chase. "How can we possibly be in 1850? "You and your friends were brought here by fairy magic," Nellie said simply. Reese blinked, her thoughts scattering in different directions, one part reminding her that the servants had mentioned magic earlier, and another screaming there was no such thing. Her heart rate sped up, but it seemed to reach a limit and slowed down. She put her hand over her heart, reminded of the antidepressant she'd had to take for a few months in high school. It had kept her from feeling any extreme emotion. The logical part of Reese's mind said it must be the tea keeping her from overreacting. She was glad she'd taken it. Otherwise, she might have run screaming from the room. "I am a guardian for ancient fey ley lines," Nellie continued. "Twickenham Manor was constructed over them as a way to protect against periodic releases of magic. They occur during a full moon. Unfortunately, if people are in the right place when these releases happen, they are moved through time. In the case of you and your friends, you were brought here to 1850. Reese sank onto the dressing table chair, wishing Jem were there. He would make a joke about it, maybe when they got back home. She straightened abruptly. "You can send us back, can't you?" she asked. "Oh, yes, but not straight away," Nellie said, her positive attitude for once, not an irritation. "It has to do with the painting you saw of yourselves that I will now have to create." "You painted that?" "I will. And once I have a match for the future painting, when the magic releases at the next full moon, if you are in position, it will return you to your own time." "I can't be gone for a month." Reese put her hands to her cheeks. "My mother will freak out." "Have no fear. You will return to almost the exact moment that you left." Nellie gave a mischievous grin, her playful side back. "Your family need know nothing of your little adventure here." Reese closed her eyes. The next full moon. They were stuck here for a month. It would be the Regency immersion vacation ×4, and for real. "You and your friends," Nellie continued, "will be introduced as rich Americans looking to marry into the English aristocracy." "What?" Reese stood, standing as straight as she could, so she towered over Nellie and Lulu. "I'm not looking for a husband, and I'm not rich." "You will not be here long, so that is irrelevant," Nellie said with finality. "It merely gives you status and a way to interact with the quality. I have done this many times quite successfully." "Aunt Nellie has a knack for helping to make love matches," Lulu said enthusiastically. Nellie shot the girl a quelling look. "Beg pardon." The maid dropped her gaze. Something Nellie had said earlier struck Reese. "You said you were a guardian of fey magic. You're a fairy?" "Yes." "A fairy godmother?" Reese asked, incredulous. "In a way, I suppose I fill that role on occasion," Nellie smiled. "Because I always hold a ball on the full moon, we will be quite busy tonight. It will be an opportunity to introduce you to some of the local families. I also have some guests coming from London. A few will remain for a few days for a house party that will include my annual picnic next week." Nellie peered at Reese in a disconcerting way. The magic hints there could be someone in this time meant for you. Reese raised her hands in a defensive motion, her stomach nodding. "You can't tell the future, can you?" "If you mean fortune-telling, no." The Fey woman gave a smug little smile. "But it is no accident that you and your friends came to this time. The magic knows." "You cannot fight against the magic," Lulu whispered. "Watch me," Reese said. "If it thinks to match me with a chauvinist, there's no way." She wasn't going to be controlled. "I am sure a woman with your beauty and strength of character could tame even a rake," Nellie said. Reese frowned at the fairy woman's expression. It looked like she had a particular rake in mind. A rake, really? Reese shuddered. It might be fun to read about redeeming one in a Regency romance, but the reality wasn't pretty. The previous summer, she had interned with a non-profit health organization in a big city, where she'd learned just how rampant sexually transmitted diseases were in the general population of modern-day America. In a time like this, before antibiotics, people could literally die of promiscuity. "These people are probably riddled with disease," she said. "Do me a favor and don't play matchmaker for me." Nellie merely gave her a knowing smile. It reminded Reese of her mother when she tried to pretend she was all-knowing. "Lulu will complete your toilette. The ball will follow dinner." Nellie nodded to the maid. "You have an hour." Chapter 3. "Aunt Nellie will not approve of you not wearing stays, miss." Lulu held up the corset. "It's not proper." "I don't need that," Reese said through gritted teeth. "I have a 6-pack. "A 6-pack, miss?" Reese pressed the fabric of the thin cotton chemise against her abdomen to show the outline of her ab muscles. No one will know I'm not wearing stays. She had put up with that Regency straitjacket to make peace, but she was done changing who she was for others. She wouldn't wear a corset again. Ever. Lulu pinched her lips, put it aside, and picked up a short slip. She stepped on a stool and raised it so Reese could duck into it. After a week in the 21st Century Immersion program, she had learned the knack of lifting her arms to protect her already styled hair. "Oh, miss, what happened here?" The maid pointed to the raw patch of skin on the ribs under Reese's arm. "A corset. I'm too big in the bosom to wear the thing without tearing up my skin." "I have something for that." Lulu hurried into the dressing room and returned with a small bottle and a handkerchief. She sprinkled some pleasant-smelling liquid on the cloth. "Raise your arms, please. This is Aunt Nellie's special medicine." Reese did as she was told. As the cool liquid touched her raw skin, she gasped, but then the stinging disappeared, and she let out a sigh of relief. "What is that stuff?" She stepped to the mirror, her arms raised. Already the angry red skin had turned a calmer pink. "I wish I'd had some when I worked in a health clinic last summer." "Aunt Nellie does not give out her potions." "Potion, huh?" Reese turned around and found Lulu had picked up a new garment. Reese recognized it for a crinoline slip and stepped back, with visions of Scarlett O'Hara, but bouncing off people like those body ball things. "Miss," Lulu said, her tone despairing, "please, Aunt Nellie says it will be more comfortable than wearing so many heavy petticoats." "No hoops for me," Reese said. "There are way too many fireplaces in this place. I have no intention of turning into a human torch, and I'll only wear one of those frilly petticoats." She indicated the 3 spread out on the bed. "Aunt Nellie will not approve, miss." "Then tell her I have a headache and am going to bed early." Reese folded her arms. The poor girl looked worried. "You won't get in trouble." Reese felt a little bad, but not enough to put her life at risk. "Hasn't Nellie had problems with guests from the future before?" "Aye, miss, she has." "All right, then," Reese said. "This is nothing new. Let's do this." She suffered through the rest of the dressing. When the maid slid the burgundy top gown over the white, ruffled undergown, Reese couldn't help being impressed with the workmanship. She couldn't remember when the sewing machine had been invented, but the dress she wore was hand-sewn. The maid went to work lacing the back. She cinched it so tight, Reese wondered if it was the girl's passive-aggressive way of punishing her. Whatever. "See?" Reese asked when the maid had finished. "No one will know I don't have a corset on." She frowned at how deep the bodice's V-neck went and tapped her cleavage. "Is there something you can do for this?" "I don't understand, miss." "I don't want to show so much skin," Reese said. "But, my lady, this style is all the rage, and you have the perfect figure for it. I know many young ladies who would wish for such a figure as yours." "I don't care. I get some coverage or I don't go." If she had to be pig-headed about it, she would. "I will find a seamstress, miss." The girl heaved an exaggerated sigh and left the room. Reese sat at the dressing table and waited. The servants certainly did drama just fine in 1850. She wondered if Lulu would ask to be assigned to someone else. Did servants of fairy guardians have more say than regular servants of this time? The door opened, and the maid slipped in, followed by an older woman wearing an irritated expression and carrying a basket. "This is Davis, miss." The maid gave a quick curtsy and stepped back. The short dressmaker strode forward with an in-control manner that reminded Reese of Edna Mode from the movie The Incredibles, minus the cigarette holder. Davies stopped in front of Reese and scrutinized the dress. "If you are here to acquire a husband," she gave the sleeves a slight tug, exposing more of Reese's shoulders. You must display your womanly figure. Reese tensed and had to bite back a retort. She took a deep breath and said in a level voice, I'd have to wear a burqa to hide my womanly figure. Burqa. Davis squinted at her, distracted from studying the dress. It's something some Muslim women wear. The Moors. Davis made a disparaging sound. Their ways are not our ways. In this house we abide by Aunt Nellie's wishes. Reese explained about the problem with the neckline. Davis sent the maid a sharp glance, and the girl looked stricken. A simple scarf would not do for a ball gown, Lulu said, and Miss refuses to attend in the dress as it is. Blame me, not her, Reese said. Davis pinched her lips but didn't argue. From the basket, she removed a pretty length of white, layered lace, about 3 inches wide. It had decorative baubles strategically placed along the edge and ribbon at the end. The dressmaker basted it in place above the neckline with quick movements before tying the ribbon in a small bow. She gave a little flick of her fingers, and some glittery dust flew off. A little tingle raced across Reese's skin wherever it came in contact with the lace. She touched the fabric and blinked at her reflection. The white lace had turned a darker shade of the same burgundy as in the gown. How did you... Reese's stomach gave a little lurch. You're a fairy? Aye. Davis put her tools back in the basket and left the room. Reese glanced at Lulu. You too? I miss all the staff are. Mr. Jem is waiting to escort you to dinner. Does he know some of our friends have arrived? Reese had a lot of questions for him and wondered at his take on the whole magic story. His man should have informed him. The maid's expression turned sly. If I may make so bold as to say, he is a fine-looking gentleman. Yes, he is. Reese wondered at the mixed messages she was getting from these Fae women. The magic knew there might be a match for her with someone from this time, that she mustn't fight against it. Yet here was Lulu making a not-so-subtle hint that Jem was eligible. Miss, will you be wanting higher necks on all your gowns? Yes, Reese said firmly. I don't need to draw attention to that part of my body. It had irritated her when she had first started getting her curves that the guys who had just been friends before suddenly couldn't keep their eyes off her chest. She'd smacked a few of them. I do thank you for speaking up for me with Davis. Lulu curtsied and opened the door. Reese took a deep breath and followed her from the room. Down the hallway, at the top of the stairs, where the two wings met, Jem stood. He glanced their way, and his expression turned appreciative, the corner of his mouth quirking up. She felt a mixture of emotions, relief at seeing him again, but also pleasure at his approval. It troubled her that he had the power to do that, still. This whole situation was going to make her crazy, forcing her to rely on him like never before, all the while trying to keep from falling for him again. She would not make the mistake her mother had and get involved with an actor who would just ditch her when she bored him. Reese and Jem used to be good friends. Surely they could be friends again. Only friends. I thought the gown you wore to the Regency Ball was pretty amazing, he said as she approached. But this one looks like it was made for you. It must be the magic, she said, pretending his compliment meant nothing to her. That's what brought us here, isn't it? Jem! Reese! Caitlin's voice cried from behind them, and they spun around. Reese blinked her eyes at the sight of her friend, who lifted her skirt and ran toward them. Caitlin threw her arms around them both. I'm so glad to see you, she said. Have you seen Cora? Not yet, Jem said. Where's Cyrus? He's coming, but he's not very happy. She clapped her hands. Isn't this amazing? We're really in the past. I'm so excited. Miss, Lulu said from behind them, you need to make haste or you will be late for dinner. I'll wait for Cyrus, Caitlin said. You two go ahead. My maid said our seating assignments aren't together anyway. We need to talk, Jem said. Don't worry, we will. From what Nellie said, we'll be here for a while. We'll have lots of time to talk this whole thing to death. She grinned and looked about to squee with happiness. Jem gave his sister a quick peck on the cheek before offering his arm to Reese. She took it and lifted her skirts to navigate the stairs. I never thought I'd be so glad to see her, he said. Same here. Now if we just knew Cora is safe. Jem patted Reese's hand on the crook of his arm and didn't remove it. She might have a chance to ignore how nice it felt if his touch didn't compete with that second shot of tonic for the amount of electricity it sent along her nerves. Did they give you some of that tea? She asked. That stuff was scary good. Do you think Nellie would let us have the recipe to take back home? He winked at her. We'd make a fortune. Lulu said Nellie never shares her potions, Reese said. Besides, I wonder what price a fairy would ask. I don't think it'd be money. You have a point. Jem's expression turned contemplative, but then he grinned. I guess we should find out what that price is before asking Nellie for the recipe. The gleam of humor in his eyes reminded her so much of when they were children that it lightened her mood. An image flashed through her mind of the two of them in stealth mode, sneaking into Nellie's office to pilfer contraband potions. She smiled. That's better. He gave her hand a gentle squeeze. Know what's kept me going today? What? Wondering how the future Nellie would account for 5 missing guests. Didn't you ask her about that? Reese lowered her voice. She said we'll return at the same time we left. Good. He nodded toward the footman opening a door where many people were sitting at a long table. Jem said softly, That gives me more confidence that she'll be able to send us home. We can't get back on our own. The rightness of his words struck Reese. This was a situation where she had absolutely no control. As much as she might hate it, she could at least accept that she had the choice, make herself ill worrying about it, or adopt Jem's attitude. How often over the years had his level attitude stabilized her in a tough situation? They entered the dining room, and a servant indicated 2 chairs. Reese and Jem took them. I have such a surprise in store for all of you, Nellie said from her seat at the head of the long table. My guests from America are here early, though one arrived later than the others, and will only join us for the ball. She shot Reese a meaningful look. Cora had arrived. Reese heaved a sigh of relief. What weird magic that it would pull them all back in time, but not together. While Nellie was introducing the other people at the table, Caitlin and Cyrus slipped into the last 2 empty seats. She had been right. He did not look happy. The ladies are all heiresses here to seek advantageous marriages, Nellie said, with that familiar twinkle in her eyes as she met Reese's angry gaze for a second. And even the gentlemen are eligible. Now, please, everyone enjoy your meal and the fine company. She signaled the staff to begin serving. The guests gave them considering nods. So, she's dragging me and Cyrus into this too, huh? Jem muttered. Reese had to fight back a laugh. It is a truth universally acknowledged that a single man in possession of a good fortune must be in want of a wife. She quoted from Pride and Prejudice, shooting him a sly glance. Touché. The corner of his mouth quirked up. Remember not to eat too much from each course, Jem whispered. Yeah. Reese would never forget that first Regency immersion meal when she had done just that. She had enjoyed too much from the earlier courses and had thought she'd burst out of her corset when the servants kept bringing more food. I don't know if you caught the introductions when we entered, Jem said more loudly. Lady Ellen Hildebrand, may I introduce my cousin, Miss Clarice Hamilton, to you? It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Hamilton. Lady Ellen gave a shy nod. "Same here," Reese said. "Lady, I'm guessing someone in your family has a title." "My older brother is the 6th Earl of Kelworth," she said. "Is he here with you?" Reese asked. "He is still in London for Parliament," Lady Ellen said. "The House of Lords, I imagine," Jem said. "Yes, I am quite interested in learning more about America, though," Ellen said. "It seems such a wild and rough place, with the natives killing settlers." "It can be wild and rough, and not just in the U.S. Reese exchanged a glance with Jem, but didn't say more. "My cousin is interested in learning how to speak the various English dialects. He finds the study of language to be fascinating. He hopes someday to be—" She seemed to search her mind, and then got a wicked grin. "I believe thespian is the term for what he's interested in." Lady Ellen gave a little gasp. "The stage?" "Do let me explain," Jem said. "Where we come from, being an actor is a reputable profession. Consider your own Shakespeare." "Well, yes," Lady Ellen said. "Though I do believe even Shakespeare might not be acceptable to the tone." "Some of the hypocrisy of this time," Reese said. When a hurt look crossed Lady Ellen's face, Reese mumbled, "Sorry, I have a tendency to be rather plain-spoken." Jem snorted, and Reese shot him a quick scowl, but he could tell she wasn't angry. "Mr. Taylor, are you mocking your cousin?" Ellen asked, her expression disapproving. "It was not my intent to mock, but Miss Clarice has a reputation for being a tiger when she fights for a cause," he said. "Calling herself plain-spoken is an understatement." "A tiger?" Lady Ellen's expression turned dreamy. "I would love for someone to describe me as fighting like a tiger. It seems so forceful and exotic." "That's kind of you," Reese said. "Unfortunately, in some places, like a fine dinner party," she glanced around at the other guests, "many people would not consider it quite the thing. Another reason I look forward to going home." "Oh, are you returning to America soon?" Lady Ellen looked disappointed. "It is such a long trip, and—" She broke off and dropped her gaze, blushing. "And I haven't found a husband yet?" Reese asked, her tone dry. "Don't worry about offending me by mentioning my single state. Where we come from, women don't marry as young as they do here." "Where in America do you live?" Lady Ellen looked up. "Ohio," Jem said. "We attended the university there," Reese added. Ellen's eyes went wide. "You attended university?" "Yes, America is quite progressive," Reese said without hesitation. Jem choked on his drink and had to put his napkin up to his mouth. "Sorry," he said when he could get his breath. "I swallowed wrong." He leaned closer to Reese, his voice low. "You do know that women don't get the vote in the U.S. for another 70 years. "In Wyoming, they get it in 1869, Reese said, a little too loudly. "Wyoming?" Ellen asked. "You have visited the Wild West." Reese groaned and muttered, "Jem, I can't do this." "Yes, you can." He had always taken for granted how forthright she was. Having to watch every little thing she said must be driving her crazy. "You must not tell my brother, but—" Ellen leaned forward, and her lowered voice took on a conspiratorial tone. "I am fascinated with stories of the brave pioneers." "There are different ways to be a pioneer," Reese said. "One way is to go after something you want to do, something important." She seemed to search her mind. "There's Elizabeth Blackwell, and you must have heard of Ada Lovelace." "Who?" Jem hoped she hadn't named women who hadn't been born yet. Elizabeth was the first woman to graduate from medical school, and she was born in England, Reese said. Ada Lovelace is Lord Byron's daughter, Ellen said. And is quite the mathematician, Reese said. I fear my brother would not approve if I were to model my behaviour after hers, her ladyship said. Of course he wouldn't. Reese leaned back in her chair, her voice turning bitter. Men of this time are threatened by smart, strong women. Reese's fiery enthusiasm had gotten Jem into trouble a couple of times when they were growing up, and she turned the full strength of it on the poor girl. You are more than your womb, Ellen. The poor girl's cheeks flushed a bright red, and Jem put his hand over Reese's to stop her from saying anything else. He couldn't seem to stop touching her. I've done it again. Reese slouched back in her chair with a grunt of disgust. I have strong opinions and no discretion. I'll be quiet. She slid her hand away from his but rubbed where he had touched her. Jem played with the rim of his glass, forcing himself not to smile. Reese had felt the energy between them when he'd touched her. It showed in her body language, her facial expressions. Miss Clarice is too hard on herself, he said. She is a philanthropist and always seeks ways to better the lives of others. Oh, Lady Ellen breathed. What charities do you aid? I work. When he coughed, Reese shot him a frustrated glance and added, I volunteer at health clinics and schools for the poor. Schools for the poor? Lady Ellen asked. What need have they for schools? That, Reese punctuated the word with a finger in the air, is the mentality that keeps the poor poor. You people give them no opportunities to improve their situation and then tell them they're stupid. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You've been given so much because of the simple circumstance of the family you were born into. Don't you see the responsibility you have to help those who are not so fortunate in their birth? It's not that hard, and it doesn't take much to give them the tools to succeed. Miss Clarice, Jem said, has always been a firm believer in the idea that people should pay for their time on earth by working to make it a better place for everyone. Lady Ellen had been listening intently, but she blinked at that, seeming to study the words. I like that. A soft smile grew, and her expression turned dreamy again. The man next to her said something, and she shifted toward him. Reese shot Jem a thankful glance, and leaned back so the servant could remove her bowl. You can do this, he whispered. Yeah, like I'm doing so well. She rubbed her temple like her head hurt. Chapter 4. When it came time to head into the ball, Reese accepted Jem's arm again, not surprised when he offered his other to Lady Ellen. She accepted it with pink cheeks. Reese gave herself a mental kick at the twitch of irritation at the girl's obvious crush on him. Ellen was a sweet girl, and she seemed a step above most of the people of her class. What kind of ogre brother did she have to keep her locked into the proper Victorian lady role? I wish I had one of those dowager caps, Reese muttered when they entered the ballroom. Why? Ellen asked. Do you not wish to dance? No, I'm no good at it. Do you really think you'd be happy sitting with the matrons and listening to them talk of marriages and children? Jem asked, teasing. Just shoot me. Reese let go of his arm. Shoot you? Ellen asked. Ah, yes. Does everyone in America carry pistols? Do you need them to protect yourselves from the wild Indians? Those wild Indians were just defending their lands from the thieving white... Reese broke off when Jem gave her a soft nudge with his elbow. Sorry. It's just an expression to mean I would hate sitting with women who only wanted to talk about enslaving their daughters. Cousin, Jem hissed, when in Rome, You need to keep your tongue between your teeth." She burst out laughing at his use of a term she'd only ever heard in a Regency romance.
"I do not wish to be rude," Ellen said, "but I find American conversation to be very strange."
"That's not rude. It's honest." Reese noticed for the first time that they had become the focus of attention. "I'll behave." She fumbled the fan from her wrist and opened it, trying to remember how to use it to signal to guys that she didn't want to dance. Which one was the no sign? Was it resting it on the cheek, or drawing it through the hand? Or was that the folding one? Reese stared at the fan in her hands, seeing it now for the dangerous thing it was. Maybe she better not use it. If she did it wrong, she could get herself into some serious trouble.
"Lady Ellen," she whispered, "how do I let gentlemen know that I don't want to dance with them?" "Miss Clarice," she said, "you cannot decline unless you are already engaged in a dance. Courtesy demands it."
"I don't think so," Reese said, indignant.
"Lizzie told Mr. Darcy she wouldn't dance with him." "You have read Pride and Prejudice?"
Ellen perked up. "Of course she has," Jem said. "All the ladies have read that one."
"As have I," Ellen said. "My brother does not approve of my reading novels. He fears I will become a blue stocking and not make a suitable match."
Reese, who already didn't have a high opinion of this brother, grew angry. "And what's wrong with a well-read woman? Men don't want a wife they can actually hold an intelligent conversation with?" "You're doing it again," Jem said softly. Reese snapped her mouth shut, frustrated at herself. Nellie's tonic sure didn't give her discretion. Maybe she should just sleep through the next month. She tapped Jem's arm. "Please give Aunt Nellie my apologies. I have a headache and am retiring early." She turned and left the room. Jem watched Reese go, not sure if he ought to follow after her, but not sure what he would say. Maybe he was the problem, pointing out things she shouldn't say. She normally had more tact. He wondered if Nellie's soothing tonic was having an odd effect on her by making her feel too free. Since their arrival, he had been trying to recall what he knew of the Victorian era to help not make some of the same mistakes. He knew more about the Regency period, because that was what Caitlin had been fascinated with. She'd mentioned reading a few books from the period, and he'd picked up a few to give them things to talk about. What had struck him the most had been the mentality of the time period. The Quality had held a different view on relationships. Marriages had been looked on as business arrangements, ways to increase status, wealth, and property holdings. Austen might have joked that a single man with a fortune must be in need of a wife, but Jem wondered how many men of this day went looking for fortunes too. He thought men had also participated in the marriage mart. If Nellie spread the word that the girls were American heiresses, the house could be flooded by eligible men wanting to marry a fortune. He wished he'd been there when Nellie had told Reese about that. How many of the guys would be fortune hunters? What a surprise for them when they found out none of them had any money. He stared into the air. Reese couldn't be lured by a title and fortune, could she? Beside him, Lady Ellen shifted. "I must apologize for my cousin," Jem said, remembering his manners. "She's unhappy with the cultural differences."
"I had not thought them to be so different."
Ellen glanced over Jem's shoulder, and a little crease appeared between her brows, though she schooled her expression quickly. He turned around. A well-dressed, middle-aged man swaggered toward them, his attention on Ellen. Even with Jem's limited knowledge of 1850s men's fashions, the quality of the man's clothing was impressive. In a room full of impeccably dressed people, this guy stood in a class of his own. His mannerisms were too effeminate for Jem's modern sensibilities, but many admiring glances were cast his way. "Thinks a lot of himself, doesn't he?" Jem pitched his voice so only Ellen could hear it, and she gave a soft sound, much like a choked-back laugh.
"Why, yes,"
she said under her breath as she executed a perfect curtsy.
"Yes, indeed."
"Lady Ellen." The man bowed over her hand, almost possessive in the way he held it. "I believe I have the first 2 dances."
"You do, Lord March." She indicated Jem. "Might I introduce Aunt Ellie's American guest, Mr. Jameson Taylor, to you?"
Jem hesitated, not sure if he should extend his hand. When March peered at him, like Jem was so much lint on his sleeve, Jem was glad he hadn't. "Shall we, Lady Ellen?" Lord March didn't wait for an answer, but guided her firmly to the dance floor. Opening and closing his fists, Jem watched them. There was a term he'd heard Caitlin use before, from the Regency time, one that described what the Lord had just done. Cut direct. That was it. So this guy thought he could socially ostracize Jem. Why would he do that to a total stranger? For the first time, Jem sympathized with Reese's sentiments about the wealthy. Not that he'd had all that much experience interacting with really rich people in their own time. His parents were well enough off, having inherited horse property, but he and Caitlin had never run with the rich kids. Ellen's response to March bothered him. She seemed like a nice kid, and that lord must be twice her age. As Jem watched them dance, he noted how her body language contradicted her fake smile. Why did he feel so protective of her? She had probably died of old age more than a century ago. Yet, as he watched her, all those things about women in history that Reese was always ranting about struck home. He could have used some of her insight right now about this. If a guy ever looked at Caitlin like that. Alarmed, he scanned the room. What a loser brother he was, to leave her to be preyed on by some Victorian vulture. Jem spotted his sister dancing with Cyrus and let out his breath. She would be safe with him. "Mr. Taylor," Nellie said from his side. He started, and she grinned. "A penny for your thoughts." Jem broke off, unsure how to put them into words. "That man with Lady Ellen, Lord March?" Something flashed across Nellie's expression, but then was gone. It reminded Jem of what had crossed Ellen's face. "What is he to her?" "We expect news of their engagement as soon as she turns 21 in a few months." Nellie's gaze followed the couple waltzing around the room. "It would be an eligible match for the younger sister of an earl, as Lord March owns several estates and has a good fortune. It would be an excellent match for him, as it would connect him to Lord Hildebrand, who is quite powerful." "Is Lord Hildebrand her father?" Jem continued to watch the couple. "No, her father died when she was quite young," Nellie said. "Gareth Hildebrand is her much older brother, the son of the old earl's first wife." "I'm guessing Lord March has political aspirations," he said. "Who has political aspirations?" Reese asked from behind. "Welcome back." He looked over his shoulder at her and grinned. "How's your headache?" She ignored him and stepped between them. "I thought I might go to sleep, but when I got back to my room, I was still too wired." "The tonic is wonderful, is it not?" Nellie asked. "Do you truly have a headache? The tonic should have relieved it." "I think her headache was more philosophical," Jem said. "Ah, I understand," Nellie said. "Who is that man dancing with Ellen?" Reese asked. "I don't like the looks of him." "He's a piece of work, that's for sure," Jem said. "As I was telling Mr. Taylor," Nellie said, "Lord March desires a connection with Lord Hildebrand, who has many important political connections." "Is he a rake?" Reese asked. "Which one?" Nellie sent her a sidelong glance, an odd twist to her mouth. "So March and Ellen's brother are rakes?" Reese asked, but their hostess only shrugged. "A rake?" Jem knew he'd heard the term before, but couldn't remember what it meant. He was pretty sure she didn't mean the garden tool. "A man of loose morals, one who preys on women," Reese said. "A lot of rich men in this time act all virtuous in public, and then do the dirty on the side." "Sadly, it's not all that different in our time," Jem said. "But modern women don't have to stay with a cheating husband," Reese said hotly. "And guys don't have to stay with a cheating wife." Jem faced her. "You're being unfair, and it's not like you. Not all men are like that, and you know it. Don't paint all of us with your father's brush." Her eyes flashed, and she opened her mouth, but Nellie stepped between them. Now, she said. "Mr. Jem has a duty to my guests. You must dance." She pointed to the side, where two young women sat with older ladies. "The Atwood sisters need some attention. I'm sure their cards are empty." Jem glanced at Reese, but she wouldn't look at him. He straightened his jacket and strode across the room. "You were quite harsh, Miss Clarice," Nellie said when Jem was out of range. "I apprehend that you do not approve of a woman's role in this time. However, you must conform while you are here. Consider the rare opportunity you have been given to observe a different culture firsthand. These people are a reflection of theirs, as you are of yours. If you insist on acting the termagant, no one will listen to you." "Termagant?" Reese asked, insulted. "If what you seek is to influence change, I suggest subtlety." The older woman gave her hand a gentle pat and walked away. Reese fumed for a few seconds, but Nellie's words rang true. If she had to be here, she might as well take advantage of an opportunity to influence change. That would be good. Or would it? Could she make things better? But what if the changes made things worse? If magic really was a fuzzball, maybe the ability to change the future was all nonsense. Now she really was getting a headache. "Isn't this fun?" Caitlin, on Cyrus's arm, stepped beside Reese. Though Cora didn't look like she was enjoying herself. "Where is Cora?" Reese scanned the ballroom. "I think she's gone looking for somewhere quiet," Caitlin said. "Isn't this even better than the Regency Ball? It's so real." "Seriously, Kate? It's real," Reese laughed. "Oh, you know what I mean," Caitlin said, coloring. "I love experiencing the real thing. I want to experience all of it." "Even the liaisons?" Reese said with raised eyebrows. "And the seductions." "She'd better avoid those," Cyrus interrupted, shooting Caitlin a teasing glance. "Unless she wants me and Jem to have the real experience of dueling." "That's sweet," Caitlin said. "Would you really fight a duel for me?" "Don't even think of it," Reese said. "Remember what I said about no antibiotics? People used to die from infections after dueling." "Duels are illegal anyway, aren't they?" Caitlin asked. "These people believe they are the law," Cyrus said, his humor gone. "They do what they want." "Then be careful not to step on one of their social landmines." For a second, Reese thought of how easy it would be for Jem or Cyrus to offend one of the hot-headed bucks of this time. She didn't know what was more dangerous, having no honor like a lot of guys she knew back home, or too much honor, like in this time. "Here comes Aunt Nellie's nephew," Caitlin whispered. William Milton approached their group. "Ladies, Mr. Manning," he said with a bow. "My aunt has asked me to encourage you to dance and meet her other guests, as Mr. Taylor is doing." "Since you have just danced with Miss Taylor," William said to Cyrus, "I would suggest you find another partner who is not of your party." "Miss Hamilton?" William bowed and extended his hand, giving Cyrus a sidelong glance. "Might I have the honor of this dance?" "Oh, all right." Cyrus strode away. "Why, yes, Mr. Manning." Reese curtsied and took William's hand, which he was still holding out to her. "What about Caitlin?"
"I believe the answer approaches."
He slid her arm through his and nodded toward a handsome, well-dressed man sauntering toward them, his gaze fixed on Caitlin. Reese exchanged glances with her friend, whose cheeks had gone pink at the flattering attention. William waited until the man had reached them.
"Sir Hughes, I know you've already met Miss Taylor, but I don't believe Miss Hamilton, also from America, has been introduced to you. Sir Jack Hughes von Monho."
They curtsied. He acknowledged them both, but had eyes only for Caitlin. Reese, tall as she was, had never felt so invisible.
"I believe I have the next dance, Miss Taylor."
Sir Hughes extended his arm. "I believe you're right." Caitlin accepted his arm, and they left.
"Shall we, then?"
William asked. "Sure, but be warned, I'm kind of awful at this," Reese said.
"Have no fear."
He led her onto the dance floor and smoothly pulled her into position, his right arm high on her back. He moved them into the dance before she had time to worry about it.
"How are you adjusting, Miss Hamilton?"
he asked. "Well, that tonic has made me feel less stressed about being here," she said a little ruefully. "It hasn't kept me from realizing how dangerous this time can be, especially for Jem and Cyrus."
"How so?"
She explained about the dueling discussion.
"I think your fear is unnecessary, Miss Hamilton."
William smiled.
"Duels are not so common as you have been led to believe, and should Misters Taylor or Manning have the misfortune to be challenged, rest assured, my aunt would have the power to soothe any such situation."
"I suppose you're right." Reese remembered the demonstrations of magic she'd seen. She felt calm for the first time since they had arrived. "Are you using magic on me right now?"
"Not I," William said. "Nellie is my adopted aunt."
He didn't explain further, but started asking her questions. Reese didn't realize until later how well he had done at keeping the right balance with his personal questions that weren't too personal. He was also an excellent dancer. She hadn't stumbled once. They ended the dance near Nellie, Ellen, and March.
"Lord March," William said, "I wonder if you have a moment." "Any time, Milton," the Lord said. "Thank you, Miss Hamilton. It was a pleasure to dance with you."
William bowed first to Reese, and then to Ellen and Nellie.
"Ladies, if you would excuse us."
He turned with March, and they strolled away. "Your nephew has the most agreeable manners, Aunt Nellie," Ellen said.
"Why, thank you, my dear. I agree."
Nellie frowned.
"Oh, it appears I am needed."
She hurried over to some late arrivals. "Will you come with me to the ladies' withdrawing room?" Ellen's expression was pleasant, but her body language was not. "Sure." Reese wanted to talk with her anyway. Ellen slid her arm through Reese's, and they left the ballroom. A couple of women were just leaving the room, and Reese was relieved to find they had it to themselves. With a great sigh, Ellen sank to a small sofa, leaned forward, and put her face in her hands. "Are you all right?" Reese sat beside her. "I cannot abide that man." "Then why did you dance with him?" Reese asked. "Twice." Ellen straightened. "A lady with proper manners does not refuse a gentleman's offer to dance, in spite of what Lizzie did in a book. You must remember that while she generally had very pretty manners, she was not considered up to snuff." "Okay, fine," Reese said. "I accept that this isn't like a book." No, it was a freaking fantasy. But Ellen needed Reese's help. She held the girl's gaze. "Tell me why you don't like that guy." "He makes me feel—" Ellen gave a little shudder. "He makes you feel dirty," Reese said softly. "Dirty, yes." Ellen's expression turned haunted. "That describes it well.
If I could bathe now, I would feel much better."
"I've known guys like that before," Reese said. "Slimy. One in particular had been the reason she'd taken up martial arts in college. You shouldn't dance with that guy again."
"I have no choice. He often works with my brother on projects in the House of Lords. Lord March has said he wishes to court me, but my brother said he will not consider it until I come of age."
"Have you had a season?" Reese asked.
"No."
Ellen opened her dance card.
"My aunt was going to sponsor me this year, but her husband became ill. They have sought treatment in Bath."
"Your brother's not going to try to marry you off without a season, is he? He has to give you a choice of who you marry." Reese rubbed her temple. "I can't believe I just said that."
"I do not understand."
Reese let out a breath. "Where I come from, women have rights. We have the vote and own businesses and property. Women run large corporations. We have a say in whether or not we marry, and if we do, we marry for love."
"A love match?"
Ellen gave a bitter laugh.
"My brother had a love match, and it nearly destroyed him."
"Did they come to hate each other?" Reese asked, curious.
"She died,"
Ellen whispered.
"giving birth to their little son. He also died."
"I'm sorry." For the first time, Reese felt a little compassion for this older brother who seemed to dominate Ellen's life. He might not be the caring brother that Darcy had been to Georgiana, but maybe he came across as hard because he was still grieving. It couldn't have been less than a year, or Ellen would still be in mourning and not attending a ball. How long ago did it happen?
11 years ago.
Reese blinked. Such a long time ago. I'm surprised he hasn't remarried. Does he have other children? Since he's an earl, doesn't he need an heir?
He has no other children. He and Cecily were married barely a year. He went a little wild after he lost them. I was still young myself, but my aunt said she was worried about him because of the risks he would take.
Like doing dangerous sports? Reese found herself intrigued about this man.
No, he was already a Corinthian, but he began to do inappropriate things.
Ellen looked down at her dance card again.
He also got into the petticoat line, though I am not supposed to know about that.
I'll bet you're not supposed to know he has mistresses. Reese gave an unladylike snort.
You must think me a gabster, Ellen said with wide eyes. I cannot think what caused me to run on like that. Every feeling must be offended.
Offended? Me? No. Reese chuckled as she stood. But don't worry about me passing it on. It's not my secret to share. I just hate that they treat you like a mushroom.
A mushroom?
Ellen frowned, confused. They feed you garbage and keep you in the dark.
What an odd expression.
It was a favorite one of my grandfather's, so I guess it may sound a bit off, Reese said. But it's true. They keep women uninformed. How do they expect a woman to make an educated decision by keeping them ignorant? Reese went for sarcasm. Oh, that's right. They don't let women make decisions. The men make them for you and leave you to live with the consequences.
I like you, Miss Hamilton.
Ellen stood.
I find you so refreshing.
Call me Reese, but thank you. I know some people don't like my frankness. Here, let me retie your bow. She had the girl turn around. Don't mention our conversation to Jem.
Jem?
Mr. Taylor. His name is Jameson. Reese turned her around again and checked the ribbon was straight in front. He doesn't like it, so he went with the nickname. It was kind of a passive-aggressive way to tell his parents they gave him a bad name.
You use words I do not understand,
Ellen said. Sorry about that, Reese said. I turn into, what was it you called it? A gabster. If I had been Jem, I'd have just told them not to call me Jameson.
And would they have listened to you?
My height can be intimidating. Reese spun around. Is my dress straight?
You look lovely.
Ellen opened her card again.
I must return for the next set.
My card's empty, Reese said.
I'll watch. Oh, no, you must dance too.
I told you I'm a terrible dancer.
You danced well with Mr. Milton.
That was all William. He's smooth. Reese put her arm through Ellen's. Come on, we don't want you to be late for your partner. And you can enjoy yourself, knowing that you don't have to dance with Sir Slimy again tonight.
Sir Slimy?
Ellen giggled.
Do you refer to Lord March?
You know I do. Reese felt happy now with a purpose. Somehow she was going to find a way to help Ellen. That creepy guy was not going to get this sweet kid.
I wish I could be like you,
Ellen said wistfully. Knowledge is power, my friend, and I'm going to see how much I can share with you. Reese grinned. If you could do anything you wanted with your life, what would you do?
I have been my brother's hostess at our home here for the last 3 years,
Ellen said.
Once I come out, I hope you will trust me to do the same for him in London. He hosts many political parties.
Reese pinched her lips for a second, reminding herself of Nellie's comments about Slimy's designs on Ellen. Women in this time had no status until they married, and then they were essentially property. Reese pushed down her anger. She had to accept that she couldn't change the entire society. Are there any local single men you're interested in? She asked.
No one here would dare call on me.
Ellen's expression darkened.
I am afraid Lord March has scared them away, as he has made clear his intent to offer for me.
Listen. Reese stopped and made the girl face her. If you don't want to marry him, don't let them bully you into agreeing.
I may have no choice. If my brother marries again, his wife will be his hostess.
Ellen's eyes moistened.
When he marries, I will lose my place, and I do not know if I could abide living as the spinster sister, serving as companion to his wife.
Wait, what? Reese's head was starting to hurt again. You never mentioned your brother marrying again soon.
My aunt is pressing him to do so,
Ellen said.
As you said, he needs an heir.
Okay, so it's not like he has someone lined up already. Good, you have time. Reese turned them toward the ballroom again. If you'd like to host your brother's parties in London, I'm guessing you're interested in politics. You wouldn't mind being a political wife?
I believe I would enjoy it.
All right, then, Reese said. I'm guessing your brother will have a good dowry for you.
Yes, and I also inherited a small estate in Kent from my mother.
Then you don't have to marry unless you want to, Reese said with relief. You can run your own estate and support yourself. Only marry if you find someone you'd like to spend the rest of your life with.
I will never have control of my estate,
Ellen said.
Trustees hold it until I marry, and then my husband will own it.
Reese almost screamed her frustration. What was wrong with these men that they were so afraid of women having any power at all, any control over their own destinies? She took some long, slow breaths to calm herself before they reached the throng of guests. When they entered the ballroom, a nice-looking young man spied them and hurried over.
Lady Hildebrand,
he said with a bow. She curtsied and put her hand on his forearm. Reese watched as they danced. Whatever else happened, she would do her best to help that girl find the kind of marriage she wanted with someone she wanted to be married to, whether it was a love match or an amicable business contract.
Miss Hamilton, is it?
A lazy voice said from behind her. The hair on Reese's neck stood on end. She clutched her fan and slowly turned to find Sir Slimy studying her. He definitely didn't get the concept of personal body space. His gaze paused on her chest, and the corners of his mouth edged up. She snapped the fan open with such a sharp movement that he stepped back to avoid it, and she lifted it as a barrier between them to cut off his view. Reese had never experienced such a powerful dislike of a person, and she had interacted with plenty of scumbags when she'd worked at the clinic. She wanted to put him down, but she wasn't a complete moron. It could be dangerous to take on a titled jerk without having a reason, besides that of staring at her chest. Fortunately, he'd given her one. "I don't believe we've been introduced." Reese turned and walked away. She was done with this ball, but she had plans to make for the rest of this little side trip in history. Chapter 5. Jem studied his reflection in the mirror. His valet straightened the jacket's collar. It had taken a while to get used to the tight breeches that were the fashion, but he found the buckskins had some give and were easier to move around in. The whole 1850 cosplay thing had turned out to be more fun than he'd expected. He shifted a foot to admire his knee-high boots that had been polished to show his reflection. It was a shame they were bound to get scuffed while riding. "Is anything amiss, sir?" Geoffrey asked. "Not at all." Jem ran his hands down the dark blue superfine broadcloth of his tailored jacket. "I wish you'd been over my troops' costumes the last 2 years. Something flashed across the man's expression before he asked, "I beg pardon, sir." "I'm just saying you do a fine job." Geoffrey paused again. "Might I ask you a question, sir, if it is not too forward?" "Go ahead." Jem's first thought was that he had done something wrong, but Nellie had said all her servants knew about the time traveling. They must be used to people not doing things appropriate for the period. "Were you a bard in your time, sir?" "I'm no poet, if that's what you mean," Jem chuckled. "I worked with a group of traveling storytellers." "You're an actor," Geoffrey said, his tone curious. "Well, yes and no." Jem rubbed his chin, wondering how to explain modern play production. "I studied acting in college, but I spent the last 2 years as the head stage manager. The simplest way to explain it is I'm an organizer. I make sure the director has everything she needs to make the play happen." "A female was over your troupe?" The manservant arched a brow. "Yes, a female. England is ruled by a woman, and Nellie runs this place. I'm surprised you'd even have to ask me that. Now, I need to see if a certain young lady is ready to go riding." Jem gave his appearance one more glance. He wanted to look his best today, since Caitlin and Cyrus had said they wouldn't go riding, and Jem would have Reese to himself. "Will you return for luncheon, sir?" Geoffrey wore his placid servant demeanor again. "Neither of us have done much riding recently, so we'll be back long before lunch." Jem's family bred horses, and he remembered too well that it took time to adjust one's body to riding. "Very good, sir. I will have a change of clothing ready for you then." Geoffrey bowed. The rich people of this time sure changed their clothes a lot. Jem wondered what the guy would think if he knew how often Jem had worn the same pair of jeans 2 days in a row. The valet would probably be scandalized. Jem bounded down the stairs and followed the savory smell of breakfast. He checked the dining room for Reese. The emptiness that greeted him dampened his mood. What if she had decided to sleep in rather than go riding with him? He needed time with her. He went to the sideboard and lifted some of the silver covers to expose the food underneath. Bacon, eggs, sausage, beans, fried tomatoes, fried mushrooms, black pudding, and toast. He didn't think he'd ever be a fan of pork and beans for breakfast. Jem picked up a plate and had just begun dishing up some food when the sound of rustling skirts and grumbling came from the hallway. Yes! He put down the plate and turned to find Reese standing in the doorway, holding the ridiculously long train of her riding habit. She looked stunning in that color, the dark blue matching her eyes. "It's a conspiracy," she said, her voice grim. "They're trying to kill me." Jem bit back a laugh at her expression, though he did sympathize with her situation. His life wasn't in danger with tight breeches or choking cravats. The heavy folds of that dress looked deadly. Her comment at the Regency ball came to mind. She had always ridden well back home, but what if she fell and the habit got caught? He fought back a stab of fear for her, but he said nothing. Until they found their old footing again, she was bound to take offense at anything he said about it. "I will assist you today, my lady," he said with a bow. "Don't get me in trouble by calling me a lady." Reese glanced over her shoulder. "Their snooty aristocracy might hang me if they think I'm impersonating one of them." "Is that like impersonating an officer? What's the penalty for that?" He winked. "I'm sure Nellie will protect us." She grinned and tossed her train over her shoulder, flashing the black boots she wore. "Hey, look!" Jem pointed at her habit and his jacket. "The blues in our outfits match." He liked the idea that Nellie's servants had color-coordinated them. Did they see Reese and him as a couple? No surprise there, considering the warehouse of clothes Nellie has here. Reese walked to the sideboard. "I'll bet she buys her fabric in bulk." She lifted the covers and grimaced. "I wish they had more fresh fruit around here." "We have to accept that fruit is really only in season when it's in its season," Jem said. "I never realized how spoiled we were." After dishing up some eggs and taking a small scone, she took a seat at the table. Jem dug into his food, and they ate in silence for a few minutes. "How far should we ride today?" he finally asked. "Won't that depend on how long the groom can be spared? They won't let us ride alone." Reese rolled her eyes. Jem hadn't considered that. He'd hoped to have this time alone with her. What kind of entourage would they have? In an attempt to hide his disappointment, he said, "Considering the size of this estate, that might be better. I don't want to get lost." Reese pushed back her plate and wiped her mouth. "Are you ready?" he asked. "This won't be quite like the rides we used to take back home." "Yeah, we didn't have to wear top hats," she said. "I have a ribbon to keep mine on, but how about you?" "Nellie's staff fitted it to me," he said. "And I must say your own hat is quite fetching." "Nice." Reese gave an appreciative chuckle. "You sounded just like Richard Armitage." Jem accepted the compliment with a nod and pointed at the door. She rose, draped the train over her left arm this time, and preceded him from the room. "You do that like a pro," he said. "Self-preservation," Reese said. "But I've told Nellie I must have split skirts. She's got her people working on it." "Should we see if her people can cut off the train?" he asked. "That would make the skirt more manageable." "No, I'm going to ride astride. I think there's enough fabric in the train to cover my offending ankles." She made a face. "Like they won't be covered by my boots anyway. Can you imagine how these people would freak out if they went to one of our beaches?" Jem laughed. Chapter 6. "I haven't been riding all winter," Reese said as they stepped outside of the house. "It's been more than a year for me." Jem offered her his arm. "I have the stables notified to set up a mounting block for you. I figured it might be easier the first time in those skirts." "Thank you." Reese took his elbow, grateful for his thoughtfulness. She had spent so much time worrying about riding side saddle or battling Nellie's people over the right to ride astride that she hadn't even considered how to get on the horse in the first place. "Either the groom or I could give you a leg up, I guess." Jem shot her a sidelong glance, the corner of his mouth quirking up. No thanks, she laughed. The last time you did that, I was 13, and you hefted me clear over the horse.
I know you thought I did it on purpose, but I was so embarrassed.
Jem chuckled.
Caitlin still ribs me about it sometimes.
I had a bruise on my bum for 2 weeks and couldn't wear my swimsuit. Reese shook her head. I was so mad at you for the rest of that summer.
Like I could forget that. I thought you'd never forgive me.
Well, you finally got off my yucky list. His bicep under her hand stiffened a little.
Did I?
He asked softly, a wistful note to his voice. The air around them seemed to resonate with energy that set Reese's heart pounding. Her whole body tingled with it. Was it their chemistry? Or had they walked through some kind of fairy thingy? She glanced over her shoulder but didn't see anything.
What is it?
Jem stopped, and they turned around. Just now, She let the words die on her lips. What if he hadn't felt it? Was magic like that? Only touching one person, even when they were right next to each other?
Reese, what is it?
He seemed genuinely concerned. I don't know. She pulled him toward the stables again. I think one of Nellie's fairies may be messing with me.
You're really not going to tell me?
I don't know what it was. Reese felt stupid now for even mentioning it. Let it alone. Jem shrugged, but didn't argue. She was glad he let it go. All the years they'd spent growing up together, he'd been the big brother she hadn't had. Her mother had worked long hours to support the two of them. Reese's life would have been a lonely one if Caitlin and her family hadn't been so welcoming. It wasn't until Jem's last year of college that Reese had begun to feel awkward around him when she realized what she felt for him was anything but brotherly.
What do you think?
He asked, pulling her from her thoughts. Her face went warm. For a second, she wondered if her thoughts had given her away. Then she noticed the saddled horses up ahead, their grooms beside them waiting. The painted blue wooden steps by the beautiful Palomino had to be for her. She's gorgeous, Reese gushed. Did you choose her for me?
Did I remember that you always favored my father's Palominos?
Jem gave a self-satisfied smirk that twisted her heart.
Of course.
What's her name? Reese asked.
Honey,
the groom said. Appropriate. Your Gray's a beauty, too, she said. He makes me think of some of the Regency books I've read where characters weren't happy unless they had 4 grays. Funny, I never thought about those books in regards to your dad's horses. She stopped short, staring at the side saddle. You're trying to kill me, too. I said I was going to ride astride.
No, I'm not. To be honest, I didn't think about it when I sent word that we'd be riding this morning, he said. Let me see if I can get them to change the saddle for you.
Wait just a sec. Reese took a deep breath. Some modern women still took on the challenge of riding side saddle. Maybe I'll give it a try.
You sure?
Yeah. She fingered the extra fabric in the train of her gown hanging over her arm. The mounting block might be interesting to maneuver.
Jem chuckled. Say the word, and I'll give you a hand up.
No. Reese dropped the skirt and stepped back. You're a lot stronger now than you were at 15.
I'm glad you noticed. Let's try the mounting block then.
He held out his hand. Riding a horse shouldn't be so complicated. She took his hand and let him guide her up the narrow steps. You guys turn around, Reese said to the grooms when she reached the top step. She pinned Jem with a hard stare. Don't let me look like an idiot, please.
Why? What are you planning to do?
He arched a brow and tilted his head suspiciously. Something creative, if the horse won't move. She turned her back to the saddle and bent to sit on it. The horse shied away, leaving empty air behind her. She knew she was going to fall. A surge of adrenaline flooded her, and her senses shifted into slow motion.
Hold the mare in place.
Jem lunged forward and grabbed a wad of her skirt, He pulled her toward him. One moment Reese was falling back, and then she was moving forward again. Her feet tangled in her skirts, and she flew toward him. "Jem!" she squealed, throwing out her arms to brace herself for a hard hit. But she didn't hit him. That funny, tingling feeling she had come to associate with fairy magic washed over her, and she really was falling in slow-mo. Jem caught her with ease and pulled her into his arms. They clutched each other, stunned, their hearts beating a rapid staccato where their chests met. "Oh, Miss Clarice!" a woman cried from behind them. They broke apart and turned to find Lady Ellen at a distance, hurrying toward them, her maid and groom a few paces behind.
"What just happened?"
Jem whispered. "I don't—" Reese glanced over at the head groom, an older man who wouldn't meet her gaze. "I think it was another fairy thing." "Are you injured?" Ellen asked, breathless from her near run. She scanned Reese's body as though looking for blood. "No, I'm— Jem, Mr. Taylor, saved me." She shot the groom a quick glance and mouthed, "Thank you." The corner of his mouth quirked up, and he put a finger to his cap. "Oh, Mr. Taylor," Ellen clutched her hands to her chest. "Your rescue was magnificent."
"Why, thank you, my lady." He bowed. "How are you? I thought you were returning home this morning."
"The weather is lovely," she said. "I couldn't bear to be cooped inside the carriage. I thought to ride home instead." She looked amazing in a dark turquoise blue habit. Her matching hat had a big white feather coming off it. On a different woman, the outfit might have looked ridiculous, but Ellen had a way of holding herself that— Reese searched her mind for the right word and could only come up with classy. The idea of this girl being the hostess at a political party where she graciously talked with the power brokers seemed to fit for the first time. "I didn't realize you lived so close," Reese said. "Yes," Ellen said. "My brother's lands border Aunt Nellie's, and there is good road between. I often ride over to visit when the weather permits."
"Would you like us to accompany you part of the way?"
Jem asked. "I would enjoy that." The girl's cheeks had gone pink, her face lighting up with pleasure. "We will become better acquainted."
"Maybe you could show my cousin how to mount in a dress,"
he said. "Hey, I know how to mount just fine," Reese said, indignant.
"Not in a habit, you don't. Please don't try it like that again. You scared 10 years off my life."
Jem's sincere expression took the sting out of the insult. "It is not difficult once one knows the way of it." Ellen turned to the head groom, who Reese thought had been the one to work the magic. "Walter, is my horse prepared?"
"Billy is bringing her now, my lady."
A boy of about 12 years led a lovely bay-colored mare toward them.
"What a beauty,"
Jem said. "She is quite docile." Ellen gave a fond smile. "My brother is very protective of me." Reese blinked, not sure what to think of this brother. He lets her slimy hang around, but then refused to let the guy pay his addresses until Ellen was of age. Interesting way to be protective. "Are you okay with that?" Reese asked. "I do not understand," Ellen said. "People who are protective tend to be bossy and controlling," Reese said.
"And that wouldn't resemble anyone here, would it?"
Jem winked at her. Reese glared at him, but looked at Ellen with arched brows. "You judge my brother too harshly. I own he can be both bossy and controlling, but he has responsibility for me and feels it keenly." She pointed her gloved hand at the horses. "I will demonstrate how to mount a side saddle." Ellen approached her bay, where Walter waited for her. He bent, his hands cupped. She put a dainty foot in them, somehow managing not to flash, and he lifted her. With a smooth motion, she seated herself on the saddle while swinging her right leg over the top pommel and nestling her left leg against the bottom one. She had smoothed out her skirt to cover her boots almost before Reese had seen anything. "If there were an Olympic medal for that," Reese said softly to Jem, "she'd have just taken the gold." "Think you can do it?" he asked. Reese heaved out a breath. "If you promise not to toss me over the horse." "I promise." He grinned. "Okay, Lady Ellen," Reese said, approaching her Palomino honey again. "Watch me embarrass myself." She grabbed her skirt and raised it to step into Jem's cupped hands. Tall as she was, he lifted her easily into the saddle. With her bum now firmly in place, she tried to move her right leg. She'd managed to get the skirt stuck underneath her, but after some awkward shifting around, she'd freed enough of the fabric to get her leg over the top pommel. Ellen moved her horse close beside the Palomino.
"Press your left limb against the leaping head," she whispered, glancing at the men.
At Reese's confused expression, Ellen added,
"The lower pommel. Using both, I am able to hunt with my brother, who is an excellent whip."
Reese did as instructed, and could feel the pull in her muscles. "Well, you sure don't need a thigh master if you ride side saddle." Ellen frowned, confused. Then, as if what Reese had said finally sunk in, Ellen's eyes widened and her cheeks went the brightest red yet. "Sorry," Reese gave herself a mental kick. "I forget how sensitive you people are about using the real names for body parts." "Do you feel steady up there?" Jem asked. Reese walked the horse around the little stable area. She couldn't help grinning. "I feel steadier than I would have expected to. Let's go." Jem mounted his gray. He nodded toward Lady Ellen. "We don't know which way to go." She set her bay in motion, and Jem followed her. Reese held back a little, watching as the young woman talked animatedly to him. The girl definitely had a thing for him. Reese went over logical reasons why it should bother her. For one, she really liked Ellen and didn't want her to get hurt. Jem didn't really have a fortune, and he wouldn't qualify as an appropriate suitor. They wouldn't be in 1850 all that long, so it wasn't like Jem could be Ellen's happily ever after. Reese pushed away the sadness that Jem couldn't be her happily ever after either.
"This is where I must leave you,"
Ellen finally said. Reese urged her horse faster until she came abreast of them. "Maybe we can go riding again."
"I would like that."
Ellen darted a glance at Jem, but spoke to Reese.
"I would love for you to visit me for a few days. My brother is not due back from London for a fortnight."
"That would be fun," Reese said.
"I will send you an invitation."
Ellen stared at her gloved hands.
"Perhaps your cousin would like to come for a visit as well."
She looked up.
"Once my brother returns, you might enjoy shooting with him."
"I'm not much into shooting," Jem said. "But I would be happy to meet your brother and see your home."
"Very good, then."
Lady Ellen nodded to her servants, and the three of them rode away. "What do you think of her?" Reese asked when they were out of earshot. "She's a cute kid," Jem said. "Why?" "Did you see that first guy she danced with at the ball?" "I'm not likely to forget him." "Well, I don't like the looks of him," Reese said. "I've dubbed him Sir Slimy." "Reese." Jem choked back a laugh, but then tried to put on the big brother scolding voice he'd used when they were kids. "Don't go calling him that in front of other people. You don't want to cause problems for Nellie." "I might have already done something that could cause problems," she said with a grin, remembering how satisfying it had been. "What did you do?" "I cut him at the ball." "Did you really?" Jem asked. "How?" "He had the nerve to introduce himself to me, all the time staring at my chest." It still irritated her. "I don't remember hearing that you had hit anybody." "Only because he has good reflexes," she said with a smirk. "What did you do?" Reese explained about the fan.
He's such a perv.
But that's not a cut.
I did that with the fan to get his attention. She grinned again. Then I told him we hadn't been introduced and walked away.
I'm glad you did it then, Jem said. He cut me earlier, and I just had to take it.
Did he? Reese asked, her voice low. What did he do?
Completely ignored me when Ellen introduced us, except for one of those looks. If I ever get to play a villain, I'll know exactly the expression to use.
Now I wish I had smacked him with the fan.
It wouldn't have been fair, Jem said. Men aren't supposed to hit ladies.
In public, Reese said. You ready to go back? My bum is getting tired. They turned the horses around and headed back. She was feeling more confident in the side saddle. If her muscles hadn't already been screaming, she'd have been tempted to see how she did at a gallop. Jem was always good for a race. When they got back to the house, she had a ravenous appetite. Since Caitlin and the others had gone out, Reese and Jem ate lunch together after they changed clothes.
Do you want to do something this afternoon?
He set his napkin on his empty plate. Reese yawned, feigning more fatigue than she felt. I think I may do some reading. Had that been disappointment that flashed across his face? If it was gone. She'd probably imagined it.
It's not a bad idea.
He held her chair for her and walked to the top of the stairs where he bowed to her. Playing along, she curtsied before heading toward her room. She stopped and looked back over her shoulder to watch him stride down the hallway. They had already spent more time together in the last couple of days than they had in the past 2 years. It was easier and harder to be around him. Sometimes it was like they were kids again. Now if she could just get her heart to not thump so hard whenever he entered a room. Chapter 7. That day established the routine they followed over the next few days. Caitlin and Cyrus would go off on their own with Aunt Nellie's other guest, Sir Jack Hughes, and sometimes other random people who seemed to drop in at Twickenham. Since Reese found some of Nellie's lady guests insipid and the men chauvinistic, Reese found other things to do at Twickenham, rather than risk causing problems. It seemed off that Jem also chose to stay at home rather than go out with Caitlin and Cyrus. Like his sister, he'd always been social, seeking company in whatever he was doing. Reese was sure that had been the motivation behind the many times he'd invited her to come along for some of his childhood escapades. On the third day, Lulu had arrived before breakfast with the split riding habit. "This is quite imaginative, miss," the maid had said as she buttoned up the back. "I can hardly tell 'tis not a gown." "Hopefully I won't challenge anyone's sensibilities," Reese had said. "In the future, women will wear breeches as commonly as men do." "I have heard that, but I find it hard to believe." "Well, a world war changes a lot of things," Reese had said. The maid's mouth had formed an O, but she'd said nothing, and Reese had left for the stables. When she had mounted Honey again, her bum had been a little sore, but she'd adjusted quickly. The shift in position by riding astride had helped, and by the fourth day, she had barely noticed any discomfort. Jem had commented on how much better he felt every time they rode. Each day, their journeys had taken them farther abroad. On Thursday, they came across Lady Ellen, who was also out for a ride. "I am so happy to see you both again," her ladyship said, her bright smile lighting up her face. "The days have been so flat since Aunt Nellie's ball." "Sir Slimy hasn't been hanging around, has he?" Reese asked. "That name, Miss Clarice!" Ellen giggled. "But no, he has returned to London, and even were he still here, he could not visit when my brother is away."
"Well, that's good,"
Jem said. "Would you like to ride with us?" Reese asked. "I would love to."
Ellen joined them, and her groom took a place beside Walter.
"What do you do with your time?" Reese asked. "I love the gardens. With the help of the head gardener, we have them looking quite lovely now," she said. "When my brother returns, he is likely to bring guests with him. The gardens provide them a pleasant place to stroll when they tire of being indoors."
Jem went on to ask the girl questions about her favorite flowers, and she chatted happily. Reese wondered who else lived at Kelworth besides Ellen and her servants. The path they had been following joined a road. "Where does this lead, Walter?" Reese asked.
"To Aunt Nellie's village," he said.
"She has a village?" Jem asked.
"It's where her tenants live," Ellen said. "My brother has several, though I have never been to one."
"Them there are courtiers,"
Walter said. "Courtiers?" Reese thought the word sounded vaguely familiar.
"Some is call themselves cottagers,"
Walter said.
"They farm Aunt Nellie's lands." "They don't live on separate farms?" Jem asked. "Them are her tenants who farm larger sections of land," Walter said. "These people work small patches of land, and some are the families of staff."
Ellen had signaled her groom to come to her. While her ladyship was busy talking to her servant, Reese drew her horse closer to Walter. "Your people live here?" Reese asked softly.
"A few."
The older man gave a little smile. Reese found it interesting that some of the ferry staff lived in the same village as regular people. Did that ever lead to romances between the two races?
"Can we talk with them?"
she whispered. A village like this was where the real living was going on, with these people who worked the land for the benefit of the property owners. And here was a chance to talk with real people, and not all those spoiled rich brats at Nellie's. The groom considered her, stroking his chin in thought.
"Aunt Nellie has instructed me to keep watch on you, Miss Clarice,"
he said, his voice low, almost apologetic.
"She said when something tests your sense of injustice, you tend to forget yourself."
"I promise to be good." Reese put her hands together as though in prayer. Jem gave a low snort. "That's like trying to catch the wind in your fingers."
"Oh, stop it."
Reese dropped her hands, scowling at them both. "I'm getting better, and I only go a little crazy when I'm around the entitled nobility."
"Please understand, I have the power to make you behave."
Walter leaned in, his expression serious. He looked like much more than a head groom. "Are you threatening me?" A chill went down Reese's back.
"Merely speaking plain, miss."
He reminded her of Caitlin's father at his sternest, that day when he had gone after the two girls for not caring for their horses first thing after a ride.
"We have a responsibility that requires us to reside here. It is important to protect Aunt Nellie's reputation. Have no fear that I would harm you. You would simply forget what you wish to say."
"Like Obliviate from Harry Potter?" Reese muttered to Jem.
"Miss Clarice will mind what she says,"
he assured the man.
"As you say, sir."
Walter nodded, but his expression made it clear he would be watching. "We're going ahead to visit the village, Lady Ellen," Reese said. "Do you want to come with us?" The girl shot Jem a quick glance before saying,
"I would love to."
They urged their horses forward, and in a few minutes they entered a small village with its double row of neat little cottages with their charming thatched roofs. Reese wondered where they did their shopping. There hadn't been an opportunity to visit any of the surrounding towns yet, so she had no idea how long it took people to travel there. Curious women came out of the cottages, and a small group of children who had been playing outside gathered in the middle of the lane, almost like a welcoming committee. They practically danced with excitement at having visitors. Like a masterful senior servant, comfortable in his position and in the work, Walter nodded at some of them and said,
"Lady Ellen Hildebrand of Kelworth. The two accompanying her ladyship are guests of Aunt Nellie's from America, Mr. Jameson Taylor, and his cousin, Miss Clarice Hamilton."
Everyone either bowed or curtsied, including the children, which Reese found adorable. She smiled and waved at them, making eye contact with as many as would meet hers. "I want to meet them all." She swung her right leg over the saddle and slid off. Some of the women gasped at the split riding habit. When Reese shook out her skirts so it looked like a dress, they stared, fascinated. Reese patted her palomino, whispered to her, and let Walter take the reins. Jem and Ellen had dismounted and joined her. "Tell us your names," Reese said to the children. When they all cried them out at once, she laughed.
"Why, they are charming,"
Ellen whispered, like she was surprised.
"One at a time,"
Jem said.
"Start with you."
He pointed to the tallest boy, who looked about 10.
"Billy,"
he said.
"can you tell us about America?"
"We live in a big city," Reese said. "But we can answer your questions once everyone has given us their names." After they had finished, the children started calling out questions again. Jem pointed to a shady area with a small grouping of tree stumps set around a fire pit. It must be their social gathering place.
"Let's sit over there,"
he said. Reese and Ellen started to follow them, but a light touch on Reese's sleeve made her pause.
"Miss?"
The middle-aged woman gave a timid curtsy, glancing nervously at her ladyship. Sensing intimidation at the cottager about being close to the earl's sister, Reese waved for Ellen to go with Jem. When the girl did, Reese turned and extended her hand to the village woman. "How do you do?" Reese said. "What's your name?"
"I'm Mary Smith, miss."
She looked uncertain, so Reese clasped her hand in a firm grip and shook it. The woman curtsied again.
"Might I ask about your unusual dress?"
"Sure, though I'm not the one who made it." Reese held up her hands and turned both ways. "Aunt Nellie's dressmaker did."
"She does beautiful work."
Mary examined the dress.
"I hear them frog ladies sometimes wear habits like yours. 'Tis very clever."
Reese opened her mouth to ask what a frog lady was, and then she remembered the English called the French that. "Are you a seamstress?" Reese asked.
I am."
"Have you ever made dresses for Lady Ellen?"
"The earl ain't likely to have someone as lowly as me make his sister's fine gowns,"
Mary said, matter-of-factly. Reese could believe that. "Did you do the needlework on your dress?" She pointed to the intricate embroidery. "It's beautiful."
"I did, miss."
The woman's cheeks flushed, and her expression lightened.
"My mother used to work in a great house before she married. She taught me."
"Do you have children?"
"2 of them are mine."
Mary nodded toward the group of children surrounding Jem. He stood at their center, his eyes wide to exaggerate whatever he was telling them, his arms waving. Ellen sat on a log stump, laughing along with the children, but her expression was even more adoring. He'd always had that effect on people, kids and adults. They just liked Jem. And why not? He was a great guy with an almost uncanny ability to sense when someone he was with was distressed. It had made Reese jealous sometimes. She loved to help people too, but he always connected with them on a deep and personal level that eluded Reese. Maybe it was her more forthright manner. Back in high school, when his family had volunteered at the local hospital on Christmas Eve and invited her to come with them, it had been Jem who had put the children at ease and gotten them to talk. Reese had tried, but the kids had been drawn to him. Volunteering every summer at the local library might have helped. He had read to the kids and helped with the puppet program. He now sat on one of the logs, careless of his fancy clothes. 2 of the smaller children perched on his lap, and all of them were laughing. Reese's heart gave a little twist. Seeing him like this again showed her too plainly that she was still in love with him. She reminded herself what she had come to understand about him a few years ago. It had been during his senior year at college, and he'd had the lead role in a play. She, Caitlin, and Cyrus had gone to see it, and they'd waited outside for him afterward. Reese had overheard one of the cast members talking about Jem and saying he was always on. It was then she'd realized how much that reminded her of the way her loser father had acted. Jem had hung out with any group he wanted to in high school because he could act the part they expected. He made himself fit in with them. Had she ever seen just Jem? When she had made that observation to her cynical mother, she had said with a bitter tone, "Will the real Jem Taylor please stand up?" "Begging your pardon, miss, I hope you don't mind me saying," Mary said, pulling Reese from her memories about Jem. "But I believe your cousin will make a good father some day." "I don't mind at all. He could be a good father. Unless he decided his career was more important than his family." Reese pulled her attention away from him and glanced again at the beautiful embroidery work on the woman's collar. "Do you take on work, Mary? I'd like to commission you to do some embroidery work for me. Nothing big, maybe a handkerchief." "Me, miss?" "Yes, you do lovely work." Reese scanned the trim little village. "Since my cousin has decided to entertain the children, would you mind giving me a tour?" "I beg pardon, miss." Mary knit her brows. "I'm sorry." Reese patted her arm. "We Americans say things differently than you're used to. I wonder if you might show me around and explain what your day is like." "Oh, aye, miss." Mary curtsied. "'Twould be an honour." They strolled down the street while the seamstress gave an animated and detailed explanation of each cottage and its occupants. Reese appreciated some of the rather astute observations the woman made about the people. In a different time, Mary would have made a fine mayor or village elder. A part of Reese's mind still tuned into what Jem was doing with the children. Every time he made them laugh, she smiled. Walter stayed a few paces behind Reese, close enough to hear, and perhaps shut her down if she said the wrong thing. Evidently, Jem could be trusted on his own, but she could not. "Do you have many servants, miss?" Mary asked when they reached the last of the homes. "We're fortunate to have good help." Reese felt like a liar, but she had no idea how to explain that machines did most of the work. "Cousin," Jem called, "are you ready to return to Aunt Nellie's?" "Yes," Reese called, and then said to Mary, "Thank you for taking time from your busy schedule to show me around. Are you willing to do the needlework for me? How much do you charge?" "Oh, miss, I would be happy to do it for you, no cost." "I won't ask you to take time away from your family without compensating you." Reese shot Walter a look, hoping he would step in. He did. "Just the same fee as for your fancy work, Mary," he said. "Do you need anything from me in advance?" Reese asked. "Oh, no, miss," she curtsied. "Thank you." Jem, with Ellen on his arm, joined them. He held out his other arm to Reese. She took it, trying not to think too much about how happy Ellen looked to be there. Reese waved to the children, who followed them to the horses. "I never got a chance to talk to the kids," she said, once they were riding away again. "I'm sure you will," Jem said. "We can come back another time." Jem woke with a start. The house had been completely silent. He listened again, wondering what might have woken him. The valet slept in a small room adjoining Jem's, but the only sound was the man's slow breathing. Then a creak sounded in the hallway outside his door, followed by light footsteps. Jem sat upright in the bed. It was early morning, even for the servants, and who among them would be sneaking around? Curious, Jem quickly dressed and pulled on his boots. He tiptoed to the door and eased it open, listening. It sounded like the footsteps were on the stairs, going slowly in the dark, so he went that way too. When he reached the top of the landing, he saw the front door open and a dark figure slip out. Who was sneaking out at this hour of the morning? The shadow closed the door, and Jem hurried down the stairs as quietly as he could. He paused at the entrance and pulled back a little curtain from the window by the door. The full moon gave a feminine shape to the shadow, so she must be wearing some kind of form-fitting clothing. He hurried over to the door and gently turned the knob. It had been a long time since he had to sneak out of a house. By the time he'd made his clandestine escape, he was afraid he had missed her. Then a shadow moved near an archway that led into the garden. Gotcha. Jem jogged lightly, grateful that his shoes were quiet on the soft grass. The figure ahead no longer seemed concerned about discovery, because she opened the shutters of a lantern to light her way and strode toward a large flat expanse of lawn where Nellie would hold her picnic on Saturday. He knew that stride. Reese had been complaining when they rode that morning that she needed more exercise than she was getting on a horse. It was no surprise that she would head for an open place, probably to do some of her martial arts and kickboxing. Caitlin had once talked him into trying out a kickboxing class together, and he had been impressed with the intensity of the ladies in it. It had been too much for his sister. She had said she would rather do something less physically demanding for her exercise. When Reese began stretching, he debated leaving, but he didn't want to. If he stayed, he'd need to announce himself, or she'd be angry that he'd watched her without her knowing about it. Jem coughed, and she whirled around to face him, taking on a martial arts defensive stance. Sorry. He held up his hands. It's just me, Jem. I didn't mean to startle you, but I wanted to let you know I was here. What are you doing out here? She straightened. Spying on me? No, I'm not spying on you. He put his hands in his pockets and strolled toward her. I heard somebody sneaking out of the house and decided to find out who it was. Well? She crossed her arms. Well, what? Jem stopped, waiting for her answer. He really hoped she wouldn't send him away. I don't like an audience, so if you're going to stay, you'll have to work out too. Okay. Any reason to spend more time with her? Reese pointed to his boots. You better take those off, or you might trip. Jem did as she instructed and went to work on removing his boots. He hadn't had to take them off by himself before, and the excellent fit made it hard. You need some help there? She finally asked, a touch of humor in her voice. I guess I should have brought my valet. Reese burst out laughing. Oh, Jem, they're turning you into one of those helpless, spoiled rich guys. She signaled for him to lift his leg. He took a couple of steps back so he could lean against a tree and lifted a leg. With some effort from both of them, she got it off. They repeated the process with the other boot. The ground was damp, but it wasn't too bad. Let's do this, then. She went into what he guessed were her kickboxing moves. First, she did some punches to the sides. Then she shifted to a squat-like movement that resembled a deep curtsy. No wonder she did them so well. He stared, his mouth open, as she brought her knees up to her chest in a circular motion several times before dropping to her hands and walking them until she was in position to do a full push-up. She did a few of those, and then jumped to her feet again, moving into power lunges. Reese jumped to her feet, her breathing heavy. I'm guessing you've never done kickboxing. Just once. I'll show you. Face me. You'll do the mirror image of my moves. I'll try to explain as I go along. Slower this time, she went through the motions he had just seen her do. Where did you get the workout clothes? He huffed. I had them on under my Regency ball gown. They were like a security blanket. Watching her move, trying to imitate it, Jem understood for the first time just how confining the bulky dresses and petticoats must be for her. I'd like to go through my forms now, she said when they were both breathing heavily. "You don't have to stay." "I'd like to, if you don't mind." She shot him a wary look. "No, seriously," he said. "I've taken a few martial arts classes. Not enough to be dangerous or anything, but I'd be interested in learning more." "I haven't studied it seriously." She moved her shoulders as though loosening them. "I go to the classes for the exercise more than for the advancement of the belts. But I can show you some moves, and I can teach you some self-defense techniques." "Great." She showed him the proper stance, and he took it, already familiar with that much. The kicks and punches were a little different than what they had just done earlier. This round, she took the time to correct his positioning, though she didn't criticize him. "Here, for these self-defense moves, use the heel of your palm instead." She demonstrated by pulling back her fingers and pushing that part of her hand forward. "Make sure your fingers are back so you don't break any of them with a hard punch." "Why not use my fist?" "You can break your hand if you don't hit right." She took his hand in hers and pulled back on his fingers. "The heel palm strike is a great move and carries a lot of power. I can break a board with mine." Jem listened, bemused, as she held his hand and talked. She seemed completely unaffected by their closeness, unlike him. He wanted so badly to kiss her right then, but he sensed that he needed some sign from her that she wanted it before he did. By the time they had finished, the sky was starting to lighten. The sun would rise soon. He was wired and hoped he could get back to sleep. He bent over to pick up his boots, not bothering to put them on again. His valet would freak out when he saw them later. "That was kind of fun." Reese began walking toward the house. "Was this the first time you've come out here?" he asked, following her. "Outside, yes. I've tried doing it in my room, but I'm worried about bothering the people below me, and I don't want to break anything." She swirled around in a circle as she walked, her face lifted to the stars. "I can't live the way these women do, sitting on their bums all day and doing needlepoint and stuff." Reese glanced at him. "I'm beginning to understand now why Lizzie Bennet used to go for 3 or 4 mile walks. I guess she couldn't stand to sit still that long either." "Men definitely have more opportunities to be active in this time than women." She turned quiet as they walked, almost pensive, like something was bothering her. Just when he was about to ask her what it was, she spoke. "Has Nellie given you any hint how she's coming on with that painting?" Reese asked. "I haven't asked her," he said. "Why?" "I was just wondering. If she finished it earlier, maybe we could go home sooner." "But she told us the magic only works on the full moon," Jem said. "What's up?" "The longer we're here, the more likely I'll end up saying something massively offensive to someone," Reese said. "Not everyone's going to be like Ellen." They climbed the outside stairs. Jem reached past her to open the door at the same time she turned to say something to him. She paused, her mouth in an O at their closeness. He inhaled, enjoying how she smelled. The perspiration mixed with the scent that was Reese. Their gazes met. He felt like a moth and she the flame that was drawing him in, just like that night 2 years ago. Heat radiated off her, and he could almost hear the pounding of her heart that matched the pulsing of the vein in her throat, as rapid as his own. Both breathing rapidly, their faces moved closer. The doorknob in his hand turned and swung inside. Still holding it, he stumbled forward. Reese reached out to catch him, but he slammed into his valet. "Oh, my," Geoffrey said. "I beg pardon, Mr. Jem. I wondered what had become of you." The man's attention shifted to Reese, his gaze running from her skin-tight leggings up to her tank top. His eyes bulged. "Night!" She ran to the stairs and took them 2 at a time. Jem let out a deep breath. So close. Chapter 8. Since Reese woke early, but was required to attend at least a portion of each evening's activities, she found she needed to take a nap after lunch. With no modern entertainment options, the evening social events were usually limited to things like cards or charades. She had tried reading one night, figuring that if she was in the room with them, that it counted as being part of the group. Nope. The others had insisted on making comments to her that pulled her from the story. She'd finally just set the book aside. The more time she spent in Jem's company, the more she never wanted to leave. She was finding it easier to ignore the voice in her head, her mother's warnings not to trust him, not to trust what Reese felt. She wanted what seemed to be happening between them, and her walls were crumbling. When she entered the drawing room with the other ladies after dinner, she found the servants were already setting up gaming tables. It looked like another evening of whist. Reese was a terrible card player because she got too impatient. Some of the other guests liked to hear the sound of their voices too much, and it could take forever before they got through a round. "You joining us, Miss Hamilton?" Sir Hughes, Caitlin's friend, asked. Reese really couldn't face another game of cards, but what else could they do? "Want to do something else?" Jem asked, coming up behind her. "Like what?" He shrugged. She searched her mind, but could only think of the board games she'd played at the Taylor's home. There was only... Yes. "How would everyone like to learn something new tonight?" she asked. "Does it involve kissing?" Sir Jack asked, arching his brows in the flirty manner he had. "I don't think that would be appropriate." Reese waggled her finger like a disapproving mother, and he chuckled. "What do you have in mind?" Jem asked softly as he leaned closer. He smelled so good. "States." "Huh." He straightened, his hand brushing against hers. "They won't understand our state names." "We can use animal names instead." Reese waved to a maid who was carrying in a tray of refreshments. "Do you have any newspapers we can use?" "Aye, miss." The girl set the tray on a table, curtsied, and hurried from the room. "What will you have us do?" Sir Jack asked, glancing around the group, his voice teasing. "Read the newspaper?" "No," Reese said. "Let's put the chairs in a circle, one chair less than the number of people." "Are we playing musical chairs?" Cyrus looked dubious. "Nope," Reese explained. He grinned, having been there many nights when they'd played this game with friends. "Oh, I love states," Caitlin said. Reese pointed to the chairs. "Let's pull those a little closer together." She turned to Jem. "Since you know how to play this, will you be it first?" "Sure." His hand brushed against hers again, almost like he meant to take it, but he pulled it away without looking at her and clasped them behind him. He seemed to be doing that a lot. One more time, and she might just take it before he pulled it away. He asked, "How will you ladies manage with those long skirts?" "Mr. Taylor brings up a good point," Reese said. "Ladies, try standing up quickly so we can see how difficult it is. Make sure your feet aren't tangled in your skirts." It worked out better than she had hoped, and the skirts weren't too bad. She then told everyone to choose a different animal and had them go around the circle a few times so everyone could remember. "It's important that you remember all these animal names," Reese said. When the maid arrived with the newspaper, Jem rolled it up and took his position in the middle of the group. "Everyone, Mr. Taylor will be it first," Reese said. "I'm going to pretend that I was just it, and I will begin the round. This is important. Do not sit down without naming an animal first from one of our players. It can't be your animal name or the name of the person who is it. Does everyone understand?" They nodded, and Jem held up the rolled newspaper, anticipating the next part of her explanation. This is where the game gets hilarious. If you sit down, the person in the middle will tap you on the top of your head with the newspaper, and you will be it again." Everyone started talking at once, with some saying it wasn't appropriate for gentlemen to hit females. Reese let them ramble on for a minute, thinking back on all the times she'd been hit by men in her martial arts classes. "Quiet, everyone," she finally said. "Keep the taps gentle, and no one should be offended. When you hear your animal name called, unless you're it, you have to jump to your feet and call out another animal before you get tapped on the head. It calls for fast thinking and quick reflexes. I'll demonstrate." She bent over to sit down and called out Caitlin's animal. She jumped to her feet and cried out Cyrus's animal. He, in turn, jumped up to shout out Reese's, with Jem spinning around trying to catch one of them. Reese wasn't fast enough, and he got her. With a broad grin, he handed her the newspaper, touching her hand during the transfer. He sat down without calling an animal name, and she tapped his head. She handed him back the newspaper, smiling smugly. "Now let's try it for real," she said. Everyone was reserved at first, and she wondered if they would ever get into the game. Caitlin saved it with her contagious laughter. Several people, when their animal names were called out, would panic and jump to their feet, but they couldn't think fast enough and only shouted gibberish. Cyrus and Jem were little better, shouting with laughter instead of their animal names. Seeing them brought back many fond memories. Reese relaxed. Soon the other men were laughing, and eventually even the most reserved of the ladies joined in. "Oh, my goodness," Nellie said, fanning herself when Reese called an end. "A most diverting game, though in some company it would not be considered an appropriate parlor game." She winked at Reese. "But perfect for one of mine. It is time for those refreshments." While some of the guests gathered around the dessert tray, others were already getting out the cards. From the other side of the room, Jem met Reese's gaze. She found herself caught in the blue of his eyes and wishing to brush aside a strand of his sandy-colored hair that had fallen across his forehead. It only broke when Cyrus called to him to help with one of the tables. Hardly able to catch her breath, Reese slipped from the room. Once outside, she leaned against the door, willing her heart to stop racing. Her response to him was even more powerful now than it had been 2 years ago. If only it would be real and not end like this visit to 1850. Reese started to go up the stairs, but remembered she wanted to find a book to read and went to the library instead. The room wasn't huge, but would probably have given a small-town library a run for its money. It smelled of old leather, paper, and furniture polish. It had the almost gaudy Gothic decorating found in the rest of the house. She opened the clever door-like archway guard so she could view the 10 shelves of books in one section. As she was browsing through Nellie's titles, Reese heard the door open and turned around to find Jem watching her. "Can't sleep?" he asked. "I like to read for a few minutes before bed." She faced the bookcase again. "Are you looking for a book, too?" "I thought I might see what Nellie has." He stepped up beside her and gave the appearance of perusing the books, but she didn't think he was really reading the titles. He had too much energy about him, like he did when something was on his mind. He shifted a little, and the air around them turned electric. It had been like this that night 2 years ago. Her senses turned hyper-aware, and her heart gave a little lurch, her pulse quickening. Jem's hand was so close to hers that it warmed her skin. Reese wondered if she should leave before it went too far. Maybe it was better to dream and not know for sure. She shifted, but he caught her hand in his and turned to face her. "Reese," he began. "Jem," she interrupted, wanting to tell him not to say anything. His blue eyes held hers, and it was like he saw through her, past all her reasons not to let this happen. Her breath hitched, and all her excuses fled her mind. Jem lifted his free hand and cupped her cheek. He smelled like linen and leather and the masculine scent that was Jem. Their gazes still locked, he leaned closer but paused, giving her a chance to pull away. She told herself she should, but she didn't want to. Her indecision kept her in place, and he took it as acquiescence. Jem brushed his warm, soft lips against hers. His touch sent an exhilarating warmth through Reese's body and a familiar longing. How many times had she dreamed of doing this again? Not only did she welcome his kiss, she slid her arms around his neck and gave herself to it. She had tried to banish him from her thoughts, worked to convince herself she didn't care for this man, dated other guys. Something had always been missing, though. As he held her in his arms and kissed her mouth, her cheek, she felt like she was whole again. Jem finally broke the kiss and, breathless, pressed his forehead against hers and whispered, "Oh, Reese." Her unsteady legs made it necessary for her to cling to the sleeves of his jacket. How would he explain the creases to his valet? Her own dress must be crushed, too, as tight as he'd held her. "Let's sit." Jem took her by the hand and pulled her to the settee. He held her hand between his, running his thumb over the top and making her skin tingle. "I missed you." "I missed you, too," she whispered, distracted by how the tingles were heating up her face. Jem looked at her for a few seconds, like he had something on his mind but hadn't decided how to broach it. He leaned forward, and Reese met his lips with hers. She ran a hand into his hair, and he deepened the kiss. Voices sounded from the hallway outside, and they broke apart. Reese and Jem rushed back to their positions in front of the bookcase, breathing heavily. Her face felt so hot it must be red, and she had to squeeze her hands tightly to keep them from shaking. The door opened behind them. "What about this one?" Jem had pulled a book from the shelf, his voice normal, and held it up for her to see. His hand shook a little, but she doubted the others would notice it. Reese turned toward the door. Only then did she notice that Jem's hair stuck out where she had run her hand through it. She didn't have time to brush it down. "Ah, there you two are." Nellie bustled into the room, followed by a couple of the other guests. "Choosing a book to read before bed?" Her gaze traveled from Jem's hair to his destroyed cravat and ending on his crushed jacket. Her eyes narrowed as she scanned Reese, and Nellie pinned them both with a stern stare. "Since Miss Clarice is such an early riser, we will allow her to retire. Mr. Jem, perhaps you will stay for a moment?" Recognizing when she had been dismissed, Reese took the book he still held out to her, curtsied, and left the room. Jem followed along with what turned out to be a little tour Nellie was giving of the library. One of the young men seemed interested in some of her books. When they gathered around one of the old tomes, Nellie signaled Jem to step aside with her. "I must say that I am surprised at your behavior," she hissed in a low voice, her arms crossed. "The two of you will no longer be granted the liberty of being alone together." Jem opened his mouth to argue, but Nellie raised her hand and pinned him with a steely gaze. For a woman with such a fun sense of humor, she could be intimidating when she chose to. "I have told Clarice that she has a choice to make here. It is apparent that she has not shared that with you." "I don't understand," Jem said. "The magic has brought her here for a reason. You must not distract her from her purpose." "Say what?" Jem was willing to put up with the magic claims because they were in a different time, but this suggestion that the magic was sentient was carrying it a bit too far. He had blown it 2 years ago, waiting for some sign from Reese that their kiss had not been a mistake. He hadn't wanted to be pushy. The longer he'd waited to hear from her, the harder it had become to make the first move. What if he hadn't heard from her because she didn't want to see him again? Then Caitlin had confirmed his fears when she had mentioned in a phone call a couple of months later that Reese was dating someone. That had seemed to answer his questions, but over the next 2 years, Reese had gone through a lot of boyfriends. No guy had lasted more than a couple of months. As he had booked his flight home this time, that knowledge had given him hope that it might be worth it to try one more time with her. "You must allow events for Clarice to unfold as the magic guides them." "Look," Jem said, "I came on this trip with the express purpose of becoming reacquainted with her." "Good." Suddenly Nellie's expression lightened, and the familiar twinkle returned to her eyes. "Then you may court her, but you will do so as a gentleman of this time." "Court Reese," he smiled, liking the sound of that. "I will do as you ask." He glanced at the 2 men who were still looking through the book. "I'm tired, and I believe I shall retire." Jem bowed and turned to leave. "You must not fight against the magic, young Jem." Nellie's voice, though soft, sounded loud and clear, as though she had spoken right into his mind. Could their fairy hostess read thoughts? He gave a little shudder as he closed the library door behind him. The idea that all these Fae servants might be telepathic sent a chill up his spine. Chapter 9. That night, Reese had nothing but happy dreams of being with Jem. She rose early the next morning and paid particular attention to her clothing. The next couple of days would be busy. Cora, who earlier in the week had been invited to stay at another estate, was due back later in the day. Then there were preparations for Nellie's annual picnic. The house already bustled with servants getting things ready, and the smell of delicious things came from the kitchen. When she arrived in the breakfast room, Jem was already seated at the table, though he hadn't begun eating yet. He rose and greeted her with a bow. "Good morning, cousin," he said with a quiet, almost aloof air. "I hope you slept well." "I did, thank you," Reese said with matching reserve. Her high from the night before blew from her like the air from a balloon. Had he changed his mind? Again? She glanced at the footman standing in the corner just like he did every morning. Maybe she was jumping to conclusions. Jem could hardly talk about private things with an audience. She picked up a plate and dished some scrambled eggs onto it, trying not to think about Jem's stiff form at the table. Last night, he had acted like he had something to say to her. Maybe like why he hadn't contacted her before? No, she wouldn't think about that. The last week had made it seem like those 2 years hadn't happened. He had accused her before of painting all guys with her father's brush. She needed to give Jem a chance to prove he wasn't like that. Her mother's voice echoed in Reese's mind. "But he made no effort to see you for 2 years." By the time she sat at the table with her food, he had picked up a newspaper. She decided to continue playing it low-key, hoping when they were alone he would explain, and put her fears to rest. "Anything interesting?" She spread a napkin over her writing habit. "The actual news is pretty dry stuff," Jem said. "But the ads are fairly entertaining. Here's one for Cremorne Gardens." He affected an exaggerated announcer voice. "Unprecedented attractions in consequence of the extraordinary sensation created by the perilous and daring ascent of Madame Antonia up a single rope 100 feet high in conjunction with the Antipodean tableau by the Doolin family. This wonderful and attractive performance will be reported every evening." They also have someone called Waterloo Pete. Jem wiggled his brows at her, making her smile. "If that doesn't do it for you, the Brown brothers have a new patent for a suspensory chair, whatever that is, approved by the Queen and Prince Albert, no less, and used by the King of Naples, the Duke of Wellington. It's for invalids. Wow. The Wellington that we read about in our history books is still alive right now." "I can't get my head around the idea that we're in their time." "I know." Jem put down the paper and let the footman take away his plate.
This life of leisure is killing me. I spent the last 2 years so busy, I used to joke that I'd meet myself coming around a corner. If this wandering around looking for entertainment is all these rich people do, I don't know how their brains didn't shrivel up and die.
I know, right?
She wiped her mouth with her napkin and set it on the table. But to be fair, it must take a lot of work to run a large estate and supervise the staff.
Granted. Nellie's current guests seem more like a tame group of college students on spring break. I must be getting old.
He chuckled and stood.
I'm looking forward to the picnic tomorrow.
Me too. It sounds like everyone who could wrangle an invitation will be there. Reese stood, and Jem pulled out her chair. Are we ready? Reese's pulse quickened at finally being able to talk with him, maybe kiss him again. Her doubts and hopes did battle, and it was turning her stomach into a twisted knot. Jem held out his arm, and she took it. As they had done almost every day for nearly a week, they left the breakfast room together. Her maid Lulu waited near the entry, also dressed for riding, though in a simpler gown. "What's this?" Reese asked softly.
"We aren't to be left alone together anymore,"
he whispered. She stopped, and he did too. "Walter isn't chaperone enough?" He shrugged, let out a deep breath, and nodded toward the maid. Reese let him lead her out the door. He didn't say anything as they walked to the stables. Perfect. For the first time since his long silence, she was willing to hear him out, and Nellie wasn't going to let it happen. That explained his more reserved behavior at breakfast. Reese was both frustrated and relieved. As Jem helped her mount, she wondered how many unmarried men and women the fairy woman had entertained in her home over the years. Not counting time travelers, it must be a lot. She had probably seen it all. With both Walter and Lulu not far behind them, their riding talk was as vapid as the breakfast conversation had been. Reese's frustration grew, making her antsy. Like Jem had said, she wanted to do something besides pass time. When they were younger, she, Caitlin, and Jem had raced each other while riding. Reese wanted to now, but did she dare in a long skirt? She shifted in the saddle. Honey flicked her ears, seeming to pick up on Reese's mood. "Hey, Jem," she said with a grin before sending her horse off in a gallop. "Miss," Lulu cried. "Woohoo!" Jem cried, the sound of his horse's hooves fast on her heels. They had taken this path several times now, so she urged the Palomino on. Reese hadn't jumped a horse in more than a year, but she took a chance on a little fence, squealing with delight as Honey easily cleared it. Behind them, Jem gave a familiar whoop like he used to do when they raced as kids. Laughing, Reese slowed the horse to a trot and waited for Jem to catch up.
"Thank you for that," he said. "I've been wanting to do something like that for 2 days, but I didn't want to risk you with those skirts, split or not."
"That felt good," she said. "I have so much energy some mornings that I think I'll explode."
"Miss Clarice, you must never do that again."
Lulu chided as she and Walter finally caught up with them.
"Leave her be," Walter said. "She and Mr. Jim both have good seats. I could have told you that after riding with them for 5 days.
"Thank you," Reese said. "Does Aunt Nellie have any practice jumps we could use?"
"She does, but with the picnic tomorrow, it will be a few days before anyone would be free to set them up for you," the groom said.
"Oh, all right," Reese said. "But that was fun. I wonder if we could get Caitlin to come riding with us. She used to love jumping."
"That group doesn't seem much into physical stuff,"
Jem said. "Good point," she said. "Well, I'm pretty windblown now, so I guess I'll have to get cleaned up before lunch." Jem led them through more idle conversation as they rode. The reward came once she was ready to dismount. He had gotten off his horse quickly and was at Honey's side in a flash to help her down. Reese recognized it for what it was, a chance to touch. He took a very long time to lift her from the horse, holding her in the air for a few seconds before slowly lowering her to the ground, their bodies so close they almost touched. Their eyes met. his intense gaze warming Reese right to her core. He smelled so good. Her blood pulsed hard in her ears. If he whispered anything to her, she couldn't hear it. Before Lulu could complain, Jem stepped back and offered Reese his arm. After he slid her arm around his elbow, he put his hand over hers and laced their fingers. It felt so dangerous, it was thrilling. The need for coy fan language finally made sense. Jem went along with the flurry of activities that accompanied Cora's return and the preparations for Nellie's picnic. Their hostess kept everyone busy, giving her male house guests the job to come up with a variety of outdoor games. She gave the Americans a stern reminder that the games must be appropriate for ladies. The tension between him and Reese intrigued him. He wanted to talk privately with her, but Nellie's watchdogs made sure that couldn't happen. Sometimes he'd catch a look from Reese that made it clear she wanted the same thing. She had been a powerful draw for him for a long time anyway, but not being allowed to talk with her alone and having to sneak in a clandestine touch when he could was kind of hot. He had even considered sneaking into Reese's room for a chance to talk to her, until he remembered her ever-present maid. He wondered if Nellie realized the effect her rules were having on him. "Mr. Jem," Nellie said, interrupting his thoughts after dinner. "Will you please call the ladies inside? I have the flowers assembled." He didn't have a chance to ask her what that was about before she hurried off. When he opened the front door, he was surprised to find Lady Ellen climbing the stairs with a basket, followed by her maid and a groom, both laden with boxes. "Lady Ellen." Jem bowed and hurried down the stairs to take the basket from her. What an unexpected pleasure.
"Good evening, Mr. Taylor."
She dipped a curtsy and began climbing the stairs, a pretty flush to her cheeks. "I didn't expect to see you until tomorrow." He shifted the basket to his right hip.
"Did Aunt Nellie not tell you that I help every year with the flower arrangements for the picnic?"
Ellen took the arm he offered.
"For the last 3 years, she has invited me to stay the night, and we make a party of it."
The footman opened the door for them. "So you're staying the night?" Jem asked.
"Yes, Miss Clarice has offered to share her room with me. I believe she called it a sleep-over."
That should liven things up. It was a good thing he had already given up on trying to sneak past Reese's maid. What would have happened tonight if he'd gotten in the room and found Ellen there?
"Lively only if you enjoy arranging flowers. I believe the gentleman will be engaged in other activities."
She pulled off her gloves.
"Jason and Sarah, you know where to take the boxes."
"I guess I'll see you around then." Jem handed her basket to the footman and bowed to Ellen.
"Thank you."
She looked like she wanted to say something more, but seemed to chicken out at the last minute, her cheeks going red. With a sweep of her full skirts, she turned and hurried away. Jem watched her, fascinated with how smoothly she moved, almost like she was flowing over the ground. He was used to his sister's enthusiastic prancing and Reese's purposeful strides. Did women of this time learn to walk like that in finishing school or something? Or was her grace uniquely Ellen's? "Do you have any idea what's going on tonight?" Cyrus asked, coming down the stairs to the entryway. "Not really. I'll bet William knows." Jem nodded toward the man who was coming from the drawing room with a piece of paper in his hand. "Pardon?" Nellie's nephew said. "Did I hear my name?" "I'll be right back," Jem said, remembering his own assignment. "I have to let the ladies know Nellie needs them." He jogged out the door and down the stairs to where Nellie's female guests had gathered in a gazebo.
"Hey, Jem," Caitlin called. "Come to help decorate?"
"Nellie needs everyone inside," he said. "She told me to send you all in."
"But we aren't finished here,"
his sister said. "Hey, I just work here. Tell Nellie."
"Well, I will."
Caitlin and the others stopped what they were doing and headed toward the house as a group. When Jem saw that Reese was holding back, he went over to look at what they had been doing. A pile of large bows made of ribbon sat on a wooden table. "We're not real fast at this," Reese said, straightening a couple of them. "I think we took longer than Nellie expected." Jem went to stand beside her, aware of the maids who had come over to gather the finished bows. Her fingers brushed his where they hung at their sides, and he linked his pinky finger with hers. Lulu's familiar cough came from behind them.
"Aunt Nellie requires your assistance as well, miss," the maid said.
"Lady Ellen is here." Jem offered Reese his arm, and as they had when walking back from the ride, he laced his fingers with hers. "She sounds excited about having a sleepover." "I really like her," Reese said. "Nellie says she's gifted at arranging flowers. I hope she's a miracle worker because that's something I'm no good at. I can copy something well enough if I have a sample. I just go brain dead if I have to come up with the design myself." "You have other strengths." He ran his thumb over the top of her hand and tried not to smile when she shivered. "I'm not sure what she has planned for us, but it should be interesting." With Lulu following close behind them, he made meaningless conversation as he escorted her back to the house. She dropped his arm once they were inside. "Hurry!" Caitlin called from the library. "Lady Ellen's ready to begin." "Thanks," Reese whispered and followed his sister. His heart light, Jem went to find the rest of the guys. Chapter 10. "Well," Reese said, "I never dreamed that anyone would ever be able to teach me how to arrange flowers. You're really good at this." Ellen's cheeks went to pink, as they often did when someone paid her a compliment. She had such a gentle personality and was so kind-hearted. Reese hoped that her dreams of one day being a political wife would not set her up to being hurt by callous people and cause her to lose that sweetness of spirit.
"You put me to the blush,"
the girl said, not looking up. She picked up one of the vases and took it over to the table with the others. The rest of the girls had finished with their flowers and gone up to bed.
"I do thank you for allowing me to share your room, Miss Clarice."
"Just Clarice." Reese didn't think she'd get her to call her by her nickname.
"If you wish me to,"
Ellen said.
"And you may call me Ellen when we are in private, if you remember. I have seen how you struggle to be formal. It does not seem natural to you."
"It's not," Reese admitted. "I do know how to behave, but back home our formal is not nearly as formal as your formal." Ellen laughed and tucked her arm through Reese's.
"I suppose we should retire. It will be an early morning."
"It's always an early morning for me," Reese said. "I like to exercise first thing, and then Jem enjoys a morning ride together right after breakfast."
"Is not your morning ride exercise enough?"
Ellen asked. "Not for me." Both their maids were waiting for them when they reached the bedroom and assisted them out of their dresses. Reese was actually getting used to it, and she wasn't sure she liked that. She had no idea how she would get out of some of the dresses by herself, but she resented the need to rely on someone else like this. It made her feel helpless, and she hated feeling that way.
"Which side do you wish to sleep on?"
Reese was glad that Nellie had provided her with a room with a large bed.
"It is your bed."
"I usually sleep in the middle, so that won't work," Reese said. "Since I don't have an alarm clock here, it doesn't really matter to me." Ellen frowned as she climbed onto one side of the bed.
"I believe I may have heard of such a thing. Does it make a terrible racket to rouse you?"
"Pretty much." Reese hopped into the other side.
"I believe it would be most distressing to be wakened in that manner."
Ellen adjusted her nightcap.
"I do not understand why a person would wish to use such a device rather than have her maid wake her."
"They were made for the working classes who can't afford to have servants do it for them." Reese adjusted her pillow and curled up on her edge of the bed. She hoped Ellen wasn't a restless sleeper.
"You do not wear a nightcap?"
Ellen asked. I hate hats. Reese glanced over her shoulder at the girl. I can barely stand to wear a hat during the day. I would go crazy if I had to wear one at night, too. But what if something happened and you were required to run from your room in the middle of the night? Then the last thing anybody would be worrying about would be me without a nightcap. Might be different if I ran outside naked. Ellen giggled. Yes, that would cause quite a stir. Yeah, Reese said. Even where I come from. Do you recall my invitation to visit at my home for a few days? Ellen asked. Yes, Reese yawned. I would like to suggest that you return with me tomorrow after the picnic, unless you have other plans. Reese hesitated. If she was gone for a few days, she'd never have a chance to steal some time alone with Jem. She was hoping he would confirm there could be something lasting between them, something she could trust in. The anticipation was driving her nuts. But if you would rather not... The hesitancy in Ellen's voice made Reese roll over. I'd love to see your home and come for a visit. I just need to see if I have any other obligations. I should know for sure in the morning. I must warn you, Ellen said with a sigh. Aunt Nellie's house is much more entertaining than my own, especially when my brother is away. Don't worry about that. Reese yawned again. I'm sure we'll find things to do. Jem woke late the next morning, a little stiff from the day before. He and the other guys had spent the day marking out a giant chessboard on a section of Nellie's lawn. There were some other games they had coordinated, but the chess game had been the grandest. It looked to be a lot of fun with real people as the chess pieces. The servants had constructed raised stands from wood, one for each side. When he entered the breakfast room, there was no sign of Reese, and several of the men were already there, including a few new faces come for the picnic. Jem filled his plate and sat next to Cyrus near the door. How did the shooting go yesterday? Jem took a bite of his eggs. Cyrus grimaced. I just can't get into killing a bunch of birds, even if they end up on the table. I like a world where I can go to the grocery store and not worry about where the meat came from. One guy on our tour was always going on about our modern meat processing after he did some research, Jem said. It made him turn vegan. All the more reason not to know what I'm eating, Cyrus said. The weapons they use in this time are really basic. How did they fight wars when they had to have servants reload their guns for them? I'm glad now I've declined the invitations to go shooting with you guys, Jem said. I'd rather spend time with Reese anyway. Cyrus glanced around the room at the others and lowered his voice. Since you two have been so busy, you probably haven't heard what the guys say about the women when they're not around. What are they saying? It's all about the money and the status and what the woman will do for their pocketbooks. For most, it's also about improving their status. Cyrus shook his head. I think it's the same way with the women. Jem remembered what Reese had said about Ellen. Except the guys probably have more say in who they marry. I think a lot of the marriages are really just businesses set up to keep their place in society. So the rich can stay rich, they let their first cousins marry. Cyrus made a mock, gagging motion. It's one way to keep the money in the family, Jem said. Imagine the inbreeding. That's probably why some of them aren't overly bright. Jem gave a dark chuckle. Seriously, I have no idea how some of these guys would survive without their servants. They certainly aren't marrying for brains, that's for sure. Well, Cyrus said, moving the food around his plate, I know some people who didn't exactly marry for IQ either. I guess. Still, it will be a relief to get back home again. Caitlin tells me you're thinking of going on the road again, Cyrus said, when we return to our time. The director I worked with has requested me for her new show, Jem said.
She's going places, and that she asked for me will boost my resume, to say nothing of the experience. It's a great opportunity for me. How long will you be gone this time? It always depends on how well the show is doing. It'll be for at least a year, but it could go much longer. Caitlin said she really misses you when you're on the road. And my mom misses mothering me.
Jem laughed.
It was great seeing everyone again, but being home reminded me of why I like to be on the road.
Reese stood just outside the breakfast room door, her arms clutching her abdomen and the ache that threatened to spill out. She took a quiet step back, then another and another. When she was far enough away that no one should be able to hear her footsteps, she turned and ran to the stairs. Pausing there, she didn't know what to do. She wanted to run, to be gone. Jem was going to ditch her again. His words rang through her mind. Being home reminded me of why I like to be on the road. Reese sucked in her breath, blinking furiously. She had done it again, played right into his hands. Her mother's words echoed in her mind. "I told you so." Reese wanted to talk with someone about this. It would have been Caitlin if the guy hadn't been Jem. Cora might provide a sympathetic ear, but they'd been more workout and riding buddies than share your deepest secrets friends. Reese felt so alone. She needed to put distance between herself and Jem, to give her time to pull her thoughts together. All she knew was that this hurt 100 times, 1,000 times worse than it had 2 years ago. She had allowed herself to hope, and now she was paying the price. Without further thought, she climbed the stairs back to her bedroom and caught her maid as she was leaving. "Lulu?" Reese said, proud that she was able to get the words out when her voice wanted to crack. "Lady Ellen has invited me to return with her to Kelworth after the picnic. Can you please pack enough clothing to last several days? I have no idea how long I'll be gone." "Are you well, miss?" the maid asked, concerned. "You look pale." "Nothing that a bit of fresh air won't fix." Reese turned and strode toward the stairs.
"I see Caitlin is still captivated by Jack."
Jem set down his napkin. Cyrus let out a deep, disgusted breath.
"I don't get it." "I don't either," Jem said. "Just when I think I understand my sister, she does something I never saw coming. I wish I could help." "So do I." Cyrus gave a dark chuckle and said softly, "We're surrounded by fairies and magic. Why can't one of them be my fairy godmother?" "And dress you for the ball?" Jem smirked, hoping to lift his friend's mood. "I need someone to show your sister how good we'd be together." Cyrus tossed his napkin on his plate. "Enough about me. What about you and Reese? Aren't you pleased with how many times I haven't gone riding with you two in the morning?" "You've done that on purpose?" Jem clapped him on the shoulder. "Thank you, though you could have come. Nellie's had us chaperoned. It's a royal pain trying to get some time alone with Reese. She's the reason I came on the trip, you know." "How's that going?" Cyrus asked. Jem grinned, remembering the kiss. Now if he could just shake their chaperones. "That good, huh?" Cyrus asked. "Will your plans change if you two get together?" "That's what I'll have to decide," Jem said. "I've known plenty of people who've done the long-distance thing. Sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. Even when it does, it's hard on them." "What about your great career opportunity?" "I just spent 2 years away from Reese," Jem said quietly. "In some ways, it was the worst 2 years of my life."
Chapter 11. Reese wandered off by herself for a while, trying to gather her thoughts. She should have known not to expect too much from Jem, should have known that the kiss hadn't meant anything to him, that it would be what they called in this time a flirtation. It was her fault for making it more than it really was. After all her mother's bitter tirades against her father, Reese should have known better. As her mother had often said, "Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me." Well, Reese was done being a fool. Her doubts would have gotten to her eventually, she knew. She headed back to the house and sought out Nellie to find out what she could do to help. The fairy sent her to where the other ladies were distributing the flower arrangements from the night before and decorating them with ribbons. Reese found Ellen there and joined her. "I'm having Lulu pack my bags," Reese said conversationally, "so I will be ready to go with you when you leave after the picnic."
"Oh, that is wonderful!"
Ellen clapped her hands.
"I cannot wait to show you my home."
The morning passed quickly. Nellie had brought on additional servants who stood ready to aid the guests with their horses, food, and the games. The rear lawn held the tables topped with white linens and piled with food. Reese's stomach growled, and she realized she hadn't eaten anything yet that day. She was about to go in search of something to eat when the guests began to arrive, with carriages and gigs making a procession up the lane. They discharged their passengers, who spread out and greeted each other, the ladies with their colorful muslin dresses, parasols, and hats. The men, in their buckskin breeches and beaver hats, made Reese feel like she was on the set of a historical movie. The afternoon progressed, and she made sure to keep busy and on the move, always away from whatever activity Jem was engaged in. Whenever he headed in her direction, she would slip behind guests or servants and be gone before he could reach her. Reese had no idea what to say to him, even if they were allowed some privacy to talk. She blamed only herself. Jem had every right to follow his dreams, just as she planned to go after hers. While she milled around the guests, she had to pretend to enjoy herself and put up with the flirting guys who were after one of the American heiresses. Her mind kept pulling up memories of the last few days, the times when she and Jem had understood a joke no one else had, or shared a fond memory of their childhood. Her heart wanted to believe that she meant more to him than a stolen kiss. Then she forced herself to review how different their life goals were. They definitely had chemistry, but their worlds, their dreams were too different. There really had been no future for them, even if he had meant something by the kiss, and the touches, and the longing glances. She shook her head. He obviously hadn't. And even if they'd had real feelings for each other, they might have tried to make it work. The truth was, they would have eventually disappointed each other. She accepted that by visiting Ellen for a while, Reese was saving them both from future heartache. Overhearing that conversation had been a blessing, a reminder of reality. Better to hurt a little now than a lot later. When the picnic finally appeared to be winding down, she wearily climbed the stairs to her bedroom. Lulu had her things packed.
"I didn't think I had that many clothes."
Reese stared at the stack of luggage, too tired to care.
"You said we might be gone for several days, miss,"
Lulu said.
"Aunt Nellie insisted that I prepare you for any eventuality."
A knock sounded on the door, and Lulu opened it. "Her ladyship's carriage is waiting," a footman said. The maid stepped aside, and he entered the bedroom, followed by 2 other footmen.
"I've been looking all over for you."
Caitlin came in behind the servants and paused.
"What's going on?"
"Lady Ellen has invited me to visit her house for a few days." Reese hoped Kate wouldn't ask about Jem.
"Oh, then you won't be able to go to London with us."
Caitlin put on a pouting expression for a second, but then grinned.
"But you'll get to visit another estate. That should be fun."
"Lady Ellen's really excited," Reese said. Someone called Caitlin's name.
"Oh, I think that's Sir Hugh's."
She gave Reese a quick hug.
"Have fun."
"You too."
"Have you told Mr. Jem you're leaving?"
Lulu asked when Caitlin had gone. "I haven't talked with him today." Reese put on her traveling hat. "His sister can tell him."
"Seeing as you and him have been spending so much time together, it's not good manners to leave and say nothing to him."
Lulu went to the desk and put a piece of paper on it.
"Let me get the nib." I can't keep Lady Ellen waiting, Reese said. She will understand, miss.
The maid took Reese's elbow and pulled her to the desk.
Now you do this right.
With a sigh, she sat on the chair. Nellie had both quill pens and an early version of the fountain pen in each of the bedrooms. Reese chose the more familiar fountain pen. It wasn't like she had much to say anyway. Jem. Ellen invited me to come back with her to Kelworth today, and I accepted. I'll be gone a few days. Reese paused, feeling like she ought to say something more, but not sure what. Thanks for riding with me every day. Thanks for working out with me. Thanks for being my friend. Thanks for kissing me senseless. Her eyes stung, and she closed them. She hated drama, and here she was being a total drama queen. Enough of that. Cyrus will be glad to have you to do things with again. Reese. She blew on it to make sure it was dry before putting it in an envelope Lulu provided. Once it was sealed, Reese wrote Jem's name on it. Will you see that he gets this? She held it out to the maid.
I'll make sure his valet delivers it to him.
Lulu took the letter. Numb, Reese said nothing and went out the door. Sorry to keep you waiting, Reese said as she joined Ellen in the entry.
It was no problem.
Ellen squinted at her.
Are you well?
Just tired, Reese said. Nothing a good night's rest won't cure. And a lot of days away from Jem.
I understand. Aunt Nellie's picnics always leave me happily fatigued.
Ellen took Reese's arm.
I am excited to show you my home.
Yes, I am too. As they walked down the stairs to the waiting carriage, Reese purposefully did not glance around for Jem, though it took all her willpower not to. A part of her wanted him to see her, and she let the thought die. He had his life, and she had hers. Her focus as they drove away was to get past the wrought iron gates and leave Nellie's house and Jem behind. With the two maids sitting on seats outside in the back of the carriage, they were free to talk about whatever they wanted.
My brother has written that he intends to bring some friends with him from London.
Ellen glanced down at her hands, her cheeks flushing.
He has said he would invite Mr. Jem to join the party.
He'll like that, Reese said, wondering how she would find an excuse to leave Kelworth just as Jem was arriving for a visit. And Ellen... The girl's excitement was almost palpable. She must either be really lonely at home or really into Jem. Reese might need to find a gentle way to warn Ellen off him, but would she listen? He must seem like a much better prospect than Sir Slimy. Reese hoped the man wouldn't be one of the Earl's guests. Ellen chatted happily about her home, especially the grounds and gardens.
I love strolling through something I helped create.
I look forward to seeing them, Reese said. I've always been a fan of gardens myself.
Fan?
Ellen asked. It's short for fanatic, but it doesn't mean I'm crazy. Reese searched her mind for a better phrase. I guess you'd say that I'm partial to gardens.
Oh, yes, as am I. Aunt Nellie has such lovely ones.
Ellen glanced at her.
I have wondered how you spend your time in America. Is your father's estate a large one? Do you dwell in town, or does he prefer his country estate?
He has a nice house in California, but we don't live with him. Reese had gone through a stage when she was in high school where she had stalked her father online. After she had read a story about his live-in girlfriend and their 2 children, which he was reported to dote on, Reese had stopped.
Are your parents estranged?
Ellen asked. That's a good word. Reese watched the trees outside the coach window. He's a jerk. At Ellen's frown, she added, He's not a nice man and used my mother badly. I have the same feeling about him that you do about Sir Slimy, which is why I don't want to see you be pressured into accepting a proposal from him.
We agree on that.
Ellen's face had paled. I'm sorry, Reese said. I shouldn't have brought him up and ruined the mood.
I try not to think of him, but... Oh, look!
The girl straightened and pointed out the window.
When we come around this curve, we shall have a delightful view of the manor.
When they did, the trees opened to a broad vista. In the distance, surrounded by luscious lawns and shrubs, was the manor.
Oh, Ellen,
Reese breathed. While Nellie's house, with its Gothic architectural style, had a fitting fairy tale look to it, Kelworth reminded Reese more of Pemberley from the Colin Firth version of Pride and Prejudice. It sat on a rise and must give an incredible view to people on the top floors. Off to the left, the grounds dropped away into large, tiered gardens. These had to be the ones Ellen had mentioned earlier. They drove up the long road, and Reese imagined a line of carriages full of people dressed to the hilt to attend a ball there. Lady Ellen's brother didn't just have a title, he had money, too.
Do you like it?
Ellen asked, sounding worried.
It's incredible.
Reese squinted against the bright sunshine. What really caught her attention was the broad expanse of lawn. Hopefully the whole place wasn't full of manicured flower beds. She needed somewhere to exercise on her own.
Do you spend all your time here? My brother owns several homes, Ellen said, including our original family estate. He liked this property better, both because of the temperature here, but also its proximity to London. I believe I may have mentioned that he moved the family seat here. It belonged to his late wife. She had inherited it from her mother, and their son was born and died here.
And he has never considered remarrying? Reese asked.
No,
Ellen said.
He is 35 this year, but many men do not settle down until they are that age. Grandmama worries that Gareth must get an heir. Our father had a cancer, and she fears my brother might get one as well.
Ellen heaved a sigh.
She worries about a great number of things.
Is this your mother's or your father's mother? Reese asked.
Oh, we call her Grandmama, but she is our great-aunt. Our grandparents died young. She is a spinster and lives comfortably in a little cottage in Bath. She's quite large and doesn't get out much.
Well, I hope your brother finds someone who's a good match for him, Reese said. With what you've said about him loving his first wife so much, it will be hard for a new wife to try to fill her shoes.
Ellen looked at her curiously. You speak as though you know of this from experience.
Not personally, Reese said. But I have a friend back home whose mother was a first wife. Her stepmother was always jealous of the memory of her mother and hid all the old family pictures. My friend didn't find them until her father died. Her stepmother had stuffed them in a trunk and hidden them in the attic. You mentioned that you didn't like the idea of giving up being your brother's hostess here. Would a new wife resent you? Reese gave her friend a shrewd glance. Would you resent her?
I have wondered about that,
Ellen said, a little pensively.
I would have to take on a very different role, though it would depend upon the woman he marries. If she's newly launched out of the schoolroom, she would not know how to manage a household like this.
Do you think your brother would be good to his second wife? Ellen gave her an appraising look, and Reese wondered what was going on inside that head of hers. Ellen might be only 20, but she was smart.
I believe my brother would be kind to his second wife, she finally said. I think he would try to make her happy.
But you don't think he would give her his heart, Reese concluded. Enough to be faithful to her. Ellen turned discerning eyes on her.
It would not be a love match, and I am sure he would not make her think that it was. It is difficult to offer a lady a heart that has already been given away, don't you think?
I know you people often look at marriage like a business contract, but the human capacity to love is pretty incredible, Reese said, thinking of her maternal grandparents. My grandmother told me once that when her first child was born, she thought she could never love anyone so much. She worried when she was pregnant with her next child, my uncle, that she wouldn't have enough love for both of the children.
And?
Ellen asked when Reese stopped talking. She found that she had more love, not less. She said her capacity to love grew. When she died not long after the birth of my mother, my grandfather remembered that. He married again, and he adored his second wife. He didn't marry her just to provide a mother for his children. Ellen leaned back in her seat with a smile.
So you do believe in love matches?
I think that marriage, even a good marriage, is hard work for both partners, Reese said, thinking of Caitlin's parents. It's much easier to work hard to make it succeed if you care about each other. I don't believe that marriage should be a business transaction, and I don't believe in marriages of convenience.
I like you, Clarice Hamilton,
Ellen said.
Grandmama says I read too many of Jane Austen's books and that it is unbecoming a lady of quality to worry about love matches. But I want someone who looks at me the way I remember Gareth looking at Cecily, as though the sun rose and set with her.
It says a lot about your brother that he had the capacity to love, Reese said. I'm not sure that young men of means are taught to care much beyond their own pleasures. He must have a lot of good qualities. Ellen sat quietly for a few seconds before she finally spoke.
He had many good qualities, but he lost his way when Cecily died. I believe he is finding himself again, finding his purpose in living. I truly believe a good woman will bring him back fully to the man I remember as a little girl.
The carriage came to a stop, and the conversation ended. The footman opened the door for them and helped them down. Servants scurried over to collect the luggage.
You must be fagged after such a long day.
Ellen slid her arm through Reese's.
Do you prefer to go to your room and rest before dinner, or would you like to stroll the shrubs first?
If you mean stroll your gardens, Reese said,
then yes. Wonderful! The servants will have time to unpack and prepare your room for you. I am most anxious that you are comfortable here. I hope to convince you to stay beyond a few days. After tea, I will show you the house. Let's go.
Reese let herself be guided to the gated garden that rested on the first tier beyond the main house. It had pathways between the geometric and symmetrical planting beds, all surrounded by low hedges. Ellen seemed to know quite a lot about the plants and mentioned flowers that looked familiar to Reese, but she didn't recognize the names her ladyship called them. An elderly man entered the garden through an arch, and she waved him over.
Miss Clarice, this is Biggs, our head gardener,
she said when he reached them.
Nice to meet you.
Reese almost curtsied, but caught herself. Her ladyship has a fine eye for colours, he said, his hat in his hands. During the winter, she spends hours poring over the Thorburn & Sons catalogue to order for the next year. You can see for yourself the results of her efforts. The old man's chest swelled with pride. It is quite a gift to be able to do that. Reese glanced back at the house and the windows on the third floor. I can't wait to see what this garden looks like from above.
I'll let you get on with your work, Biggs,
Ellen said.
I hope Miss Clarice will be with us for a week or two, so we will have a chance to give her a grand tour of the garden.
He bowed, first to Ellen and then to Reese, before putting on his hat and leaving.
Has he been here long?
Reese asked.
Since my brother married. Biggs's father was the head gardener for my grandfather.
Ellen led her up the stairs toward the house again.
He is one of many servants who have been in the service of my family for generations. My father said Biggs started as a simple lad working in the gardens. He showed great promise, so old Biggs took him on as an apprentice. This time of year we have an army of gardeners.
Ellen continued to chatter about different types of flowers as they walked, noting which needed shade and which had to have full sun to thrive. Reese paid particular attention to the color combinations. She was no artist, but if the mixtures of hues and textures were Ellen's idea, she was gifted. If she were to come back with them, she could go to school as a landscape architect. Reese wondered if Kelworth still existed in her time. It would be heartbreaking for Ellen, who loved the place so much, to live to see it in ruins. How much longer would this extravagant lifestyle continue? Reese had read somewhere that the events happening around the turn of the 20th century had contributed to the breakup of many old estates. Industrialization meant jobs in cities that drew servants from the country. What would happen in a few years when the owners of Kelworth couldn't get an army of gardeners to work for them? A shiver went down Reese's spine. Ellen could still be alive in 50 years. Would she be like the Dowager Countess of Grantham of Downton Abbey, watching the world she knew disappear? In a few weeks, Reese would return to her own time. She intended to research what happened to the family.
"It has cooled down, so tea will be in the sunroom,"
Ellen said. A servant opened a door to a glass-enclosed room on the edge of the house. A small circular table sat in the middle of the room, surrounded by delicate-looking plants in pots. It had a sweet fragrance that Reese associated with florist shops. For the first time that day, she had an appetite and happily took a seat. She scanned the table, glad to see that it wasn't only sweets. It also included cucumber sandwiches, several different kinds of thinly sliced meat, cheeses, and even pickles. A 3-tiered Lazy Susan held scones, fruit tarts, and some cake. "We won't be eating again tonight, will we?" Reese reached for a cucumber sandwich.
"No, so feel free to eat your fill now. However, when my brother is in residence, we eat much later."
Ellen lifted the teapot and poured hot water into Reese's cup.
"Gareth does not like country hours and does not normally dine before 9. I prefer to rise early, especially on warm summer days, to work in the garden. He does not mind that I eat little and retire after dinner. I do stay up when he is having important guests, of course."
"Do you usually eat alone?" Reese asked.
"I often do, but usually my companion Judith dines with me,"
Ellen said, delicately moving a few slices of meat to her plate.
"She has been visiting her sister, who recently welcomed a new baby to her family. Judith should be gone another fortnight. If I desire companionship when I dine, Mrs. Hardy, the housekeeper, will sometimes sit with me, though it makes her uncomfortable to do so."
"It seems a lonely life," Reese said.
"There are other young women my age around the neighborhood, and when we were younger we would spend time together."
Ellen's expression turned contemplative.
"But they are more interested in dresses and flirting. It does not suit me, and they can be disparaging."
"Earlier you mentioned being called a blue-stocking," Reese said. "Where I come from, being one can be a good thing. It usually means you're going places, that you'll be successful. I can't tell you how many times guys who were shorter than me would come up to ask how tall I am."
"I would call your figure statuesque,"
Ellen said with a frown. "You're kind, but I think statuesque also means dignified," Reese said. "And that one's hard for me. I'm jealous of your slender figure."
"Mine?"
Ellen shook her head.
"I sometimes feel like I am still a little girl, but you have a lovely figure."
"Isn't it funny how people always seem to want what they don't have? If a girl has straight hair, she wishes it were curly. If she has curly hair, she wishes it were straight." Reese nibbled a bite of one of the little fruit tarts. "Yum, this is good. I'll have to work out extra hard tonight to burn up these calories."
"You are doing it again,"
Ellen said with a small shake of her head.
"Using words I do not understand. It is almost as though in America you have a different language. What is this calorie?"
"A calorie is a measurement for burning energy," Reese said. "The foods we eat have them, and our bodies burn them for energy. But enough of that. I'm full."
"I will show you to your room, then."
Ellen wiped her mouth and set aside her napkin before standing. Chapter 12. Jem stared at the letter again. She'd left without talking to him. What had happened? He'd recognized her tactics at the picnic for what they were. but he'd been helpless to do anything about it. Every time he thought he'd be able to get away, Nellie or one of her minions had shown up to ask him to help with something. And now he felt lost, alone in a way he'd never experienced before. "Hey, Geoffrey," he said, turning to where the man was getting the bed ready for the night. "What if I rode over to Kelworth to pay a call?" "On Lady Ellen?" The valet's brows creased in disapproval. "You may call upon her brother when he is at home. As a single man, you may not call upon an unattached female." "Even if she has other people around her?" Jem asked. "Aunt Nellie has said you must not interfere." The disapproval coming from the man was almost palpable. "But I'm her cousin. I need to check on her safety." "You and Miss Clarice are not cousins." "All right, don't freak out. Aunt Nellie also said that you have had your opportunity to court her." Geoffrey's expression had turned sympathetic. "It is now time to let be what will be." That sentient magic thing again. Jem didn't buy it, but what was he going to do? He sat in the chair by his bed, staring at the short note. It looked like he was stuck, following Caitlin and her crowd around until either Reese came back to Nellie's or Lady Ellen's brother finished in London. Jem had been sure he'd broken past Reese's barrier. His body still tingled when he thought of their kiss in the library. What had gone wrong? He tossed the paper aside and rubbed his face. Reese enjoyed Ellen's questions about America. Her enthusiasm was contagious, and her attempts at saying things with an American accent had them laughing. There was a depth to some of her questions that Reese found unexpected. Ellen seemed every bit the innocent and naive Victorian girl, yet she showed herself to be older and more mature in other ways. The Earl would probably be shocked to find out just how much his younger sister knew about him and his activities. Maybe the losses Ellen had experienced had something to do with it. The time she spent alone must have impacted it too. Had her reading introduced her to more worldly things her brother would have kept from her? How broad a selection of books did the Earl have? "Tell me about your favorite books," Reese said as they walked down one of the long hallways. Kelworth Manor had a lot of them, with its square design and central court. "I read many different books. You know, I enjoy Jane Austen," Ellen said. "Have you read Jane Eyre by Charlotte Bronte?" "More than once," Reese said. "I really related to her spunk, but I couldn't stand her sister's book, Wuthering Heights." She held her breath and shot the girl a sidelong glance. Had it been published yet? Ellen nodded. "Not a satisfying tale at all." She glanced over her shoulder as though checking to see if any of the servants were near enough to hear, and whispered, "Have you read anything by Nathaniel Hawthorne?" "I have." Reese waited for Ellen to offer titles. "I recently read A Scarlet Letter." Her cheeks went a familiar pink. "Judith would have told my brother if she had caught me. I felt quite scandalous reading a book about an adulterous woman." "I'll bet you did," Reese said. "It was a very unforgiving society." "Yes. We are near the gallery. Would you like to see my brother?" "Sure." Reese was curious, and Ellen pulled her into a room similar to the picture gallery at Nellie's house. "Is he not handsome?" Her ladyship pointed at a large portrait above the fireplace. "It was painted after he reached his majority and a few months before he married." "A fine-looking man." Reese studied the face on the canvas and wondered if it was accurate or if the painter had been instructed to make changes from the real man. The Earl looked like he might be tall. He had rugged good looks, and she could imagine that he preferred being outdoors. A sadness lurked behind his rather hard expression, perhaps because of the death of their father. Was it more pronounced now? "And here is one of our family." Ellen pointed to a smaller painting of 4 people, done before tragedy had struck and taken both her parents. She must have been about 5, and her brother stood behind her with a hand resting on her shoulder. "Is there a portrait of your sister-in-law?"
"Yes, but my brother had it put away, so he would not be constantly reminded of his loss."
"That's a shame," Reese said.
"I have often thought that too, but I have not dared to broach it with him."
Reese scanned the wall of paintings, taking in the different fashions. She laughed and pointed to one. "I can't imagine Jem wearing one of those huge ruffled collars, or those puffy breeches and tights."
"Nor my brother,"
Ellen laughed.
"I much prefer the styles of today."
Ellen led her back to the corridor, and Reese was struck again by its length. "Did you ever run the hallways when you were children?" she asked.
"The boys did once."
"The boys?" Reese asked.
"We have cousins who would visit for a few weeks each summer. One was a little older than Gareth, the other a little younger. They were quite mischievous. I recall one summer it rained almost the entire time of their visit. I was quite young yet, but it is one of my first memories. They decided to play a war game and sneaked the gatekeeper's 2 sons inside to play the part of the French. They were going to beat Napoleon." "Where did they do it?" Reese asked. "On the same floor as our father's bedchamber,"
Ellen said.
"He had taken a chill and was trying to rest."
"I'll bet he wasn't happy," Reese said. Somehow the image of the present Earl being a little boy whose antics irritated his father made her like him a little better.
"Not in the least,"
Ellen said.
"They remembered not to be too enthusiastic while they fought Napoleon, but they completely forgot themselves when they decided to fight the Red Indians. Oh, my! I recall the blood-curdling screams. They gave me nightmares for days."
Ellen paused, watching Reese intently.
"I have noticed whenever I mention the Red Indians that you make a funny face."
Reese shrugged, wondering how to explain things like civil rights, genocide, political correctness, diversity, and cultural appreciation. "Where I come from now, they're usually referred to as Native Americans, or just natives because they were there first. The government and the settlers treated them horribly, disrespecting their cultures and acting like they were inferior to the white man."
"But are they not heathens?"
Ellen seemed interested and trying to understand. "Compared to people from an industrialized nation like England, the settlers considered them primitive. The government swept in and stole their lands," Reese said. "In many ways, they had a progressive culture. I like that the Iroquois women had some power. Don't you find it ironic that England has a queen running the show, but most women aren't considered smart enough to choose their own husbands? That women in England are little more than chattel and belong to their husbands? The Iroquois were light years ahead of the English in that."
"Light years?"
Ellen asked. "Sorry, it's just another one of our expressions," Reese said. "Recognition of the quality of people and their potential is important to me. One of my favorite charities helps people get a proper education and marketable skills. We provide a free education for everyone, but there are still many families who can't or won't take advantage of it." She paused. "Am I boring you?"
"No, I'm fascinated by this. This feels important. It is not something I hear people speak of at balls."
"It is important. The men may discuss it after dinner when the ladies have withdrawn." Reese heaved out a frustrated breath. "Which is absolutely ridiculous. Women can and should make a difference. I'm going to ask you a question you might think is disrespectful." Ellen had an expression that made Reese think of a moth about to fly into a light that would burn it, both fascinated and fearful. "Just tell me this. How does going to parties and races and sporting events and wearing pretty dresses and trying to find husbands or wives with more money and more property," Reese paused for emphasis, "make the world a better place?" Ellen considered the question for a second. Her cheeks flushed, and she ducked her head. "I'm sorry." Reese patted her on the arm. I've stepped in it again. I didn't mean to embarrass you."
"You do not embarrass me," Ellen said, her voice humble. "You shame me."
No. Reese felt like a wretch. "We're all victims of how we've been brought up. I only meant to give you something to think about."
"You have given me much to consider. There is a ring of truth in what you say. I do wish to help make a better world. I must give this some thought."
"Well, don't beat yourself up. I know there's only so much one underage girl can do," Reese said. "You are part of a society that's as restrictive as the ones your poor people have to live in. I'll bet they ostracize anyone daring to suggest their way isn't the only way."
"Very true."
Her expression had turned troubled. "Sometimes we have to work within the system," Reese said. "How about this? What kinds of bills or whatever does your brother sponsor in the House of Lords?"
"I don't really know,"
Ellen said.
"Even when I have been his hostess for political dinners here, they save those discussions for later."
"For when you've withdrawn?" Reese made a face. "And I'll bet that if you have asked questions, you were told not to worry your pretty little head about it, right?"
"That is just the way my uncle phrased it,"
Ellen said. "What do you think your brother would say if a man told Gareth that?"
"He would plant him a facer,"
Ellen exclaimed, and then she gasped.
"I should not have said that."
Reese laughed. "I'd like to see him do it, though."
"I would as well,"
Ellen giggled.
Miss Clarice, I have found you at last."
Lulu hurried toward them.
"Your room is ready."
"Shh," Reese whispered to Ellen before the girl linked their arms.
"I understand perfectly,"
the girl breathed in reply. For lack of anything else to do, Jem went with Caitlin and the others on a jaunt to London for a few days. William acted as their host and made sure they were invited to some parties. With Jem's mind preoccupied with Reese and what might have caused her to take off like she had, he didn't think he made a very good impression. He overheard one man describe him as surly. Jem found London hot, stinky, and dirty. The Thames was essentially a disgusting open sewer. And talk about smog. He had been in some cities with air quality problems during his touring. They had nothing on 1850 London with its heavy air that made it hard to breathe. He guessed that shouldn't be surprising since almost everyone used coal. Seeing it now, and remembering modern London, he appreciated how much they'd done to improve things. The only good that came out of the trip with Caitlin was that it gave him time to think about what to do. Nellie could tell him to stay out of whatever decision Reese was facing, but nothing said he had to do that. And he was determined to tip the odds in his favor. Chapter 13. Over the next few days, Reese got better acquainted with Ellen, Kelworth, and especially the Kelworth Gardens. Reese didn't have to worry much about exercising because she got plenty working in the dirt and riding with Ellen. In the evenings after dinner, they took turns reading to each other and had some lively discussions about characterizations in the Bronte sisters' novels. Reese kept her mind too busy to think about Jem, mostly. Unfortunately, it didn't keep her from dreaming about him.
"When my brother and his friends arrive, they will likely be engaged in sporting activities,"
Ellen said at dinner one night, pulling Reese from her thoughts. "What kind of sporting?" she asked, curious. "I do sports back home."
"You?"
Ellen perked up.
"What kind of sporting events do the ladies of your society engage in?"
Once again, Reese was at a loss. She might be able to explain about men playing soccer, baseball, or football, but women? Reese chuckled.
"Please tell me, Clarice,"
Ellen asked.
"I can tell that often you wish to say something, but then you do not. I am interested in everything you do in America."
"Well, I took a class in fencing," That at least was a sport Ellen should be familiar with. I'm actually not too bad at it.
Fencing,
Ellen said, her voice flat.
You mean like the men?
Yes, like the men, and I beat a fair number of them in my class. A surge of pleasure flooded Reese at the memory. My instructor told me women could be quite good at fencing because our reflexes tend to be a little faster on average than men's. I'm tall for a woman, but still smaller than a lot of guys. That can be an advantage because I can get in and out faster. I had to be careful because my reach, Reese held out her arm, was usually shorter than a man's.
But how can you get in and get out in a dress, fast or not?
Ellen asked.
I wore the same kinds of clothes the men did.
Ellen sat in silence for a second and then stood, clasping her hands to her chest, body shaking with excitement.
Will you teach me to fence? We must do it before Gareth returns, as I know he will not approve.
Reese studied the girl. If her ladyship had made the request when they first met, the answer would have been an emphatic no. Reese had now seen how hard Ellen worked in the garden, though. The girl was in shape.
All right, let's do it after dinner,
Reese said.
After our food has settled.
They withdrew to the parlor for a time after the meal. Reese tried reading aloud, but Ellen kept fidgeting over her needlework. She finally set it aside.
Has our meal settled enough?
Ellen asked.
I have exercise clothes, Reese said, that I wear, which I'm sure wouldn't be deemed appropriate to wear in front of men. I'm pretty sure your brother's trousers would be too large for you. You don't want them falling off when you're fencing. You'll have to wear your your bloomers, so we won't want any servants coming in on us.
Lulu coughed. Except for my maid, of course, Reese said.
If my companion were here, she would stay as well, as she is not.
Ellen arched a brow and led the way to a large room, empty of furniture except for a few chairs against one wall. Weapon racks adorned the other walls. All the candles were already burning, so the room was well lit.
Nice,
Reese said, thinking it would be a great workout room, which it probably was for the Earl. With some floor mats, she could do yoga in here. Ellen went to the pulley and summoned a servant. She instructed the maid who arrived that they were going to be having a private activity.
I will lock the door, and we do not wish to be disturbed.
The maid shot them both a concerned glance, but bobbed a curtsy and left. Ellen then went to the door and slid the bolt. She turned to face Reese and grinned.
I am ready,
Ellen said.
Before we get down to our skivvies, I'd like to check out your brother's weapons.
Reese went over to a rack and tried the different foils before choosing a lightweight one for Ellen. Reese found a sweet one, nicely balanced for herself. Taking her skirts in her left hand, she did a step lunge at an imaginary opponent before retreating and parrying.
Nice,
she said.
You truly do know this,
Ellen said. Reese looked at her with raised brows. Did you think I was lying to you?
No, of course not,
the girl grinned.
I have never before met a woman so capable.
Thank you. Reese gave her a fencing bow.
Now let's have you give it a try.
She showed Ellen how to hold the foil in her hand.
With these foils, we only have to worry about the tip.
She explained a couple of the foot moves and had Ellen try them. She immediately tripped on her skirts. Time to strip down, Reese said. I don't want you getting hurt. She had Ellen turn around and went to work undoing the buttons. Lulu hurried over and began doing the same thing on Reese's dress. Soon, they stood facing each other in their chemises and bloomers.
You do not have your, what do you call them, exercise clothes?
Ellen asked.
I laundered them today,
Lulu said.
What is this?
Ellen nodded to the strap under Reese's top.
It's a sports bra. They're made to support a woman's bosom when she's active, she said. Now try that same move. This is much better, Ellen giggled. As I work in the garden, I have often been jealous of my gardener's worn clothing.
Reese walked her through the moves again and then added some defensive ones. They practiced together until Ellen dropped her foil and clutched her hand. What's wrong? Reese set down her own weapon and took Ellen's hand, examining it for bruising.
It cramped until I could no longer hold the foil.
Her ladyship winced as Reese massaged the muscles. Your hand muscles aren't used to this, Reese said. If you think you'd like to continue it, I can give you some exercises to help strengthen your hands. We ought to be able to find a ball or something else squishy for you to squeeze. You have to be patient, though, because it takes time to strengthen your muscles.
I would love to be able to do this, even after my brother is here,
Ellen said, still breathing heavily from the exertion. You have enough open space in your bedroom to practice some of the moves there, Reese said. The more you do it, the stronger your cardio will get.
Cardio?
Heart and lungs, Reese said. You could strengthen them by exercising, and you won't breathe so heavily. Ellen fanned herself.
Yes, and I'm glowing.
Reese laughed. My grandmother used to always say, ladies glow, men perspire, only horses sweat. But it's good for your body to move around and work up a sweat.
I will need to bathe before bed,
Ellen said. Or just do a sponge bath now and bathe in the morning. It's up to you how much you want your maid to know.
Oh, Clarice, this has been the most fun I've had in a very long time.
While they put the foils away and dressed again, Reese wondered what Ellen would think of kickboxing. As the girls parted for the night, Reese grabbed Ellen's arm. Be aware that when you exercise late, it can keep you from sleeping because you're all wired up.
I have so enjoyed myself that I believe my mind will be busy remembering all you taught me. That alone is quite exhilarating.
Reese went to her room and picked up her now dry exercise clothes.
I'll need you to unbutton me again, Lulu.
Miss? That room is perfect for exercising. You want to come with me?
If you promise to lock the door, I will stay here.
The maid yawned. Reese put on a dressing gown over her skimpy attire and returned to the fencing room. She only had the candle from her room and set it on a table by the door. It would provide enough light for what she needed. She began her kickboxing routine and then her martial arts katas. The next day, Ellen was too stiff to practice fencing. I feel it too, Reese said with a chuckle. I'll show you some stretches that will help. It'll hurt, but will make the stiffness feel better. Ellen looked dubious, but gave it a try.
I do not understand how you are able to do that.
She shook her head at Reese doing the splits.
Did you grow up in a circus as a contortionist?
Very funny. Reese jumped to her feet. We have to stretch our muscles, or we lose flexibility as we get older. She went through her usual stretching routine, pausing periodically to give Ellen alternative moves.
I do not hurt as much.
Ellen moved her arms and legs. I told you so. Now, Reese said, I'm going to teach you some self-defense moves.
I do not understand.
There are ways to get away if someone grabs you. Reese held out her arm. Grab my wrist like you plan to force me into the shrubbery and have your way with me.
I would never, and you are a woman.
Ellen stepped back, her cheeks flushed. Reese barely kept from barking out a laugh. The poor girl's blushing would probably give her some problems if she ever did get her London season. Of course you would never do anything like that, and yes, I'm a woman. I need you to pretend that you're a bad man, so you'll take my arm hard like a bad man would. Do you understand? It's acting. She wished she hadn't made that comparison, because it immediately made her think of Jem. She had gone 2 years without him in her life and survived. Why, after only a few days around him again, did his absence feel like she had a gaping hole in her life? A hole that nothing and no one but Jem could fill.
I am always in the company of people who are responsible for my safety, her ladyship said. I cannot imagine a time when I might need to protect myself. You obviously haven't read the same Regency romances I have. When Ellen frowned, Reese added, Think of it as a way to give you self-confidence in awkward situations. Or what if your brother refuses Sir Slimy's request to court you and he decides to carry you off? He plots to find you at a party where he will get you in a compromising situation. Just when someone comes in the room, he kisses you. At the girl's horrified expression, Reese nodded sagely. See, you'd be ruined. These people are such idiots that they'd force the girl who's just been assaulted to marry her attacker. I had not thought. Ellen had paled. Then you need to know how to put guys like that in their place. Reese held out her hand. Pretend that I'm you and you're Sir Slimy. Ellen tightened her jaw and took Reese's wrist with surprising strength. Good girl. Reese used her other hand to trap Ellen's and did a swift move to raise the girl's elbow at an awkward angle. She gasped, and Reese let go. Pretty sweet, isn't it? She asked. Sweet indeed, Ellen nodded. What was it that you called it again? They're joint locks, because you use the other person's joints against them, but you should think of them as escape moves. If you're ever in a situation where you feel threatened, the most important thing is to get away. Sometimes the only way to do that is to make it so your attacker can't follow you. Reese paused, trying to think of a delicate way to explain the more tender parts of the male anatomy. She opened her mouth, closed it, and then opened it again before snapping shut her jaw. You know something you fear will embarrass me, am I correct? Ellen asked. It's that mushroom thing again, Reese said. Where they feed me rubbish and keep me in the dark? The corner of Ellen's mouth twitched. Exactly, Reese grinned. They protect unmarried ladies, at least of the upper classes. The problem is that your ignorance makes you a target for unsavory people. Have you ever seen a horse give birth? Yes, I have, Ellen swallowed. Have you ever seen how the mare got pregnant? Grandmama had a most embarrassing chat with me last year, Ellen said, her voice soft. You do understand that men and women... She broke off when Ellen nodded vigorously, her cheeks red. That part of a man's anatomy is very tender. If you use your knee and thrust it between his legs... Ellen swayed, and Reese broke off, reaching to take the girl's arm and lead her to a chair. Here, put your head between your knees. We don't want you to faint. Ellen did as she was instructed, making a pathetic picture in her chemise and bloomers. Lulu had risen, but Reese waved her back, feeling bad that she had pressed the topic. I'm sorry. Reese patted Ellen's back sympathetically. I'm a terrible friend. Maybe there are times it's okay to be a mushroom. Ellen sat up abruptly, her eyes flashing. I will never be a mushroom again. Her head swayed, her momentary anger gone. What time is it? Reese asked, putting an arm around the girl to keep her upright. Do you get dizzy if you go too long without eating? Yes, Ellen breathed. Here, lie down then. Reese stood and helped the girl to stretch out on the chairs. I'll get some food. You cannot go dressed like that. Ellen pointed at Reese's figure. Right. She looked to Lulu, who was approaching with a small bottle. This will revive her enough for you to help her dress. I will return with some refreshments. Her ladyship needs something with sugar in it, Reese said. And some cheese, too, for the protein. Lulu nodded and hurried from the room. Reese took the vial to Ellen. Let me help you sit up enough to sip this. It's one of Aunt Nellie's tonics, and it will have you feeling fine in no time. I do feel much better, Ellen said after a couple of small sips. Finish it, and then we need to get dressed. Lulu will have some food for you soon." Once Ellen had swallowed the contents, it wasn't difficult for them to get their dresses buttoned up again. "If you like exercising," Reese said, closing the hook at the top of Ellen's gown, "you might want to see about getting some clothes made for it. I can sketch you some possible designs that shouldn't be too shocking if you only wear them inside the house." "I would like that." Someone rapped on the door, and Reese hurried to open it. Lulu entered with a tray, followed by a couple of footmen who carried a small table. One of the Kelworth maids spread a cloth on it, and Lulu set down the tray. "Thank you." Ellen sat on a chair and picked up a strawberry. "You may go now." Reese slipped the bottle back to the maid and whispered, "Aunt Nellie to the rescue again." "Indeed," Lulu said, her tone disapproving. "I will accept no censure from you," Ellen told the maid when the others had gone. "Miss Clarice is teaching me things I wish to know." "That is what I am afraid of, my lady. Miss comes from a place with very different ideas of what is appropriate for a lady of quality. Aunt Nellie asked me to accompany her, to keep an eye on her. I fear I have not been successful." "Do not fear," Ellen said. "I have a firm understanding of decorum, and will not forget myself." "Unlike me?" Reese asked, and sat down. "Yes," Ellen and Lulu said together. Ellen giggled. Lulu curtsied, but sent Reese a warning look before taking her seat in the corner again. "I think if she didn't trust you," Reese said, "that I would be whisked back to Aunt Nellie's." "I imagine she would. Aunt Nellie's servants can be quite an intimidating lot, I must say." "Too right. Now tell me," Reese said, "did you get woozy from what I was telling you, or because you needed food?" "I was shocked by your suggestion, but I believe it was the lack of food." "That's called low blood sugar, by the way." Reese took a sip of her tea. "You should be eating something every 2 to 3 hours, including a protein like nuts or cheese." "My blood's sugar?" Ellen shook her head. "You speak of such odd things." "I'm sorry. I could explain, or we can go back to the self-defense I was showing you." "You will explain later?" "Absolutely." "Then please continue the self-defense." "Okay," Reese said. "That technique I mentioned isn't something you do casually to a man, only if you felt yourself in danger and needed time to get away." "I do wish you to show me more of these joint locks," Ellen said with a conspiratorial smile. "There have been times when Lord Howard will take my wrist. He is quite strong and has a painful grip. It would give me comfort to know how to break free." They ate quietly for a few minutes, Ellen apparently lost in thought. She shifted her gaze to Reese. "Something bothering you?" Reese asked. "The women where you live sound so very physical, almost manly." "Meaning not ladylike?" Reese asked, amused. "Do you think I'm manly?" "You? No, but—" Ellen started to say. "Men don't have an exclusive right to be active," Reese said. "Though, to be honest, women where I come from haven't been allowed this much freedom until the last few decades. When my grandmother was a little girl, females were discouraged from being physical. They were told they weren't strong. But by the time my mother was in school, attitudes had shifted. Once women were allowed to participate in sports, everything changed." She pulled back the loose sleeve of her gown and tightened her muscles. Ellen's mouth made an O as she touched the curve of Reese's bicep. "They used to think that if women lifted weights, we'd become very muscular, like men. But until I did this, you never noticed my muscles, did you?" "No." "I work on this because I want to be strong, so I can do things for myself and not have to rely on others." "You are so independent," Ellen said. "I think it takes bravery to be independent, though my brother would say that it takes arrogance." "Is he independent?" Reese asked. "Yes, he is very independent."
Ellen grinned. "And very arrogant." "Why am I not surprised?" Reese asked. "I think this will probably be the last time we'll get to do this for a while." "Why?" Ellen asked, alarmed. "Because with your brother and his guests running around, we'd have a greater chance of being caught. Do you think your brother would approve of what I'm teaching you?" "No," Ellen said. "I think he would not be pleased at all." "I'm not trying to corrupt you, but I believe that you need to know that you do have some control of your life." Reese glanced out the window. "Would you like to go for a ride tomorrow? I'd like to see the estate's tenant village." "I have never visited it." Ellen put down her napkin and stood. "I enjoyed seeing Nellie's pretty little village. The children were sweet, and Mr. Taylor so entertaining." Reese swallowed the knot that tried to form in her throat. She didn't want to think of Jem with the kids. "I will send word," Ellen said. "We must change." Chapter 14. Reese had to bite back a smile at Ellen's giddiness the next morning as they prepared to head out to the Kelworth tenant village. She had asked the cook to bake some treats to bring with them.
"I'm not sure his lordship would approve of this, my lady,"
the Kelworth groom had said as he accepted the basket from Ellen. "And why not?" She placed her foot into the hands of another groom, who hefted her easily into the saddle. "Aunt Nellie visits her tenants." Ellen settled into the saddle and urged the horse forward without another word. Reese mounted her horse and followed her, leaving Lulu and the groom to catch up. The horse Reese rode was a lovely animal, but not as fun to ride as the Palomino. When she returned to the future, she would miss Honey. "I so enjoyed meeting Aunt Nellie's courtiers," Ellen said a few minutes into the ride. "I have had few opportunities to associate with children. I did not know how delightsome they are." "They aren't always," Reese warned. "Believe me, I used to babysit for a neighbor, and she had a couple of boys who were hellions." "Babysit?" Ellen asked. "Oh." Reese didn't acknowledge Lulu's fake cough from behind and tried to think of a reason a rich man's daughter would take on servant duties. "My mother thought it good training for us to tend other people's children, as a service." "Your mother is also a philanthropist?" Ellen asked. "She helps people when she has time." Her mother, working 2 jobs most of Reese's memory, hadn't had time to do more than work and sleep. "I'm an only child, and she wanted me to have chances to interact with them." "Ah, preparing you for motherhood," Ellen nodded. "Your mother is a wise woman." Reese wondered what her hostess would say if she knew the truth, that Reese had to babysit to help pay the bills, that she and her mother were the same social class as the Earl's tenants. "I learned that children are like the rest of us. They have good days and bad days." Reese grinned at her. "But you're right. They can be delightsome." Eventually, they came to a rise on a hill overlooking a little village.
"My lady,"
the groom said, bringing his horse abreast of Ellen's,
"we should turn back now."
While Ellen argued with the man, Reese squinted at the buildings. Unlike Nellie's cottages of well-maintained stone walls and thatched roofs, the Earl's tenants lived in squalid shacks. Little grew around the huts, and the village didn't appear to have a common area like the one Jem had entertained the children in. With pinched lips, Reese urged her horse forward. Ellen followed. As they approached the nearest structure, the breeze shifted and a terrible stench wafted over them. Reese coughed and covered her mouth with a handkerchief. Lulu pointed to a trench that went down the road, full of dirty water and smelling of raw sewage. Reese gagged. A few bedraggled people, including children in rags, watched them listlessly. Working in clinics, Reese had thought she'd seen poverty and despair. It had not prepared her for this. The people looked in bad health and must be riddled with malnutrition and disease. Reese met the huge eyes of a small naked boy with a distended belly, and she dropped her hand from her mouth. That poor baby! Her eyes burning, she slid from the horse. She had to do something to help. "No, miss." Lulu moved her horse between Reese and the child. "You must go no further. This is not a safe place." A gasp came from behind them, and they turned to find Ellen approaching, her eyes as wide as the child's. "I do not understand," Ellen said. "How can this be?" She turned blazing eyes on her groom. "You knew! That is why you wished to stop us from coming. You knew my brother had people in his care who were—" His ladyship's eyes glistened. "We need much more than what I brought in the basket." "But it's a start, Ellen." Reese strode forward. "The first thing we have to do is get a list of what they need." She coughed and stepped away from the trench. "Besides a decent septic system." "Miss," Lulu began. Reese spun around and pointed a finger at the maid. "If you're worried, then you send a message to Nellie. See if she can spare some of that tonic of hers, or if she has other medications that might help these people." She shifted to Ellen, her mind already considering what must be done. "Can you get your hands on some food? Lots of food?" "I believe so." Ellen stared at the little boy. "You know how to help." "For that kid I do, but we can't do it alone," Reese said. "I'll talk to these people and make a list. You should head back to Kelworth and see what resources you have there. Maybe you could order things to be brought in, press them to get to you fast." "Yes." Ellen sat taller, hope shining in her expression. "I can do that, at least." She turned to her groom. "Leave the basket with Miss Clarice, and come with me." The man looked both relieved and concerned. Lulu slid off her horse, and he handed it to her. "Are you sure I should leave the two of you here without a man?" he asked. "I will keep us safe, have no fear," Lulu said. "I am so sorry," Ellen said. "I did not know." "This isn't your bad," Reese said. "This rests fully on your brother." Ellen gave a sick little nod and turned her horse around. "We have work to do, Lulu." Reese strode forward. By the time they returned to Kelworth, it took what little energy both Reese and Lulu had left to dismount in front of the manor. Reese had an itch on her cheek that had been bothering her for an hour, but she'd been afraid to put her hands anywhere near her face. "Oh, you have returned!" Ellen cried, rushing down the stairs. "Don't touch us!" Reese stepped back and raised her hands to ward off the girl. "We're full of germs. We need to wash first. I won't have you getting sick like your tenants." Her ladyship stopped, her complexion pale. "I will have baths drawn." "Is there somewhere out here where we can wash in privacy?" Reese clenched her fist and tucked it at her side to keep from scratching her cheek. "I don't imagine carbolic acid has been invented yet, or iodine?" When Ellen looked confused, Reese sighed. "I want your harshest soap, and these dresses and our underthings should be boiled." "But that will ruin your gowns," Ellen said with a gasp. "Better that than your servants catching what we were exposed to today." Reese gave Ellen a stern look. "I mean it. Trust me on this." "I believe you." She began giving instructions, and the servants jumped into action to comply. The housekeeper waved to Reese and Lulu to follow her and took them to a small outbuilding next to the servants' entrance, apparently a place for them to clean up when they'd been outside in bad weather. Reese couldn't wait to get cleaned up. Her patience had almost reached its breaking point before she was finally able to scratch her cheek. She sighed in relief, and Lulu gave a dark but sympathetic chuckle before rubbing her mouth. "I confess you put the fear of God in me about them germ things, miss," the maid said. "As soon as you said not to touch my face with my hands, or I would become ill too, my face started itching like to drive me to Bedlam." Reese scratched her cheek again. "Don't get me thinking about it." She shuddered. "We have to come up with a way to protect ourselves until we can get that place cleaned up." "I have sent a message to Aunt Nellie for help." The little maid held up Reese's dressing gown. "I have asked for her seamstresses to help with the clothing. They will not be the best fitting, but from what we saw today, anything new will bless those people's lives. And," Lulu lowered her voice, "I have requested some of her special illness tonic." "Even more special than what she gave us on our first day?" Reese whispered. "Aye, and something only to be used sparingly." "Good. Turn around and I'll button you up." Lulu frowned, but didn't argue. By the time she returned to her room, Reese's hands felt dry enough to crack. The harsh soap had done its job, though. Between that and the several layers of skin she had scrubbed off, she figured she had done all she could. She would have to see how much of that soap they had here that she could take with them tomorrow. The workers from Nellie's and from Kelworth must be protected. Reese knew she was probably overreacting. It wasn't like the people in the village had smallpox or anything like that, but she wasn't going to risk it. Ellen tapped on the door, entered, and handed over an expensive-looking bottle of lotion. "Use this on your hands and face." She sat on the dressing-table chair. "It will soften your skin." "Thank you." Reese opened the bottle and took a sniff. Roses. She spread some on her hands. It stung at first, but her skin soaked it in. "I am so ashamed," Ellen whispered. Her head bowed and her hands clenched in her lap. "On my word, I had no idea those people were living like that. You must want to have nothing more to do with me after this." "Why would you think they were living like that?" Reese asked. "You probably assumed your brother was a good landlord." "Yes." Ellen looked up. "I have known that the courtiers were the least productive of my brother's tenants. That is why they are only given small parcels to work. I thought they chose to live there because they did not wish to work hard." "I'm not sure they all chose that, Ellen," Reese said. "I understand that some people are just lazy, but what kind of training do your brother's tenants receive?" "Training? I do not understand." "Back home, we call them life skills. Here, children learn the trades of their parents, but it's not simply a matter of being a farmer or a blacksmith or a tailor or a cook. Have they been taught management skills? I think I've mentioned that where I come from, everyone can attend school, can learn to read and write and do math. There are also classes, lessons on things like cooking and sewing and managing money. They are called life skills because they are the things people need to know to function in society. That's why I asked what they had been taught. If a father is lazy, he will have few skills to teach his children. How does an earl learn about running his estate? Doesn't he need people who know how to do it really well to teach him, even if he hires someone else to actually do it?" "Of course," Ellen said. "So you believe it's possible to teach these people to do better?" "You won't know until you give them the chance to learn and improve their lives. There's a saying back home, if you give a man a fish, you've only fed him for that day. But if you teach him to fish, he can feed himself the rest of his life. Life skills, see?" "Yes." "Now, sometimes people aren't very intelligent, and it's hard for them to learn things." Reese hesitated before plowing on. "I know a lot of you nobility types think that's because you're naturally smarter and better than regular people, but a lot of it comes down to the amount and quality of food children receive when they're growing up. They don't grow smart and strong because they don't get good food when their brains and bodies are developing." Her voice broke. "Like that little boy we saw." Ellen's eyes glistened. "He looked so different from the children at Aunt Nellie's. How is it possible for a child to have thin arms and such a fat belly?" "It's not fat. It's a symptom of insufficient protein in the diet." "I was ignorant before." Ellen stood, wearing a determined expression.
but I cannot sit back and do nothing. I wish to be brave like you. What must we do?"
"I talked to your housekeeper while she was bossing us around for our baths." Reese walked over to the desk. "She said there is a good supply of fabric here, at least until we get that place cleaned up. I don't want to expose too many people in case there's anything really contagious there. Then we can arrange for more people to help with the houses and that horrible cesspool. Something we'll need to drill into those people is hygiene." Reese chuckled. "We should have a sign that says, 'Cleanliness is next to godliness' in every house." Ellen gave a sleepy nod.
"We have much to do tomorrow."
"Yes, we're going to change those people's lives for the better." Reese turned to her maid. "Thank you for your help in this, too. I couldn't have done that today without you." Lulu nodded and curtsied. The look she gave Reese warmed her heart, because for the first time, the little fairy wasn't giving her a look of warning or admonition, but one of respect. The next 2 days were exhausting, but with the help of Aunt Nellie's people and some of the Kelworth servants, Reese and Ellen were able to get the people dressed, fed, and provided with supplies to get clean. Reese had wondered if Jem might come with them, but one of the servants had said he had gone to London with Caitlin and Cyrus. Reese hadn't admitted to herself until the sharp stab of disappointment hit her how much she had hoped he would come after her. Which was just stupid of her. She didn't need to complicate things between them further. While she and Ellen sat in the drawing room after dinner, a servant tapped on the door and entered carrying a silver tray with an envelope on it.
"My lady, a messenger delivered this letter for you from the Earl."
He set the tray on the table beside Ellen and left the room.
"Wonderful,"
she said as she read.
"Gareth has finished his business in London early and plans to be here tomorrow. This is most excellent. Perhaps we can invite your cousin to join us."
Ellen broke off and tapped her fingers on the paper.
"Would you perhaps prefer to meet my brother and his guests first? You would know better if they will suit."
"Now, you're saying something I'm not sure I understand," Reese said. "I've heard the term suit used for courting couples who decide they're not a good match. I've never heard it used for house guests. Do you mean they might not get along?"
"My brother sometimes invites,"
Ellen frowned,
"interesting friends to be his guests. I believe Gareth and Mr. Jem would deal well enough."
"But you're not sure Jem would get along with your brother's company?" Reese felt a twinge of concern. What kind of people did the Earl bring into his home? "Is your brother a partier?" At Ellen's confused expression, Reese added, "Do he and his friends get drunk and then misbehave?" She didn't get into that kind of thing herself, and had little patience with people who didn't recognize their limits.
"No, not Gareth. I will not know about his guests until they arrive. Last summer was different than in past years. Some of the men were not quite the thing."
Ellen bit her lip, her expression unhappy. "Don't get all delicate with me." Reese pinned the girl with a firm gaze, her anger at the Earl building. "Is your brother allowing guys like Sir Slimy into his home when you're here? Are you afraid one will try to take advantage of you?"
"Of course, none of his friends would try to take advantage of me."
Her eyes flashed at the insult to her brother.
"None would dare incur Gareth's wrath."
Reese found that answer lacking on so many levels she didn't know how to put her next question into words. Did Ellen mean Gareth's guests wouldn't mess with her because it would tick off her brother, but they might pull stunts on other guests or servants? Reese felt confident she could take care of herself just fine. In fact, the way she felt at the moment, she wouldn't mind needing to take care of herself, but that would only embarrass Ellen.
"Is it appropriate for me to be here when they are here?" Reese asked. "Oh, please do not leave yet."
Ellen looked almost panicky.
"The gentlemen will likely go shooting or engage in sporting activities during the afternoon. In the evening, when they are more likely to become lively, you and I may retire early. My brother is used to me doing so.
Maybe you should come with me to Nellie's for a visit while these people are here, Reese suggested, still not sure.
No, I am sure now we must send an invitation to your cousin,
Ellen said with a note of finality.
His presence here, I am sure, will put your mind at ease.
Her obvious excitement about having Jem come, and perhaps receive her brother's approval as a possible beau, made up Reese's mind. She couldn't let the girl keep thinking of him that way.
I need to warn you about Jem.
She found it hard to look up, worried that her own hot cheeks would give away her feelings for him.
What do you mean?
I know Aunt Nellie said he and Cyrus were also eligible. Reese searched her mind for a reason that would make sense to Ellen.
They came to chaperone us. Neither one of them is looking for a wife. Few men their age are.
The corners of her mouth turned up, her expression dreamy.
You mustn't set your sights on Jem, Reese said as gently as she could. He can't be your Mr. Darcy. And why not?
Ellen turned into her ladyship in a flash, her cheeks flushing.
You have said yourself that I must be free to choose whom I will marry. Why should I not attempt to fix my interest in him?
Because I'm in love with him.
Because he won't stay here. His life is in America,
Reese said. I doubt your brother would approve of a marriage to a traveling actor. What kind of life would that be for you?
If we married, he would settle down and live like the gentleman he was born to be.
Ellen's chin lifted.
Now, about my brother. He and his company should arrive near tea-time. I'm afraid I will not be able to accompany you to the village, as I must oversee preparations.
Well, her ladyship certainly had the knack for shutting down a discussion she didn't want to have. Reese had tried. Do you want me to stay here and help? She asked.
Oh, no, you must go. You have such an air of command about you, the workers would not dare to grow lax under your watch.
Ellen shot her a smug glance.
One day, soon I imagine, you will make a fine mistress of a great house.
The look and the tone of voice made Reese think her friend had a particular house in mind. Reese tilted her head and narrowed her eyes. Ellen rose to her feet.
Well, I must speak to the housekeeper before bed, and I believe you have an early morning planned.
She glided from the room. That girl definitely had matchmaking in mind. Who did Lady Ellen Hildebrand have in mind to match Reese with? It had better not be the evil Earl. Chapter 15. Reese arrived at the kitchen early the next morning to find the poor cook freaking out.
I have no idea how her ladyship thinks I can cook for those slovenly tenants and the Earl's guests.
The woman was hurrying from one part of her large kitchen to another.
I'm sorry to have added this burden to you, Reese said.
What can I do to help?
Just get your wagon off so I have the space to work.
You're wonderful. Thank you. Reese planted a quick kiss on the woman's cheek before heading out the door. Lulu followed with a basket of food. As soon as their wagon came in sight of the village, people hurried from the cottages.
Bless you, miss,
a woman said, and others took it up until it was almost a chant. Reese could only nod to them, blinking back tears. The first stop on their arrival was the home of the little boy, Jimmy, who they had seen the first day. The tonic Nellie had sent over was already working its magic on the child's body. It would take time for him to flesh out, but the distended belly had already gotten smaller. She then went to the homes of the other children who had shown varying signs of the malady. Her goal for the day had been to start instruction on basic nutrition. It turned into another day of inventorying when she discovered that few of the homes had adequate cooking utensils and none had ovens. The women did their cooking over open fires when they had dry wood. Too often, it seemed, they ate their food cold. Most homes only had one pot, which was also used for bathing when the people bothered to clean themselves. Even Lulu had seemed appalled. Reese stepped out into the light drizzle, grateful for once to have a bonnet. Considering England's reputation for rainy weather, they'd been pretty lucky that the few storms they'd had since starting work on the village had been in the evenings. They hadn't left the ground too wet to work the next morning. She missed weather forecasts. As she had fallen asleep the night before, she'd had to make contingency plans in case it rained during the day. The work had to go on regardless of the weather. Beside her, Lulu coughed. Reese glanced up and spotted a rider approaching the village. Even if she hadn't recognized the gray, she'd have known the rider. Jem had come. How she'd missed him. With eyes that burned and a lump lodged in her throat, Reese's first inclination was to run to him. She stopped herself before she took a step. For the first time, she understood why women in books took leaps of faith. But Reese was no book heroine, about to do something that made her too stupid to live. Her second inclination was to turn her back on him. Jem had been her friend, though, and she would not cut him like she had Sir Slimy. Jane and Bingley. Reese could do this. She put on a fake smile, gave him a nod, and strode toward him, and the wagon where the workers were loading up the tools. Jem's expression, which had been wary, lit up as she approached. He grinned and urged his horse forward. "Hello, cousin," she whispered to Lulu. "Stay with me, no matter what." "Aye, miss, I intend to."
"Hey!"
He dismounted and took a step toward her.
"Looks like you found a project to work on while we're here."
"Yes." She kept her voice cool, but not cold, as she glanced around and surveyed the work that had been done that day. "What brings you here?"
"You?"
Jem said simply. A panicky feeling nearly overwhelmed her for a second. She wanted this, wanted Jem. To hear sweet words from him that matched the tender look on his face would be the fulfillment of dreams she'd carried with her for years. But behind it all was the memory of the growing sense of loss she'd felt as day after day had passed with no word from him. Knowing he planned to leave, she refused to set herself up to live through it again. "Sorry, I haven't the time. I have to get back to Ellen. She's expecting company." Reese moved away from him toward the wagon. He reached out to stop her, but she jerked back her arm. Reese had almost missed the movement because of her hat brim. Lulu stepped between them. "It's been nice seeing you," Reese said over her shoulder. Jem's expression had fallen. His shoulders slumped. Boy, was he good. It took all her force of will not to reach out to him. She clenched her fist and pinned it at her side. "Tell Kate I said hi and hope she's been having fun." Reese turned and went to the wagon. "Help me up," she hissed to the footman who jumped to help her. "Make haste," Lulu said. Reese's lips trembled as they drove by Jem and the gray, leaving him standing in the rain. Jem watched Reese leave. She had been glad when she'd first recognized him. He'd seen it in her eyes, the curve of her mouth. The change in her expression had marked when the wall had come crashing between them again. Then he remembered the feel of her arms around him in the library, the way she'd run her hands through his hair, the feel of her lips on his. Reese had no guile in her. If she could kiss him like that, it meant something to her. What could possibly have changed between the time of them stealing touches to her stealing away from him with barely a note? Did it have something to do with Ellen staying the night? Ever since the girl had first mentioned her brother, Jem's gut had told him this Earl might be the other option. Had Ellen talked up her brother's virtues during the sleepover? Was what he had to offer enough to keep Reese here? Jem's stomach went sour. She hated this time period, loathed the position of women in this society, and feared illnesses. Money and status would never draw her. He glanced around at the little village and the last of the wagons of workers pulling away. If the Earl offered her a chance to improve the lives of people like these, Jem's instincts told him that might be the right lure. He would have to watch how things played out, which meant he had to find a way to be here. It was time to visit the kitchens and work on his servant accent. The ride back to Kelworth was quiet. It took a while before Reese had control of herself not to burst out crying. She was in bad shape if just seeing Jem could do this to her. She had to focus on what she had control over at the moment, the courtiers. She reviewed the mental list she'd made of the few foods that made up the majority of the courtiers' meals: bread, butter when they could get it, potatoes, beer, and tea. Sometimes a family was able to get their hands on some bacon, but that was not often, and no one in the village had been able to remember a time in the past couple of years that anyone had. No wonder the children were in such terrible condition. As she tried to consider the needs of the courtiers, Reese couldn't shake the image of Jem's face. She knew what he looked like when he was hurt, and she had hurt him. Even now, she wanted to go back and make it go away, say everything was okay. But it wasn't okay. Ellen, at some point soon, was going to invite Jem to come to Kelworth as a guest. What should Reese do? Continue trying to avoid him while they were both under the same roof? Or confront him with what she'd overheard and accuse him of toying with her? That would make for interesting after-dinner entertainment. She needed a plan of action for his inevitable visit. If she hadn't found the courtiers, she might have returned to Nellie's when Jem did come, but Reese felt a commitment to the tenants. She had started something, and she meant to do the best she could for them. What they did once she left was up to them, but they would have the best tools to improve their lives that she could give them. The other nagging worry was the Earl and his questionable guests. Reese didn't plan to be around them much, but she knew she would have to interact with them once in a while. Would they mock her since her manners weren't that of a gently bred lady like Ellen? Reese didn't want it to bother her, but she knew it would. She wasn't like Jem, who could fit in comfortably with any group.
"My brother and his guests are late."
Ellen hurried to the wagon.
"You have time to change before they arrive. But how are the children?"
"Looking even better than yesterday." Reese jumped from the wagon. The footman had raised his hand to help her and heaved out a wounded breath before he began unloading the tools instead. Ellen gave Reese's appearance a quick glance and then looked at Lulu.
"I will send my dresser to assist Miss Clarice, since you must see to your own toilette first."
Lulu looked about to protest, but Ellen shot her one glance, and the words died on the maid's lips.
"Come, we must make haste."
Ellen took Reese's arm and firmly guided her into the kitchen entrance.
"We will use the servants' stairs."
Why the rush? Reese was tired, physically and emotionally, and didn't feel in a hurry.
"My brother has noticed how often I speak of you, and has expressed curiosity about my new friend."
Ellen shifted uncomfortably.
"I am anxious for you to meet him."
And appear at her best before him. Reese stopped, pulling her arm free. "Promise me you won't play matchmaker, Ellen." She crossed her arms and put on her sternest expression, one she had perfected when dealing with difficult kids at the health clinic. "Nothing good will come of it."
"How can you know that?"
Ellen stepped closer, wearing her own stern expression.
"You are here to find a husband with a title. Who better than my brother?"
"I never said I was looking for a title," Reese said. "Or a husband." Ellen's expression softened and turned almost pleading.
"I would love for you to be my sister in more than spirit."
Reese was touched more than she could say, but she shook her head. She had a job, a purpose in the future. A little voice whispered that she could do a lot of good in this time, too. She shook her head more forcefully.
"Do not turn against him before you have met him," Ellen said. "Please."
"How do you know he won't hate me on sight? I'm not like you. I could never be a gracious hostess, and I doubt if I'd ever want to be. I think all that is a waste of time. Your brother is part of the ton, and they represent the kind of people I most despise." At the girl's hurt expression, Reese added, "Not you. For sure, not you. You're different. You're not full of yourself and arrogant. You're teachable." Her ladyship seemed to consider that.
"Do you think yourself above me?"
"What?" Reese blinked in surprise. "No, why would you think that?"
"Ofttimes when you speak to me, you remind me of some of those—"
Ellen looked disturbed.
"No, I do not wish to offend."
"I think I'm the one who has been doing any offending." Reese forced the girl to meet her gaze. "It's my bossy nature. I prance around acting like I know what's best for everyone. I'm sorry. Believe me, I do not think myself above you." Her time was above Ellen's, but not Reese's character. But that wasn't something they could discuss.
"Thank you,"
her ladyship sighed.
"About my brother, I will not presume anything, but I must cling to my hopes. Two people who have learned to love each other can overcome many things. Come, we truly must make haste."
They had to respect each other, too, but Reese kept that thought to herself. She didn't want to hurt the girl's feelings more. Her love of her brother was strong, but what had he done to earn it? Was it Ellen's loneliness that kept her from seeing his bad traits? He sure didn't sound like Mr. Darcy. Ellen talked about all she had been busy with during the day, and Reese couldn't help being impressed. Not only had the girl overseen what the housekeeper and the cook were planning, Ellen had checked on the condition of the rooms to make sure the airing and changing of bedding met her high standards. Fires had to be lit in each to take out the chill. It wasn't until Reese reached her room that she wondered why Ellen had given her such a rundown of her responsibilities. Because she wanted Reese to know what being the hostess of a great house entailed? That sly girl doing her own educating. Reese's respect for her went up even more. "I'm scared to death to meet these people," Reese said when Ellen was about to leave.
"You? Frightened of people?"
Ellen wore a disbelieving smile.
"You are the most fearless person I have ever met, male or female."
"Then you haven't met many people." Reese stepped forward. "What if they mock me? I can't always keep my tongue between my teeth."
"Cannot ever keep your tongue between your teeth, you mean?"
Ellen gave a soft laugh.
"That is what I love about you. I have never met such an honest person. I can always trust that what you say is what you mean. You shall do fine."
She swept from the room, and her dresser entered. The woman said nothing, but immediately went to work. Reese had learned not to fight the whole dressing thing, so the woman finished in short order. Another maid had entered the room while the dresser finished buttoning up the dress. "Sit." The woman pointed to the vanity table chair. When Reese was in place, the dresser and maid each began to work on her hair. They must have done that kind of thing together before, because they worked fast, and in the end, Reese's hair had a balanced appearance. She stared at her reflection, surprised at how much she looked the part of a gently bred woman. As soon as she opened her mouth, or tromped into a room in her unladylike stride, everyone would know she was a fraud. But that was okay, wasn't it? She couldn't care less about these people, or what they thought of her. They were all dead anyway, in her time. The thought that Ellen was too sent a wave of grief through Reese. It would be wonderful if Ellen could come to the future with them and have a chance to live up to her potential. She could go to college or pursue some other invigorating career. Maybe even politics, since that kind of thing interested her.
"You are ready, miss," the dresser said.
Reese swallowed and stood. She did her best to walk gracefully as she made her way down the stairs. Only for Ellen would she make such an effort. From the drawing room came the sound of voices, with that haughty tone she had become familiar with at the ball. Reese's courage failed her, and she turned and went out the front door instead. She walked to the little gazebo at the back of the garden and watched the ducks swimming in the pond. A swan swam on the other side. One of the ducks climbed out of the water and waddled over the grass. Reese's gaze went back to the swan. That was the two of them, Ellen the swan and her the duck out of water. The image made her chuckle and lightened her mood. Her thoughts drifted back to the village. Now that the Earl was home, would he interfere with her work there? He might be tight-fisted and refuse to fund the improvements. Ellen had been forceful, and the staff had done her bidding. With her big brother here, that could change. He had shown himself to be a poor steward. Cluelessness was no excuse for the maintenance to have been so badly neglected. She doubted he had any understanding of how poverty tended to feed on itself, of how discouraging and demoralizing it could be, how being surrounded by other people who felt equally defeated made it difficult to work hard enough to get out of a bad situation. Reese found her anger at the Earl rising again, and she had to take a deep breath. Maybe he shared the attitude of the privileged of this time, that if people couldn't care for themselves, they should be sent to the poorhouses like in Dickens' works. She paused. When had he written A Christmas Carol? If he was writing in this time, Ellen might have a copy.
"There you are,"
her ladyship called from a distance. Reese got to her feet and turned. Ellen strolled on the arm of a very tall man. He resembled the painting, so it had to be her brother. The Earl wore his hair longer now, and had some waves in it. It was still dark, though the hair at his temples had a few streaks of gray. Her heart pounded as his hooded eyes took her in, from her head to her feet. He put a stupid quizzing glass to one eye, pausing to give attention to her chest. The creep. Reese's face went hot, and she had to clench her jaw to keep from saying something that might upset Ellen. Yet Reese would not put up with that from any man. She put on her best glare and folded her arms, taking a stance that mimicked his own. She scanned his tall frame, dressed in his fancy clothes, making sure to give a little sneer, followed by a sniff, to show she wasn't pleased by what she saw. He dropped the quizzing glass, the color around his neck growing dark. Perfect. She had given as good as she'd gotten. See, Jem wasn't the only one who could act. Ellen frowned, sensing the tension between them.
"Gareth Hildebrand, 8th Earl of Kelworth," she said. "I would like to introduce to you Miss Clarice Hamilton from America. She is Aunt Nellie's guest and my special friend."
The Earl, who had regained his composure after Reese's dismissal, shot his sister a quick glance at her emphasis. His expression softened. The rancor faded, replaced by a twinkle in his eyes, as if he found his sister's friend humorous. "How do you do, Miss Hamilton?" He bowed and held out his hand. When she hesitated, the corner of his mouth twitched. She thrust out her hand, rather than giving him a chance to kiss it. She gave his a good, forceful shake and pulled it back. Both his brows rose that time. "Good day, sir." When Ellen's eyes widened, Reese quickly added, "My lord." She made sure that use of the title sounded begrudged and not deferential in the least. "Americans." He said it like it left a bad taste in his mouth and started walking around the gazebo, almost like a stalking panther, studying her the whole time. Poor Ellen watched them both, dismayed. "Oh, yeah?" Reese crossed her arms again, pushing out one hip and wearing a bored expression. If he thought to intimidate her, make her think of herself as prey, then he was in for a surprise. She had faced off with enough drug dealers, bureaucrats, and other pompous fools that she was not about to back down. Someone called from a distance. The Earl stopped in front of Reese, holding her with his gaze as he called out, "Over here, Ned." Gareth gave her a nod and smiled for the first time. "Truce, Miss Hamilton." His voice was low and soft. She glanced at Ellen and gave in. "For your sister, yes." "Then, ladies?" The Earl offered each of them an arm. "Shall we return to the house? I believe Ellen went to great effort to prepare tea for us, and we are already late. We should join my guests before they have eaten everything." Ellen took his arm. Reese clasped her hands behind her back and strolled beside him instead. She was perfectly capable of walking without some man to hang on to, as long as she didn't trip on her stupid skirts. Please. He arched a brow, but didn't remark on it. Ellen and her brother chatted as they strolled back to the house. When they entered the room, she smiled and greeted the Earl's guests amiably. The easy grace with which they interacted showed that the girl knew them, which meant it wasn't the rowdy crowd from last year. The tension in Reese's shoulders relaxed a little. Her ladyship went through the introductions, but Reese knew she'd never remember their names and titles. The three women watched her curiously, wearing haughty attitudes and a sense of superiority befitting Mr. Bingley's sisters. Reese had been careful not to walk with her usual manly stride, and knew she at least looked the part of a lady of quality. The men, Ned and Reggie, also watched her, though they weren't quite so obvious about it. None of them tried to pull the Earl's stunt. Ned looked to be about 30 and dressed much fancier than the Earl did. Ned also seemed overly aware of his clothing. In modern times, Reese thought he would be considered a metrosexual male. Maybe the term in this time was a dandy, if they still had them in the Victorian era. Reggie acted like his sidekick. By the end of tea, Reese had decided she couldn't stand to be around these people much longer. If the Earl killed the work on the village, she would return to Nellie's, Jem or not. Had the invitation to him gone out yet, or did the Earl have to give his permission first? When the meal was finished, Ellen suggested her guests might like to rest. She and Reese hung back as they leisurely left the room.
"I saw you were not comfortable with them,"
Ellen said when the door had closed behind them.
"I am sorry. It is better than last year. These friends are not wild."
"Just snooty."
"I figured that out by how you treated them," Reese said. "I do feel a little bit like an intruder here. This is your brother's house, and he has the right to be comfortable here without a snarky American making things awkward for him and his company." "Please stay." Ellen clasped her hands to her chest. "I really think it would be better for everyone if I leave," Reese argued. The door creaked open behind them, and they turned to find the Earl there. Had he overheard them?
"I thought I might find you still here."
He shut the door behind him and came to stand by them, placing himself as close to Reese as he did to Ellen.
"Before we found you in the garden, Miss Hamilton," he said, "my sister was telling me how diverting she found your company. It can be lonely for her when I am busy in London. I appreciate you keeping her entertained."
"Her ladyship is delightful. It has been my pleasure," Reese said. "But I believe I have overstayed my welcome. It is time for me to return to Aunt Nellie's." She curtsied.
"I wish you would not. My guests will continue their journey in a few days," the Earl said, holding up his hand to stop her. "I hope you will stay."
Reese studied him, suspicious of his invitation. There had to be ulterior motives, because he was that kind of guy, wasn't he? The Earl must have read from her expression that she still meant to leave.
"Please, Miss Hamilton, it would mean a great deal to my sister. She spends too much time here alone, I know."
He sent Ellen an apologetic glance.
She looks forward to the end of the season because it means that I will be home. Next year, when she has come of age, it will be different, and I must face losing her." The real affection in his voice and in the look he gave his sister softened Reese's attitude. For the first time, she understood Ellen's high opinion of her brother, distorted as it might be. Love made it easy to excuse bad behavior. Reese had seen it too many times in abused children who craved the love of unworthy parents. She let out a breath of resignation. "I will stay," she said, "for Ellen."
"Oh, yes!"
She clapped her hands.
"Thank you."
"Have you already sent Jem an invitation?" Reese didn't like it, but she had learned a long time ago not to fight the inevitable.
"Oh, I forgot to mention it."
Ellen's cheeks flushed.
"Mr. Taylor is Miss Hamilton's cousin, and also a guest of Aunt Nellie's. He is interested in learning about Kenilworth. I think you two would get on famously."
The Earl shot his sister a shrewd glance before his piercing gaze shifted to Reese's inquiry. He was trusting her to tell him if Ellen was safe around Jem? How curious.
Lady Ellen need not fear that he would behave inappropriately with her.
Just Reese. "I will look forward to meeting your cousin then, Miss Hamilton. Ellen, I would prefer Mr. Taylor not join us until after my other guests have gone. Perhaps we should invite him for a dinner party." The Earl bowed and strode from the room.
"Oh, Clarice, thank you."
Ellen gave her a quick hug. Chapter 16. Jem stared at his cards. He had spent hours among Nellie's staff working on his accent. Until he'd been around them more, he hadn't paid attention to things like posture and body language. It shamed him when he realized he'd been giving more attention to Nellie's quality guests. Reese was right. This culture could suck a person in. Geoffrey had interrupted Jem's time in the kitchen several times to announce visitors asking for him and Cyrus. With his friend off visiting Bath with William, Jem hadn't been able to make excuses not to come. It turned out that they were lady callers, eligible single women in the company of their mothers. They came under the pretense of visiting Nellie, but seemed awfully anxious to meet the two American men who had fortunes. Sitting in their company, making meaningless conversation, he once again understood Reese's feelings. Had she met the Earl yet? Was she at this very moment being pursued by Ellen's widowed brother? Since these noblemen didn't necessarily marry for love, the guy might find an American heiress worth the effort to court. Or could the threat come from one of the guests the Earl was reported to be bringing with him from London? Jem couldn't shake the image of Reese deciding to stay here, not for the title and prestige, but because being married to someone with power and influence would let her help more people. And that tenant village was full of people who needed someone like Reese. Besides sneaking into the project as a servant, Jem had to find a way to get an invitation to Kenilworth as an official guest. He threw in his cards and stood abruptly. Nellie's evening guests looked at him in surprise. "You should perhaps retire, Taylor," one man said. "Your mind has not been on the game anyway." "Good advice." Jem bowed. Tomorrow would be a busy day. He went to the pool room and entertained himself there until he heard the sound of Nellie's guests retiring for the night. With the door open a crack, he watched for her to come toward the servants' quarters, as she did every night to discuss the next day's needs. "Aunt Nellie?" He approached her. "I thought you had gone to bed." "I need to talk with you." Nellie didn't quite roll her eyes, but nodded toward her morning room. She sat in the chair at her desk and pushed aside a ledger she must have been working on earlier. Leaning back, she rested her elbows on the arms and steepled her fingers. "What can I help you with, young Jem?" she asked. "What is the protocol for a single man to visit an estate?" he asked. "For an untitled American to visit the home of a peer to whom you have not been introduced?" she asked. Jem winced. But what if that single man has been introduced to that peer's younger sister? I repeat, you have not been introduced to his lordship. I'm sure Geoffrey would have told you this already if you had asked him. When Jem opened his mouth to argue, she spoke more firmly. It does not matter anyway, young Jem. Lord Hildebrand is home now, and you must wait for him to make the first move before visiting. But what about Reese? Reese has a charity project that is doing quite well. A number of emotions crossed Nellie's face, but she finally smiled. I believe she may have saved at least one child's life. She shot him a hard look. Jem wondered why she would look at him so intently, and then he knew. He had been so preoccupied with Reese that he hadn't paid attention to Ellen. If she were crushing on him, of course she would have mentioned him to her brother. I haven't done anything to lead Ellen to think I like her like that. It's Reese. It's always been Reese. Saying the words aloud, Jem felt a rush of emotions flood through his body, and he knew they were true. How had he ever thought differently? I am glad to hear you have not been toying with Lady Ellen's affections. I would have been even more disappointed to find that you would lead on one lady while claiming an emotional attachment to another, she said. You must find a way to let Lady Ellen down gently. She is not one to give her affection frivolously. I do not wish to see her hurt. Nellie dropped her hands to open her desk drawer and pulled out an envelope. With a considering expression, she tapped it on her chin before holding it out to him. What's this? Jem took it. The envelope had his name, Mr. Jameson Taylor, written in a beautiful script. He didn't recognize the writing. I believe it is an invitation to Kenilworth, Nellie said. Jem jumped to his feet. I'll leave right now. I think not. It is merely an invitation to dine, not to stay. Oh. He sank back into the chair and noticed the seal on the back was still unbroken. Hey, how do you know it's an invitation? We Fae have our ways. The mischievous twinkle returned to her eyes. How long have you had it? Jem had to work to keep down his anger. It came this afternoon. Would she have shared it with him if he hadn't approached her? Why are you so determined to keep me out of Reese's way? Nellie let out a deep breath, all humor gone. The magic knows. You've said that before, and all it does is make me crazy. He hit the envelope on the wooden arm of his chair, and a corner of the hard wax seal broke off. You make it sound like this magic has predetermined her future. I don't believe it, and I won't sit by and let it happen. Do you believe that Clarice could be forced to do anything she does not wish? There are different kinds of persuasion. Some I'd call coercion. That's exactly what it is if you make her feel guilty about how many lives are depending on her in this time. I believe she has a task that has the potential for far-reaching consequences. That's something I've been meaning to ask you, Jem said. Isn't it dangerous changing something in the past? Remember, time is a fuzzball. Nellie shrugged. If something takes place in the past, it did take place. Jem played with the edges of the envelope. If he couldn't convince Nellie, how was he ever to convince Reese? His stomach knotted, and he closed his eyes against the picture his mind insisted on showing him, of Reese staying here with another man. Young Jem, Nellie said sympathetically, the choice belongs to Clarice, not you, not me, and not the magic. I can't go back if Reese stays here, he said in a soft voice. Perhaps you must decide if your own happiness is more important than the health and happiness of generations of people. Now you're trying to guilt me into giving up. Well, I won't. He stood. Nellie arched a brow and, with a wave of her hand, signaled him to leave. Jem paused outside the door. If what the fairy claimed was true,
The magic was pushing for Reese to stay in this time. Well, he was determined to make sure she really did have a choice, and he meant to be one of them. That night with the others, Reese sat trying to read a Christmas carol that the housekeeper had found for her. The conversation around her made it difficult to follow the formal writing. The Earl sat at a table with a pen and paper. It reminded her of the scene in Pride and Prejudice, except for Ellen's presence. Reese didn't want to be there, but Ellen had pleaded with her not to retire yet. So much for the promise of being able to go to bed early. Reese glanced up and caught the other young man watching her with a measuring kind of look. Not quite lecherous, but it made her feel like a slab of meat being considered for a meal. She met his gaze with a hard glare of her own, and he looked away. Strange interactions these people had here. She wondered, as she had so many times before, how this culture had survived. She let out a breath, wishing she had a pen and some paper. During tea, she had thought of some things she wanted to take to the village tomorrow. She missed Ellen's involvement and being able to bounce ideas off each other. Instead, her ladyship had to play hostess, even if the lazy guests didn't rise until late. Reese sat fretting about her project.
"Miss Hamilton,"
a deep voice said. She glanced up with a start. The Earl was watching her. He still sat at the desk, but he had one leg crossed over the other and leaned back in his chair, one elbow on the table as he played with the pen in his hand. "I'm sorry," Reese said. "Did you say something?"
"We were just discussing what book you are reading that you find so thrilling."
"It is quite thrilling." She glanced at the book, an idea beginning to take shape in the back of her mind. "It's a ghost story." "Oh, a ghost?" one of the women guests tittered. "Do you have ghosts at Kenilworth, my lord?"
"Do you find that a ghost story enlightens your mind?" Ned asked.
"I find anything written by Charles Dickens to be enlightening," she said. "Are you familiar with him?"
"I'm no blue stocking,"
Ned said with a snort. "You say that like it's a bad thing. A wise man back home once said that people who don't bother to read aren't any better off than people who can't read," Reese said. "I find it ironic that you would mock people who try to improve their minds because it's so much better to be ignorant." She rolled her eyes.
"I have heard of Dickens."
The Earl arched a brow.
"Tell us how your ghost story has enlightened your mind."
"Have you read anything by him?"
"No, but please edify me."
The Earl's tone and body language weren't quite as condescending as Ned's had been, but were close enough. Reese glanced at Ellen and mouthed, "I told you so." The girl sent her a pleading look. "All right." Reese turned back to the beginning of the book. The story is called A Christmas Carol, and it's a tale about an old man named Scrooge who earned a fortune lending money. He's not well liked, and is so miserly he refuses to spend any of his fortune, even for his own comfort.
"Sounds a bit like my uncle," Ned said with a laugh.
"One Christmas Eve," Reese continued, "Scrooge is visited by the ghost of his old business partner." She then explained what came before the famous encounter. "Scrooge doesn't understand Marley's warning. Here, let me read you this part." Reese added emphasis on certain words to push her point. "But you were always a good man of business, Jacob," faltered Scrooge, who now began to apply this to himself. "Business!" cried the ghost, wringing its hands again. "Mankind was my business. The common welfare was my business. Charity, mercy, forbearance, and benevolence were all my business. The dealings of my trade were but a drop of water in the comprehensive ocean of my business." It held up its chain at arm's length, as if that were the cause of all its unavailing grief, and flung it heavily upon the ground again. "At this time of the rolling year," the spectre said, "I suffer most. Why did I walk through crowds of fellow beings with my eyes turned down, and never raise them to that blessed star which led the wise men to a poor abode?
were there no poor homes to which its light would have conducted me?"
Reese glanced up to find the other staring at her. Ellen, of course, wore an admiring expression. The guests looked unsure, while the Earl's eyes had tightened. "Do I detect censure in your choice of reading, Miss Hamilton?" he asked.
"If the shoe fits, my lord, wear it. For me, any reading that lets me walk a mile in the shoes of another human being enriches my mind."
Before he could say anything else, she rose.
"I have an early morning appointment and need to retire."
She curtsied and strode from the room. When Reese had reached the stairs, she heard the sound of footsteps behind her. She turned to find the Earl closing the door behind him, his gaze on her. "I fear I have offended you, Miss Hamilton." He approached the stairs. "If so, it was in fair response to your perceived accusation."
"You invited me to share what I thought was enlightening, and then found fault with it. You may think it entertaining to mock a guest in your house. I don't."
She turned, but he caught her hand.
"Do not leave while you are angry with me." The Earl's voice had turned soft. "Please, accept my apology, and not merely for my sister's sake."
Reese stared up into his dark eyes. He looked and sounded sincere. "All right."
She pulled back her hand, and he let it go. At that moment, she almost mentioned his tenants. Then worry shut down the impulse. He was a man used to people doing whatever he told them to do. She doubted he would appreciate the way she had just swept in and changed how he was doing things. Not even Ellen's participation would be enough if he took it wrong. Reese had to get done as much as she could in case the Earl pulled the plug on the project.
"Do you wish to say something more?"
Gareth was watching her closely. "No."
"Good night, then."
He bowed and turned back to the drawing-room and his guests. When Reese got up to her bedroom, she felt a little better. Somehow she didn't think Ellen's brother was one to apologize often. That was progress. She hoped she had given him something to think about in that recitation. It was a shame Jem hadn't been there to read it. When he had done it in the past, he'd given her chills. If the Earl's heart could be softened, maybe he would let her continue to work with his tenants. Chapter 17. When Lulu came to wake her the next morning, Reese didn't jump from the bed like she usually did. She'd found it difficult to fall asleep after her interaction with the Earl. Her mind had buzzed with the possibilities for change if she could get him to buy into her ideas. Someone like him would have the power to influence others. She had read once that it took a life-changing event for adults to shift behaviors or mindsets permanently. That seemed even less likely if most people were comfortable with the way things were. But there might be more people like Ellen who just needed to be made aware of the plight of the poor, of a chance to see that they were real people with feelings. Reese entered the kitchen and found the wagon ready to go, with the still frazzled cook giving final orders to the servants who would be coming.
"You are a dear."
Reese gave the woman a quick hug.
"I believe the heavens will open for you with blessings for helping with this. I know it's added to your burden, and I thank you with all my heart."
"Get on with you." The woman waved them on, but her face had flushed with pleasure.
"All right, people,"
Reese said as she climbed onto the wagon.
"Let's do some good today."
The servants exchanged glances, and she wondered what they thought of the crazy American heiress. She knew that not all of them agreed with her project, thinking, like their masters, that the people deserved what they had. How they could look at those children and believe that was beyond her. The groom had raised his whip when a tall figure stepped in front of the wagon.
"My lord!"
the man exclaimed.
"And where might you be going, Miss Hamilton?"
The Earl surveyed the items stacked behind her.
"To your tenant village, my lord."
When his gaze darted to hers, she arched a brow, daring him to stop her.
"My tenants are none of your business."
His voice had turned hard, unrelenting.
One visit there showed me they have been none of your business either,
she said sharply, before remembering he could stop her efforts right now.
My lord.
The Earl shot her another of his hard glances.
I shall accompany you, then.
He waved to the groom.
In the back.
When the young man had vacated the seat beside her, Gareth took his place. He snapped the whip, and the horse surged forward.
I have not visited there in years.
That was obvious,
Reese muttered. Do you have someone handle the management of your estate for you?
Yes.
He glanced at her from the corner of his eye.
My man of business.
You might want to consider hiring a new one then, she said, because I'm underwhelmed.
Underwhelmed?
The Earl repeated.
I don't believe I have heard that word before. Is it something you Americans invented?
Yankee ingenuity, she said.
Yankee arrogance, I would say.
Americans don't have a monopoly on arrogance. Reese kept her face forward. At least we're not generally as full of ourselves as you Brits, you English are. What is it you people call it? High in the instep.
You think me high in the instep?
The Earl asked, surprised. I think noblesse oblige is taught to you nobles from the cradle, as is a complete disregard of we lower creatures, Reese said.
You?
He darted a glance at her with a dark chuckle.
A lower creature?
Oh, please. She shifted in her seat to glare at him. Like you didn't bring Ellen to me in the garden yesterday to give me a set-down with that horrid look of yours. If she hadn't been there, I'd have slapped you. He arched a brow.
Do you think you could have laid a hand on me?
I absolutely would have marked you. Reese smirked and faced forward again. He gave a soft grunt, but said nothing more, and they rode in silence. When the breeze shifted and a whiff of the village hit them both, she bit back a smile. Now he would see what his neglect had created.
What is that foul stench?
The Earl looked around, his face scrunched with distaste. Your tenant village, my lord, she said. They had reached the curve, and the first cottage came into view. He pulled the horse to a stop.
We will go no further.
Then you can get off here. The rest of us have work to do. Reese waved to the groom to take the Earl's place. Off you go, as Ellen says. Make haste. Gareth scowled, but cracked his whip again.
Every estate has ne'er-do-wells.
His words came out tight and brooked no argument. With wealth and status comes an equal share of responsibility to the people in your care. Her words were equally tight.
You, a newcomer, dare to judge me and how I choose to manage my people.
Your people? Don't you mean your slaves? She spat out. The Earl's jaw muscles worked.
Unlike in America, we no longer allow slavery.
Reese had to bite back her retort, remembering just in time. I don't live in a state where slaves are allowed, she said, her jaw muscles working. And I am absolutely opposed to it. It's appalling. No forward-thinking, responsible individual would sanction it. People flowed from their houses, but they came up short when they recognized the Earl. He stood and tossed the reins to the groom. He made quite a figure, standing there surveying the village. A few people did quick bows or curtsies, but everyone backed up. He jumped from the wagon. What do you know of these people? Reese stood and prepared to jump down. The Earl was already there. He put his hands to her waist and lifted her with ease. Her breath caught in surprise. Like Jem had before the picnic, the Earl took his time setting her down. There are always people with special needs, Reese said, flustered. His gaze unnerved her, and she struggled to put her thoughts back in order. They cannot always carry their own weight, and they need society to help make up the difference.
Did you know there's an elderly woman who used to be a seamstress? She supported herself and her 5 children after her husband died, but then she went blind and couldn't sew anymore. She lost her home and was forced to move into this village and lives in abject poverty. Her words came out faster. How is that being a proper caretaker? You have so much, but you couldn't be bothered to offer a little help.
You judge me most severely.
The Earl finally let her go and stepped back, scanning the homes and the people again, though his expression had softened.
I confess I did not know about the dressmaker.
When people are injured, she said, they may not be able to continue in their old trades, but they can learn to do something else. Another one of your tenants is a woman who has always wanted to learn to be a seamstress, but no one would take her on. I've arranged for the blind dressmaker to teach her that craft. She will now have the skills to help support her family.
You cannot save them all, Miss Hamilton,
he said. No, I can't, but I can make a difference in the lives of these people. She pointed to the courtiers, but looked at him. And so can you. There's more to real life than parties and other mindless activities to distract you because you're bored stupid with your life.
Bored? Stupid?
His brows knit in a way she was quickly becoming familiar with.
Miss Clarice.
Walter strode over. He bowed to the Earl, but said to her,
I have people and tools. Where would you have us go to work first?
We need to provide these people with a better sewage system. This way. She headed toward the back of the cottages, surprised that the Earl came too. They need to have places to take care of their business away from their homes. Human waste is the worst for spreading diseases like cholera and typhoid. A latrine is a good option, but they fill up eventually, and new ones must be dug. I wrote Nellie about it after the first visit here.
I believe I am here to help with that, miss.
An old man in a simple suit and a bowler hat approached.
I will take it from here.
May I ask what your credentials are, sir?
Reese asked. I was an engineer in my day.
The little man pulled out a card from his pocket. The Earl looked over her shoulder and gave a grunt of approval.
You worked under Wellington?
Yes, my lord, in my youth. I learned my trade there, if you will. Made a good career of it after the war, and retired 2 years ago.
You won't be digging, surely?
The Earl said.
No, my lord, that is what Aunt Nellie's lads will be doing.
Reese laughed. He'll be directing traffic. Very good, then. Without thinking about it, she took the Earl's arm. We can leave them to do this. It's important for that cesspool to be filled. Would you oversee that while I check on some of the people? She realized then that she was holding his arm and blinked. When she tried to pull back her hand, he covered it with his own.
You are a most unusual woman, Miss Hamilton.
Once again, he gave her that intense look. Then he scanned the homes.
If you have been working here for a few days, I cannot imagine what it must have looked like when you first saw it.
The misery in the people was horrible to see. Reese pulled him with her to the front of a little cottage. Look at them now.
What do you see?
He asked, his voice soft. Hope, my lord. She looked up and met his gaze. We have given them hope. The Earl glanced down at her with another of his intense gazes, and she wondered what he really thought of all this. Then he released her and bowed.
As you have requested, I will oversee the work on that disgusting ditch.
We've brought washing buckets and harsh soap. Remind everyone that they must not touch anything after working there until they have washed thoroughly, and to avoid touching their faces, especially their mouths. He raised quizzical brows at her, waiting for an explanation. To keep them from getting sick, she explained. The Earl nodded and strode toward the group of workers. Jem rode with the other Twickenham workers, dressed in heavy work clothes and boots. They didn't fit as well as the ones made specifically for him.
He hoped he didn't end up with blisters. He'd used some of the bootblack Geoffrey used on Jem's shoes to darken his hair and his eyebrows. A few smudges on his cheeks and a wide-brimmed hat completed the change. He doubted anyone would recognize him. Jem had worked so long on his accent that he'd been dreaming about it. That shouldn't give him away, as long as his fellow laborers didn't use words he should know but didn't. Around him the other servants chatted. One man complained about having to work for the tenants.
"Now, don't you go begrudging those little ones a chance to have some food in their poor bellies and a better place to live," a woman said. "I never in my life saw anything so horrible as when we got here the first day."
She sniffed and wiped her eyes.
"What you want to bet they'll be living in hovels again in a month or two?"
the man argued.
"Them kinds never want to work." "Well, you just wait and see what our own Miss Clarice has them doing then."
The woman straightened, her eyes flashing.
"It's a sight to behold, I tell you. She don't brook no argument." "Then tell me what happens when she goes back home." "I hear the Earl is back from London."
The Fey woman shot the man a knowing glance.
"She may be one of them what stays."
Jem grunted. Chapter 18. Reese went to the wagon and retrieved her basket of medical supplies. She wanted to check that the extra pots and cleaning utensils had been delivered. Her visits had an order to them, based upon her first day.
"Is that his lordship?"
the old seamstress asked when Reese handed her a loaf of fresh bread.
"Has he really come?"
"Yes, he has. He's supervising the removal of that nasty ditch."
"Bless you, miss."
The woman's milky eyes glistened.
"I remember him when he was young. He lost his lady and the babe, and it was as if he had lost himself too. Perhaps you are helping him to find it again."
"Perhaps," Reese said. "Can I help you with anything?"
"Oh, no, miss. Annie and her girl will be over in a bit for the sewing lesson. They see to my needs now."
"Excellent." That was just the kind of thing Reese had hoped to see. The neighbors helping and supporting each other. She made her way to the next house, where she spent at least an hour. Never in her life had she met adults so ill-prepared to raise a family. The mother and 2 older children were excited to learn, but they weren't very good at follow-through.
"Don't you dare!"
Reese cried, picking up the youngest boy, who had squatted to have a bowel movement in the middle of the floor. She carried him to the chamber pot that she had brought over the day before.
"Even dogs are taught not to do that inside the house." "I forgot,"
the child mumbled while his mother apologized. "Do you remember what it can cause if not handled right?" Reese pointed to the privy.
"Cholera and typhoid, miss,"
the mother said.
"He will remember."
"He better, or you and the rest of the village will pay the price for his forgetfulness." Reese then went over the list of hygiene rules with the mother again, wishing for an easy way to help them remember. Tough when they couldn't read. Maybe if she drew symbols on paper that could be nailed to the walls, that might help. If anyone could figure out what they were, art had never been a talent of hers. Reese's stomach was growling by the time she'd finished with the first row of houses. She stepped outside and shaded her eyes against the bright sunshine. A good 3/4 of the ditch had been filled and replaced with clean dirt. The workers were grouped by the tubs of water and furiously scrubbing. Reese paused, staring at the back of one tall man. His posture looked familiar, and her heart twitched. Had Jem come?
"Miss Clarice?"
She turned and found a maid she recognized from Kelworth.
"Are you ready to wash up, miss?"
the woman asked. "Yes." Reese glanced back at the tubs, but the man had disappeared. What would she have done if it had been him? Walked away again? Her stomach knotted, as it did every time she thought of that day in the rain. She didn't know if she could do it again. The sound of the Earl's voice drew her attention. He was with the engineer. The old man was talking animatedly, the Earl nodding his head. Good.
This way, miss.
Evidently, Reese wasn't to wash with the other workers. She followed the maid to where a large pot was boiling. It must be the one they used to do laundry.
Lady Ellen said you should use this after you're done scrubbing.
The girl held a small pot when Reese had finished. She scooped out a small amount and sighed in relief as she spread it over her dry hands.
Are you ready to eat something, Miss Hamilton?
Reese turned to find the Earl holding a chunk of cheese in one hand and a loaf of bread in the other. Her stomach growled again.
I will take that as a yes.
He grinned and nodded toward the wagon. She followed him to where 2 small stumps sat around a larger one.
If you will reach in my pocket,
he turned his right side toward her,
you will find a clean handkerchief to use as a tablecloth.
Reese did as instructed, feeling a little awkward as she did so. The Earl must have noticed her discomfort because the corner of his mouth quirked up. She pulled out the napkin quickly and shook it out before laying it on the large stump. He put the cheese and bread on it.
I will return with something to drink,
he said. Reese sat and arched her back. They would need to return to the manor and their other responsibilities soon, but it had been a good day's work. The Earl carried 2 mugs of ale when he came back. When she grimaced, he hesitated.
I would offer you something else, but the options are limited.
It's fine. I prefer lemonade. And not getting drunk in front of the Earl. But this is probably safer to drink than water. He glanced back over his shoulder at the half-covered ditch in the distance.
Definitely.
The Earl set a mug in front of her and sat on his stump. Reese broke the bread apart and handed him the larger piece. He produced a knife and sliced a chunk of cheese off for her. She wondered what he had used the knife for before the cheese. They ate in companionable silence. The Earl's seat faced the village, something Reese had done on purpose.
I understand now what you meant about special needs,
he finally said, his voice soft.
I had never spoken to any of these people before. Haven't been here in years. I had no idea these tenants had suffered so much.
Every situation is different. That's why, I believe anyway, that a landlord should get to know his tenants. There are plenty of people who are always on hard times because they're too lazy to work, but then there are ones like these. Reese glanced around the little village, who work so hard, but it's never enough. She looked at Gareth. I have no idea who the guy is who manages your lands, but from what I've seen, he's pretty heartless.
Yes, so I am discovering. I have a meeting scheduled with him next week.
The Earl's expression had gone hard, and she suddenly wanted to be in attendance.
We will have much to speak about.
Good, Reese said, hoping it meant things would change now. She brushed off her hands and took another small sip of the ale. Not used to drinking, she could already feel a slight buzz. Not good. She poured the rest out when the Earl was looking over his shoulder at some of the workers. Reese said, While everyone is gathering up the tools, I have one more house to visit.
May I come with you?
He stood and brushed the crumbs from his jacket and buckskins. If you want, Reese said. The woman had a baby last week, and the child's a little jaundiced. I don't know if the mother will be comfortable having her liege lord in her home.
Liege lord?
The Earl chuckled.
That is downright feudal.
But isn't this what these people are to you? Your villain? Reese wrapped up the remaining cheese to take back to the wagon.
They are not peasants, and I hardly have a standing army to defend them from raiding Normans, he said, following her.
Yes, some things have changed a little, but they still have to pay you a substantial portion of the fruits of their labors, and what do you give them in return besides this high-class village to live in? Reese handed the cheese to the cook's assistant, who had come with the other workers. Thank you, it was delicious. The Earl frowned as he handed over their dirty mugs, but he didn't look angry. Reese didn't wait for him, and he had to jog to catch up with her.
"You have given me much to think upon, Miss Hamilton,"
he said when they were clear of workers who had begun gathering up the tools. "I appreciate that you're willing to think upon it, my lord." Her heart thrilled, but she kept a neutral face. Progress. Jem stood by the wagon with the other workers who were eating. He stared at the tall lord as he hurried to catch up to Reese. Jem had thought he might have a chance to talk with her, but he hadn't expected the earl to show up. Then he'd picked up a shovel and taken the spot beside Jem and went to work on the ditch. That was just the kind of thing that Reese would like. Jem wished the guy didn't have such a powerful bearing about him. He looked the part, too, tall, dark, and handsome. With his good looks, he'd have made a great politician, too, in their time. The only thing the Lord needed to do now was kiss a baby. Reese reached the house, Gareth beside her. She rapped on the door. The oldest child, Lily, a girl of about 10, opened it. She gave Reese a quick curtsy and then recognized the earl. She turned and ran inside. "Do you have a talent for frightening children?" Reese asked.
"I had not thought so," he said dryly, "but I am not often in their company."
Lily appeared at the door again, her color heightened. "Beg pardon, my lord." She went into a deep curtsy and stumbled when she tried to straighten. The earl took her arm to steady her, and the child gasped. He dropped his hand. "This way, please," she said with a shaky voice, and bobbed another quick curtsy. They followed her into the dark hovel. It was much cleaner than it had been the first day because Reese had put some real elbow grease into it. The father must be working his field as usual. Lily had been the first child and the only one who had survived. A little pallet lay near her parents' bed where the girl slept. The mother, Sarah, smiled when she saw Reese. "How is he today?" She approached the bed, and the mother held up the little bundle. Reese took the squirming baby and brought him over to the single window.
"Why must she keep it so dark in here?"
the earl whispered. "Because candles cost money, and if you have the choice between light and food, food wins out." He grunted. "I need more light." Reese stepped out the door. She pulled back the blanket and held a tiny arm in the sunlight. Pressing a thumb against the skin, she wished there was more fat under the flesh. The yellow tinge was even more pronounced today than it had been yesterday. Frowning, she held the baby's face to the light. He squirmed and shut his eyes. "Here, hold him for me." She handed the baby to the earl.
"What?"
He held up his hands to ward her away, but she put the baby boy in them instead. "Shift him into the light." Reese pulled on the earl's jacket. She gently opened one of the baby's eyelids. He cried, and she wanted to join him. The whites of his eyes were definitely yellow.
"What is it?"
the earl asked, his voice low. "The jaundice is still getting worse." Lily had sat outside with the baby in filtered sunlight the day before to help with the bilirubin, but it hadn't been enough. Back home, parents could rent a light to put in the crib, but sometimes babies had to be hospitalized for more severe cases. Nothing in this time could help.
"It sounds like you're speaking a foreign language,"
he said, frustrated. "Don't worry your pretty little head about it." She chuckled at his expression. "Next time you're tempted to say that to Ellen, remember how it made you feel." Reese wrapped the baby again and turned to Lily. "Do you remember what to do?" "Yes, miss." The girl took her brother and went over to a tree which filtered the light. Reese went back inside and to where Sarah lay. "I know your breasts—" Behind her, the earl gave a strangled cough. Well, he had asked to come with her, and if he couldn't handle hearing about womanly issues, he was welcome to leave. "You're probably still really tender, but the baby needs to feed more frequently. Having him out in the sunlight will help, but it's not enough. Is there anything I can get for you?" "No, miss," Sarah said with a weak smile. "After 6 babies, this is the first one I feel pampered with."
Are your older children with your husband? The Earl asked.
No, my lord.
The mother's eyes glistened, and her lips trembled.
All but Lily died a few days after they were born.
Reese sucked in her breath, feeling like she had been struck. His lordship said nothing but put his arm on her shoulder, sensing that something troubled her.
I'll send over more food so your body can make more milk. Thank you, miss. You're too kind.
Sarah bowed her head at the Earl.
My lord.
Reese put her hand on the one he still had on her shoulder and practically dragged him from the house.
What is it?
He asked when they were outside.
Not where Lily can hear.
Still with her hand in his, they approached the wagon. The Earl placed her hand in the crook of his arm, and she realized what it might have looked like to the workers and the courtiers. He remained silent until they were on the road back to Kelworth.
Now, tell me what troubled you back there,
he said, his voice low, though from the young groom's snores they had privacy.
It might be nothing,
she said.
Or it might be.
Reese closed her eyes. There's sometimes a blood incompatibility between the father and mother's blood types.
Blood incompatibility?
He shot her a sidelong glance, his brows furrowed.
Blood types? I have never heard of these before.
You wouldn't have yet. Reese rubbed her face. When a couple's first child does fine, but every baby born afterwards sickens with severe jaundice and dies, that's probably the cause. They rode in silence for a few minutes.
Is there nothing to be done for the child?
He finally asked, and she wondered if he was thinking of his own son who had died a few hours after his mother.
Nothing more than I'm already doing. We should know by tomorrow, she said.
The day had been a bust. Not once had Jem been able to get close to Reese. He'd been so sure if she saw the lengths he'd taken to see her, help her, that she'd soften toward him. But no. Once again that Earl had wormed his way in. Could it get any worse? Jem had stared in disbelief at the sight of the Earl holding that baby while Reese had examined it. And she had been holding his hand when they'd left the cottage. Jem had to get over there to see her. A night rendezvous was in order. Chapter 19. Reese tried to nap after her return, but even the hot water of her bath did nothing to relax her muscles. She kept telling herself that the little boy was long dead in her time, but the only thing she remembered was the feel of the child's soft skin under her fingers and the confidence in his mother's eyes. With a somber mood, Reese joined the others for dinner. Ellen glanced at her in concern, but didn't say anything in front of the others. From the conversation of the Earl's guests, he must have taken them and Ellen for a drive that afternoon. Reese didn't really care, and gave simple answers to any questions they directed at her. Eventually they ignored her. She spent the meal racking her brain for something more she might do for the baby. If there was anything else, it eluded her. Where was the internet when she needed it? When the ladies withdrew, the Earl walked her to the drawing room.
You must not wear yourself out over that baby,
he whispered. Is that the attitude that lets you sleep at night? She snapped, and immediately regretted it. The Earl had been a good sport, and from the comments made by the servants, had done some digging alongside them. She wondered if he realized how much he had gone up in their esteem. I'm sorry. You were very good today and didn't deserve that.
Miss Clarice,
he said, his voice soft, almost tender.
I may have done good today, but you have shown me rather forcefully that I have much to atone for in regards to my tenants. It is not right that you should make yourself ill in your efforts to mend my negligence.
Reese met his gaze, confused by the intensity of his concern. I'm a strong woman, my lord, both physically and emotionally. One troubled night won't. She searched her memory for the antiquated phrase. cause me to go into a decline.
Yes, I think you would defy even that feminine state.
He brushed her cheek with his knuckles. At her surprised expression, he dropped his hand.
I did not mean to overstep my bounds.
He bowed and strode back to the dining room. Bemused, Reese entered the drawing room. What was the Earl about to touch her like that? Ellen had mentioned that he was promiscuous, what they called in this time as being in the petticoat line. Did he think she might fall for his flirtation and jump into his bed? Fat chance. She resented that the Earl's tender touch had made her think of Jem. Two men messing with her head, one a skirt chaser and the other— what was Jem? She gave herself a mental shake. It didn't matter what he was. She would never make the mistake her mother had. Reese entered the drawing room. The Earl's female guests exchanged glances that came close to eye rolls, so she went to a chair near the French doors that led out to the gardens. She wished she could go out there and work off some of her frustration. The men had taken to using the fencing room, so she hadn't dared go there, even in the early morning hours. She picked up a book, but she wasn't in the mood for reading. She checked the clock. Maybe when the gentlemen joined them, she would excuse herself on the pretense of going to bed. She glanced outside. It was dark enough that if she chose to use the farthest section of lawn, near the trees, no one from the house should be able to see her. It brought to mind the night she and Jem had worked out together. She clenched her jaw, as though sheer will could force him from her thoughts. She had been doing so well, too. Why was he on her mind so much tonight? The men finally joined them. The ladies made some suggestions for the evening's activities, and Ellen came over to Reese. "Are you well?" she asked. "Just worried about one of the tenants," Reese said. "I miss your company," Ellen said. "I fear I have said a few shocking things to our guests." "You go, girl." Reese grinned, her spirits lifting for the first time. "Are they finding you not the doormat you used to be?" "Doormat?" "For people to walk on." When the girl still looked confused, Reese said, "I just mean you're speaking up for yourself now, which is good. I'm proud of you."
"Will you ladies be joining us for cards?" the Earl called from where they were setting up a table.
"Yes." Ellen turned toward them. "No." When Ellen turned around, Reese added, "I'm tired. I need to go to bed." She turned to the others and curtsied, but said in a soft voice to Ellen, "They'll enjoy themselves better without me." Ellen tisked, but offered no other objection, so Reese left the room. When she reached the stairs, the Earl called from behind,
"Miss Clarice."
Taking a deep breath, Reese turned to face him. "Yes, my lord."
"I wish you to call me Gareth,"
he said, striding to where she stood,
"when we are alone."
"But we shouldn't be alone, my lord." She raised her brows, trying to keep it light. With her luck, he would soon be offering her a carte blanche with an offer to set her up in a house.
"Yes, that is true. Then, when you are alone with my sister and I—"
The corner of his mouth twitched up.
"I would like to hear my name come from your lips."
His gaze dropped to her mouth. Reese took a backward step up the stairs.
"Do you Americans not flirt, Miss Clarice?"
he asked. "Not me. I hate it because it's fake."
"Fake?"
"False. Pretend. I don't want pretend friendship or pretend romance." Reese took another backward step. "I am nothing if not honest, my lord."
"I think I like that best about you."
He looked about to move forward. Reese picked up her skirts, turned, and took the stairs 2 at a time. At the top, she looked back over her shoulder to find the Earl grinning up at her.
"You coming, Kelworth?"
Ned called. Still smiling, the Earl bowed and returned to the drawing room. Only then did she realize she had probably given him quite a view of her ankles. With a sigh, she headed to her bedroom. Jem cursed for probably the 10th time as he made his way to the Kelworth estate in the dark. If his grey broke a leg, it would be Jem's fault for his determination to make the trip. But he had an urge, a need, to get there that he couldn't shake. He'd been on edge all day and had thought it was because of how cozy Reese seemed to be getting with that earl. However, the sense of unease hadn't eased up on the ride back to Twickenham. If anything, it had increased the further away he got from the village, or the further away from Reese he'd gotten. He couldn't tell anymore. It was like an external force warning him of something. But what? At Twickenham, when he'd tried to sneak up the back stairs, still in his disguise, Nellie's cook had caught him. "Oh, no, you don't." The large woman had grabbed his sleeve and pulled him back. "Who are you, and where do you think you're going?" He was pretty sure she'd have gone for his ear if she could have reached it. "It's me, Jem." He'd tried to pull himself free, but she had a grip like a vice. Other servants had gathered around them, menacing. "I don't know." Geoffrey had peered at him. "He's the right size, and those blue eyes." The cook flicked some kind of dust at Jem, and his whole body had tingled. The servants gasped. "I wondered where you had taken yourself, Mr. Jem," Geoffrey had said. "I thought you went riding." "He was at Kelworth village helping with that putrid ditch," one of the female servants had said. "Ah," the servants had said as a group, many nodding their heads. "Let's finish getting you cleaned up." His valet had reached out as though to put an arm on Jem's shoulder, but stopped. "If I'd known you'd wanted a disguise, I have better ways, ones that are easier to set right after." Tired, Jem had let his man clean him up for tea, grateful he'd made no mention about the little visit to the village. Jem didn't know if that was because Geoffrey was on his side and willing to go against Nellie, or if the Fey woman already knew. She'd said nothing. Maybe she had decided not to interfere and to let things play out. That suited Jem just fine. He'd told himself as he saw lights that had to be Kelworth. He'd used an excuse of being tired for going to bed early, and Geoffrey had set out riding clothes and a cape instead of the usual bedclothes. Jem took this as a good sign that his valet seemed to be supporting his plan. Now, if Jem just understood the increasing sense of urgency he'd felt since leaving the tenant village. Chapter 20. After sending Lulu off on a quick errand, Reese slipped her workout clothes on and then her nightgown before crawling into her bed. She opened a book. "Do you need anything else tonight, miss?" the maid asked when she returned. "No, that will do." Reese looked at her. "I've taken you for granted. I'm sorry. Do you have family over at Nellie's you'd like to see?" She arched her brows. "Do you have a young man?" Lulu colored. "When do you get time off?" Reese asked, feeling guilty. "I get half-days on Sundays, miss, but Aunt Nellie said I was to stay with you." That hurt. "Haven't I done much better?" "With his lordship's guests, yes, miss." Lulu nodded sagely. "I cannot say you have done so well with her ladyship. But she doesn't have any idea I'm from the future. Give me credit for that." I own you have done well there." Lulu bobbed a curtsy. "Good night, miss." The maid left the door between their rooms ajar. Did she suspect something? Reese waited for the sounds of soft snoring before she eased off the bed and removed the nightgown. She slipped her hooded cloak on, but left her shoes behind. Like the night with Jem. Why did she have to think of him again? She went barefoot. She put the shields up on her lantern and opened the door. At the top of the stairs, she listened for the sounds of the others. She made out the Earl's voice and Ellen's, plus the titter of one of the women. She should be safe to slip out the back way without anyone seeing her. Pulling the shroud of her cloak over her head, she tiptoed toward the back stairs the servants used. The Kelworth lawn wasn't as large as Nellie's, since Ellen had put in so many flower beds, but it would serve. Reese slipped off the cloak and started with her stretches. It felt so good after too many busy but physically restrictive days. She went through her kicks and punches and worked up a nice sweat. Then she moved into her katas. She hadn't taken her lessons very seriously and hadn't progressed up the belts like some of the other, more dedicated members of her class. Maybe when she got home, she should do that. Reese was so focused on remembering the forms that she didn't pay attention to the shiver that went down her back. She thought it was just the evening breeze on her sweaty neck. Then her hair stood on end, and she knew she wasn't alone. She spun around and took up a fighting stance. Against the background of the trees, she made out a dark figure. She dashed over to where she had left her cloak, thinking to grab it and run to the house. It wasn't there.
"Are you looking for this?"
Ned stepped into the faint light from the lantern, holding her cloak. He smirked and let his gaze travel over her body before coming back to her face. Breathing heavily, it took all her strength not to cross her arms. "You should have made your presence known." Reese held out her hand for the cloak.
"I think not, Miss Hamilton. In fact,"
he took a step closer,
"I would like to see even less on you."
Did he think she would just stand there and let him jump her? Moron. She spun around and sprinted toward the house.
"Get her!"
he shouted. Someone plowed into Reese from the side. The force of the blow knocked the wind out of her, and she hit the ground hard. As she was gasping for breath, he was on top of her, forcing her arms over her head. Reggie bent over and grinned wolfishly, his breath reeking with garlic and his after-dinner port.
"Now, we'll see which one of us gets the pretty American and her fortune."
He tried to kiss her. She bit his lip until she tasted blood. He cried out. With a growl, he straightened and slapped her across the face. Cheek stinging, Reese lunged upward like she was doing a fast sit-up. Her forehead smashed his nose. It made her see stars, but knocked him off her. She scrambled to the side. Ned grabbed her and hauled her to her feet, his grasp hurting her wrist.
"Cheeky American females need to learn to bow to their betters."
He put pressure on her wrist, like he meant to force her to her knees. Reese cried out, but used her pain and anger to fuel her motion. She pinned his hand on top of her wrist and jerked up his elbow. He grunted and went down on his knees. She released him, jumped out of his reach, and ran into Reggie.
"Oh, no, you don't,"
he growled. Blood smeared across his face from his mouth and nose.
"Oh, yes, she does."
A hand, heel of the palm extended, flew over her shoulder. It struck Reggie's nose. Screaming, he flew backward and clutched his face. Jem stepped up beside her and took up the same defensive position she'd shown him at Nellie's. Reese swallowed a hard lump in her throat and faced their opponents together. Ned knelt by his friend, the expression on his face made uglier in the dim light of the lantern. He stood.
"You're going to pay for that."
He stood and looked about to lunge at them.
"Stand down, Ned."
Breathing hard, the Earl ran to Reese and stood at her other side. Ned looked about to charge anyway.
"I said stand down."
Gareth's tone must have finally broken through Ned's rage. He seemed to shrink as the fight went out of him.
"I want you both gone. Tonight,"
the Earl said.
"You will never set foot on my property again. If I hear even the slightest rumor that either of you have talked about this to anyone, I will ruin you. Do you understand?" "Yes, my lord."
Ned helped Reggie to his feet and led him toward the house. Reese and Jem straightened, his arm resting against hers. She was grateful for the warmth of his skin.
"Be here in an hour at your peril,"
Gareth called after the men, the danger in his voice powerful. He shot Jem a quick glance.
"Miss Clarice, did they hurt you?"
"I'm okay," Reese whispered. She needed to get up to her room, or she was going to lose it.
And who might you be? Gareth asked Jem. Jem Taylor.
He didn't move.
Ah, the cousin. Well timed.
The Earl's gaze had shifted back to the departing men.
I must see to their departure. Can I trust you to escort Miss Clarice safely back to my house? Yes, my lord.
Gareth looked at her one more time before striding away. Reese bent over to pick up her cloak, but her hands were shaking. She blinked back tears. Jem picked it up and gently placed it over her shoulders.
Are you really okay?
Jem asked softly. He reached out as though to wipe something from her face. She jerked her head away, and he dropped his hand.
When I saw those guys jump you...
His voice broke. As she looked into his blue eyes, so full of concern, a lump grew in Reese's throat. Jem had come. How had he known? She reached up and touched his cheek. "Thank you," she said. Jem covered her hand and held it against his face and said, his voice rough,
"I'm just glad I got here in time."
"Me too." The adrenaline rush had gone and Reese felt drained. She sniffed, wanting to be in her bed. Jem must have seen it because he dropped his hand and picked up the lantern. He held the light to her face. The muscles of his jaw worked and he brushed the place where Reggie had hit her. "Don't kill him. He's not worth it." Reese's gaze was drawn to a dark patch on Jem's palm. Her stomach twisted. She grabbed his hand and held it up to the lantern. It was blood. "Are you cut?"
"It's just a scratch. I think it might have been one of his teeth."
"Is your tetanus shot current?" Reese examined it more closely.
"Yes."
Jem gave a wry smile and touched her cheek again.
"Now let's hope no one thinks I did this and you bit me."
"That's not funny," she said, but an almost hysterical giggle escaped. He said nothing, but pulled her into his arms. Reese started to cry and pressed her face against his neck, her arms around his waist. She had no idea how long they stood there like that, but at the sound of heavy footsteps running toward them, Jem straightened. He didn't release her.
"Is Miss Clarice injured?"
the Earl asked. "No." Reese straightened and brushed at her cheeks.
"That's my girl,"
Gareth said softly, his gaze approving.
"However, if we wish to avoid a scandal, we must slip you inside, out of sight of the servants. Come."
"You okay now?" Jem asked quietly. "I think so." He took her hand, and she clenched it tightly.
"When I saw what was happening, I bid my man to wait here,"
Gareth said softly when they approached the front door.
"I trust him to say nothing."
Reese tried to lift the cowl of her cape over her head with one hand, and Jem helped with the other side. The Earl gave the door a soft tap, and the valet opened it immediately. His gaze darted to her face for a second, but then he looked at his lord, waiting for instructions.
"Get her ladyship."
Gareth held a finger to his lips.
"Aye, my lord."
The man closed the door.
"Over here."
The Earl guided them into the shadows and blew out the lantern before putting it down.
"I most humbly apologize that any woman who is a guest in my house should be thus treated. I never thought—"
Reese decided he must have been thinking of his sister, and she patted his arm. "They thought if they compromised me, I'd have to marry one of them." Jem's hand in hers twitched.
"That has to be one of the stupidest things I've ever heard," he said. "Did they never consider trying to court you?"
"That's what they do to women here," she said. "My lord, you need to watch out for Sir Lord Howard. He's just like Reggie and Ned."
"Has he?"
Gareth began, his voice a growl. "Not yet, but he was watching Ellen the same way I've caught Ned watching me." The door opened, and her ladyship peeked out. "Clarice?" she whispered.
"Over here."
Gareth guided his sister's hand to Reese's.
"Miss Clarice has had a fright, but I believe she will be fine. I need you to tend her. No servants."
"Of course, Oh." Ellen gave Jem a quick curtsy. "When did Mr. Taylor arrive?"
"I arrived in time to offer assistance to my cousin," Jem said. "While you see to Miss Clarice," the Earl said, "I will show Mr. Taylor to his room."
"Jem, don't forget your hand." Reese reached for the one with the scratch. "You have to scrub it really well with that horrible lye soap because—"
"Because people can die of a staph infection here." He brought their clasped hands up like he meant to kiss hers. The Earl gave a grunt that was part growl. Jem stopped just short of his mouth, but the corner of his mouth quirked up. His gaze met hers, and the tenderness there felt like one of Nellie's potions, easing the hurt. "I'll scrub it well. I have plenty of reasons to be alive." He released her hand and bowed first to Ellen and then to Reese.
"Come."
Ellen put an arm around Reese's back, and they hurried upstairs to her bedroom. Her ladyship slipped into Lulu's little room and told her not to bother them. The maid tried to protest, but Ellen could put on the noble attitude as good as her brother when she wanted to.
"I thought you had retired early."
She lit the lamp and turned to help Reese remove the cloak.
"Oh, you went outside to do your exercises. Did something—"
She gasped.
"Your face! Who did this?"
It was Reggie and Ned. Reese pulled the tank top over her head.
"Those vile beasts! Let me look at you in the light."
Frowning, Ellen lifted the lamp.
"Did they strike you here as well?"
She touched Reese's forehead, and she winced. "No, I did that when I broke Reggie's nose." She gave a dark chuckle. "But how can I explain these?" Reese held up her arms to show the bruises in the shape of fingers.
"And this?"
Ellen touched Reese's shoulder.
"Ow!"
She shifted to try to see it in the mirror. Ellen brought over the candle, and they examined the large bruise that was developing. "That must have happened when Reggie knocked me to the ground."
"Oh, Clarice!"
Ellen sagged into the chair by the dressing table.
"I am so sorry."
"That's what your brother said." Reese picked up her nightgown. "I just want to go to bed."
"After I soak these bruises,"
Ellen said. "Fine." Reese glanced at the clock. It would be a short night. Regardless of any bruising, she had a baby to check on in the morning. While she eased into the hot water of her bath, the images of the two men kept returning. Every move she made that hurt brought back the feel of the blows. She had to stop it. Reese closed her eyes against the tears, and instead remembered the feel of Jem's hand flying over her shoulder to strike Reggie, the feel of Jem's arms around her. He had come. How had he known? Following the Earl, Jem still shook a little with excess adrenaline. The sense of urgency that had driven him to Kelworth had increased the closer he'd gotten to his destination. He'd finally resorted to a full gallop and risked a possible fall. All he knew was that he had to get there, had to get to Reese. He didn't understand what had happened, but he'd been right. Or whatever had pushed him had been. Could it have been the magic? His lordship had arrived only a minute later and would have stopped the men. Why, then, had Jem been drawn so forcefully to Reese? The closest comparison was to that incredible force that had ripped them into the past. Had the magic called him to her? But that didn't make sense. From his chats with Nellie, he'd thought of it as his adversary, that he had to fight against it. Was it not his enemy after all? "This is your room," the Earl said, indicating a door. "I will have my man send you some clothing. I believe we are close enough to the same size." "Thank you, my lord." Jem bowed. "I would have a word with you first." His lordship's tone of voice had an edge to it, indicating he wouldn't take no for an answer. Jem hadn't missed the Earl's solicitous behavior toward Reese, or the proprietary way he'd looked at her. He definitely hadn't appreciated Jem's attentions, or her response. The thought almost made him smile, but he stayed in character. "All right, my lord." "I wish to be private."
It's your house. Jem pointed to the door to the bedroom he'd just been assigned. In here, or would you prefer somewhere else, my lord? He was getting really sick of using that title. The Earl nodded toward the door, so Jem led the way inside. He only gave it a cursory glance, enough to recognize the quality of the furnishings. Not that Nellie's wasn't, but hers were kind of extreme in the Gothic style. These were not. "How can I help you, my lord?" Jem asked. The Earl put his hands behind his back and began pacing the room. He seemed to be considering his words, so Jem leaned against the door jamb and waited. "You Americans," his lordship finally said, stopping in front of Jem. "You say that like it's an accusation." "It is. Look at you, with your casual demeanor. Any reasonable Englishman would not dare to take a stance like yours before a peer of the realm." This wasn't quite the response Jem had expected. Something else was going on that he didn't get. "I'm not an Englishman," he said. "And you're a man just like me." The Earl straightened, his expression dangerous. "Are you really venting your spleen at me?" Jem said as understanding struck him. "Or at Reese? Miss Clarice?" The anger fled from the other man's face, and his shoulders slumped. "I have never met a woman like her before. She is—" The Earl's mouth worked, but he couldn't seem to come up with the right word. "Exactly," Jem agreed, and the two men nodded in understanding. "What are your intentions toward my sister?" "I have no intentions toward Lady Ellen," Jem said. "She's a lovely girl, and has shown herself to be a good friend to Clarice." "You cannot tell me that you are ignorant of her interest in you." The Earl's eyes narrowed, and he looked threatening again. "Until recently, when Aunt Nellie brought it to my attention, I was not." Jem shrugged. "My emotions are otherwise engaged." His lordship pinned him with a hard glare, daring Jem to name her. "Yes, my lord, Clarice." "Your cousin." "It's a courtesy title only." "I could make her a countess." Jem chuckled. "You've known her, what, 3 days, maybe? Do you really think she cares about being a countess?" He really hoped she wasn't tempted by it. "I've known her since we were children." The Earl regarded him with pinched lips. Then his expression turned shrewd, and he grinned. All of Jem's doubts returned, and he had to fight to stay in character. "May the best man win, then," Jem said. "I intend to." His lordship turned toward the door, but looked over his shoulder. "You must not forget to bathe that hand. I do not wish Clarice troubled should it become infected." When the man had left, Jem let out a deep breath. His hands were shaking again from another adrenaline rush. All the verbal sparring he'd done back home hadn't prepared him for this guy. Someone tapped on the door. "Enter," Jem said. A manservant entered the room with a jug of hot water and a bar of the harsh soap they used at the tenant village. Jem looked at the cut on his palm. This was going to sting. Chapter 21. The next morning, Reese felt a little bemused when she rose. Still bruised and battered, both physically and emotionally, she found herself anxious and lighthearted at the same time. The warring emotions didn't make for good companions. If that sweet newborn was an RH baby, there was nothing she could do to save him. She'd had more than one dream of arriving at the home this morning to find the severely jaundiced child dead in his mother's arms. Reese blinked against the stinging in her eyes. She couldn't dwell on that. Her dreams had also included Jem, and when he had come to her. The memory of the happiness of that moment dimmed a little of her worry about the baby. "Your bath is ready, miss." Lulu stepped forward and gasped. "Good heavens! What happened to you?" Reese rose from the bed and groaned. Everything seemed to hurt. "Gareth's horrible guests happened to me." As soon as the words came out, Reese remembered the Earl didn't want the servants to know.
"That's between you and me only. And I suppose this was why I was kept from your room last night,"
Lulu said, the muscles on her jaws working.
"And why Lady Ellen insisted on waiting on you, as if I would speak of this to anyone but Aunt Nellie."
The maid held out a steadying hand as Reese stepped into the tub. That's why his guests left in such a hurry last night. Reese sighed as she leaned back. Do you have any of your special tonics that would get rid of the bruises on my face? And probably my wrists. She held up her arms.
"I do have something that will help, miss, but you must not rely on it."
Lulu went into her room and returned with a small bottle.
"I will apply this when you finish with your bath."
Thank you. I'm anxious to get going this morning. Reese had taken for granted that Nellie could solve the most severe health problems. The English might be more enlightened and not burn witches anymore, but Reese didn't want to do anything to compromise her status. By the time Reese was dressed for the day and her hair had been done, the bruising had faded significantly. It might even be gone by tomorrow. One less thing to worry about. When she came down to the wagon, both Gareth and Ellen were already there, directing the servants, proof positive that the guests had departed. "How are you this morning?" Jem said softly from behind her. Reese turned to him, and he searched her face. "I expected much worse, considering how bad you looked last night. Does your maid have cosmetics?"
"A Nellie tonic," Reese whispered back. "How's your hand?"
"I gave it a thorough scrubbing." He arched a brow and raised his gloved hand. "But I may borrow some tonic from you." "Ah, Mr. Taylor, are you seeing us off?" Gareth suddenly appeared at her side, offering his arm to her. "I'm coming," Jem said. "I worked yesterday, too."
"Did you?" Reese hadn't been imagining it then. "Thank you."
The Earl placed her hand on the crook of his arm, and something flashed between the two men. It reminded Reese of something, but she couldn't quite capture the memory. Had they had words last night about Ellen? "I believe you wanted to say something to my sister." The Earl didn't wait for Jem's response, but guided Reese to the wagon. "I must apologize for what happened to you last night. I am partly responsible for allowing them in my home." Gareth's expression turned grim. "I should have called them both out."
"No!"
Reese's voice squeaked, remembering that conversation with Jem and Cyrus. It seemed like a lifetime ago.
"Promise me you won't do that. It's outdated anyway. I only worry that by not bringing charges against them, that they might victimize other women."
"I may be able to do something about that, too," he said. Reese almost said it would be hypocritical, but stopped herself. The Earl's shock had been too sincere for him to have forced himself on a woman in the past. He might have his ladybirds, but she believed they came to him of their own free will. "My lord, everything is ready," his valet called. "Very good." Gareth turned to Reese. "I'm happy to see you looking so well."
"Thank you. I don't want to live through an experience like that again."
He extended his hand to help her into the wagon, and she accepted his help. Nellie's potion might have faded her bruises, but her muscles were still stiff.
"You'll be surprised how much work has been done, Ellen,"
Reese said when she was seated beside the girl. There wasn't room for Jem on the wagon seat, and he sat in back with the groom. She shot him a sympathetic glance, and he smiled. Reese turned back to Ellen.
"Today they should finish that horrible ditch, and I think the new latrine system is well on its way." "I have been wishing to see it," Ellen said. "I have considered what could be done with that large field at the end of the village. The little gathering area at Aunt Nellie's was such a charming place, although ours does not have lovely shade trees nearby. It would take time for some to grow if we planted a few."
"I wonder if a community garden would work there," Reese said, thinking of the one in her neighborhood on property owned by the local hospital. Everyone could work the entire area or divvy up patches of it for personal gardens. I think the majority of the food from the land the courtiers farm goes to the estate as their rent. She shot the Earl a sidelong glance, and he gave a small grunt. It doesn't leave much for them. They'd only need to have help the first year with seeds. From there on out, they would have seeds from their plants.
Yeah, no patented seeds here,
Jem muttered behind her.
That is a very good idea, Clarice,
Gareth said. Ellen's head jerked up, and she stared at her brother. He arched a brow at her with such a why-look-so-surprised expression that Reese had to bite back a laugh. His sister simply smiled and pulled a piece of paper and pencil from her reticule.
I agree with Gareth, Ellen said. I fear it would be too late in the season for a good crop this year, but I believe there might still be some vegetables that can be harvested to help them this winter.
We need a good source of protein for them, too, Reese said. I know cows and chicken need expensive grain, but they provide milk, eggs, and meat. What about pigs? Don't they eat just about anything? Oh, could your staff set aside the cast-off food that's not fit for humans to eat?
That would create more work for my staff,
the Earl shrugged.
At least in the beginning. It would help them a lot, Jem said. Once they're established and doing well, it might not be needed anymore.
Exactly, Reese said, excited.
I believe it can be done.
Gareth shot a dark look at Jem, but said to Reese,
I will ask around. I should have people working for me who can help with this.
When they came around the curve to the village, Ellen gasped.
It is much improved. I almost do not recognize it. This is wonderful.
Gareth pulled up the wagon, jumped out, and came around to Reese's side. Jem was already there.
Cousin?
He lifted her from the wagon before she could argue that she didn't need help, leaving the Earl to assist his sister. Reese exchanged glances with Ellen, who looked resigned about something. As Gareth set his sister on the ground, the courtiers swarmed around them. They didn't hold back today, but hurried over to bow and curtsy to them, and then shake his hand. Everyone wanted to touch him. Many cried out,
"Bless you, my lord, my lady, bless you."
Reese searched for Lily. When she didn't see the girl among the throng, Reese's stomach nodded. A hand fell upon her shoulder, and she looked up into Gareth's dark, sympathetic eyes.
I will come with you, he said softly. I don't know what you expect, but I think you should not face this alone.
She took his arm gratefully. He patted her hand as they walked to the last cottage on the left. Reese took a deep breath and knocked on the door. Lily opened it again, as shy as before. She bobbed a nice little curtsy and didn't stumble at all. "Well done," Reese whispered to her, and the little girl grinned before ducking her head.
"Mum is waiting for you, miss, your lordship."
She held open the door and stepped out of the way. "Good morning." Reese approached the bed. "How are you both today?"
"Thank you for the extra food, miss," Sarah said. "My milk has come in fine now, and he's eating well."
She held up the baby, who was sleeping. Reese's hands shook a little as she carried the bundle out the door, grateful for the good weather. Gareth was at her side and put a hand on her shoulder. She pulled back the blanket.
"Would you like me to help with him again?"
the Earl asked. "Please." He took the baby and held him in the best light. Reese pressed against his skin, looking for an increase in the yellow, for the swelling that she had read accompanied an RH baby. But the infant's skin looked pinker today. She pulled back the baby's eyelids. It was definitely better today. She looked up, met Gareth's anxious gaze, and grinned. He whooped and raised the baby in the air. "What is wrong?" Sarah cried from inside the cottage.
"Nothing is wrong, good woman."
Gareth strode inside and brought the now screaming baby to its mother.
"You have a fine son here, and Miss Clarice believes he will be healthy."
He looked to Reese for confirmation, and she nodded. I think Lily should continue to sit with him in filtered sunlight for another couple of days, Reese said with a sniff. She wanted to run outside and dance in the street. Be sure to keep nursing him often. I will, miss, and thank you. Thank you, my lord. Reese could barely contain herself as she walked with the Earl past Lily and out on the street. Once the door had closed, Reese turned and threw her arms around his neck. She cried with happiness. Chapter 22. Jem stood by, not sure what to do next about Reese. Something had been bothering her that morning. With Kelworth acting like an irritating mosquito that Jem couldn't shake off, he hadn't had a chance to talk to her. He was, however, aware of Ellen standing next to him. In his preoccupation with Reese, he'd almost forgotten Nellie's warning, and Kelworth's. This might be the time to explain things, but Jem wasn't sure how to bring it up. People's expectations were so different here. And what if the Fey woman and the Earl were wrong about her ladyship's interest in him? "Would you mind accompanying me?" Ellen asked softly, her voice hesitant.
"I would be happy to assist in any way I can."
He couldn't stop his gaze from following Reese as she walked on the Earl's arm to that house they had visited yesterday. Jem's eyes narrowed. "I wonder," she began. Jem glanced at Ellen and found her watching them too.
"Wonder what?"
he asked. She lifted shrewd gray eyes to meet his, and the corners of her mouth lifted into a sad smile. "Do Americans marry their cousins?" Jem understood why Reese liked the girl so much.
"I'm terribly sorry if I've led you to believe something that wasn't true. I shouldn't have let Aunt Nellie spread that story around," he said. "Friends would be a better description. Miss Clarice and I are not related."
Ellen let out a deep breath. "And you are in love with her?"
"I am."
Jem searched his mind for the appropriate expression.
"I came on this trip to fix my interest with her."
"Now I understand why Clarice warned me about you."
"Say what?" he asked, his tone a little sharp.
"She said you were not in search of a wife." Ellen brushed at her jacket's cuff. "I think now that she was only partly correct, that you seek her to fulfill that role."
"I think I've been in love with her since I was 12.
The front door of the house at the end of the row opened. Kelworth ducked his head and came out, Reese on his arm again. Jem took a step forward, about to call to her, but before he could speak, she threw herself into the Earl's arms. Kelworth pulled her close and buried his face in her hair. Jem felt like he'd been gut-punched. "My sympathies, Mr. Taylor," Ellen said while she patted his arm. She did sound like she felt bad for him. "But I should mention that I would have Clarice for my sister." Ellen stepped toward a group of children and their mothers. They hurried to join her, and she led them to an open field. A chill had gone down his spine at her remark. If both Kelworth and Ellen were working on Reese, would they convince her to stay? Nellie's words echoed in Jem's mind. Save the lives of generations to come. It would be the fulfillment of Reese Hamilton's goal in life. If this man gave her a chance to do that, would she accept it? What could Jem ever offer her over that? He remembered a conversation he'd had with his sister when they'd returned from London. Caitlin had found him in the breakfast room alone, listlessly moving his food around the plate. "What is wrong with you lately?" she'd asked from behind. Jem had sagged in his chair. She'd wrapped her arms around him and rested her cheek on his shoulder. "Is it Reese?" she whispered. He nodded. Caitlin straightened, rubbing his back, supportive. It gave him the courage to tell her.
2 years ago, we...
His sister's eyes went wide, and he quickly added,
"Not that, but I kissed her. It was intense. I left for tour the next morning."
He looked straight ahead.
Things were crazy busy when the tour first started. I was working really long hours.
You didn't call her, did you?
Caitlin slugged his arm. What a moron. No wonder she was so gloomy, like forever. I thought it was just her school schedule, but it was you.
I was afraid it had meant more to me than to her. I hoped she'd text me. She didn't. And I thought I was okay with that maybe things could go back to how they'd been before.
Saying it aloud made it sound lame, and Jem shifted, his stomach nodding.
Moron. Caitlin had it right.
Seriously?
Look, I hadn't planned to kiss her, but then it was...
He stared at Caitlin, hoping she'd understand.
You know how she is. When she commits to something, she never does it halfway.
And you ran scared. Oh, Jem.
Caitlin stood, her expression a mixture of incredulity and disgust. You knew her father had abandoned her and her mother, just took off, and then you did the same thing to Reese.
She huffed.
Now I know why she sounded off when I told her you were coming on this trip.
When we first got here, he said, I thought things were good between us.
Caitlin studied him, her lips pinched, eyes narrowed. You two kissed again, didn't you?
The day before the picnic.
He then told her what Nellie had said, and his fears that the Earl would convince Reese to stay.
Ellen's brother has lots of power. How can I compete with him?
You and I both know Reese would never be tempted by that, Caitlin said.
Then why is Nellie so convinced Reese has a choice to make? It has to be a temptation for her.
Or she's fallen for the Earl. Caitlin's comment and meditative expression turned Jem's stomach. His sister shook her head. She has trust issues anyway because of her father. There's no way she'd get together with a guy she's only known for a few days.
Yeah,
he said with a sigh of relief.
I've known her half her life.
And known her long enough to have messed up royal, too, doofus. Caitlin elbowed him. If she has to make a choice, Jem, you have to give her a choice. If she could really be tempted to stay here, you have to make her want a future with you.
Yeah.
He nodded, his mind already going to work.
But what about you, Kate?
What about me? She had sounded a little defensive, like she'd been when they were children and she was trying to keep a secret from him.
You're always hanging around with Sir Hughes. Is that getting serious? I don't want to go home and leave you here.
It's sweet of you to say that, but I'm all grown up now. I get to make my own decisions. I guess both Reese and I have choices to make. Caitlin had patted his cheek. Go win your lady.
His focus returned to the tenant village, where Reese and Kelworth were now talking. Jem had to find a way to talk to Reese.
Reese cried in Gareth's arms, full of joy. All her worries and nightmares about the baby were for nothing. Seeing the improved pinkness of the baby's skin had sent relief flooding through her. If not for the Earl's support, she would have dropped to her knees, drained. Lulu's familiar cough brought Reese back to where she was, and the realization that people might be witnessing this completely inappropriate behavior with the Earl of Kelworth. Reese dropped her arms from around his neck and tried to step back, but Gareth tightened his hold on her. She looked up, and the fierceness in his gaze caught her off guard, freezing her in place. His heart beat so hard, it made the veins in his neck pulse. She was totally giving him the wrong impression. They could never be a couple. Even if she wasn't already in love with Jem, Gareth was the guy who'd never gotten over his dead wife and kept mistresses to forget his grief. Besides, he was so much older than she was. Lulu coughed again, this time much louder. The Earl released Reese, and she stepped back. To cover her confusion, she wiped her eyes. "Excuse me, miss, my lord," Lulu said, her tone deferential, her gaze stern. She sent him a meaningful look.
I am the one who should beg Miss Clarice's pardon. Gareth said. I forgot myself in our shared happiness over the child. He scanned the village, almost like he was seeing it for the first time. I did not know. He glanced at Reese. But I know now, because of you. Hope fought with discomfort at the depth of feeling she saw in his gaze. Hope won, and she said, There are many more improvements needed here, my lord. She could keep this businesslike. I wish you to call me Gareth, he said softly, his expression almost loving. But that was ridiculous. He'd only known her a few days. She had taken the gentle caress on the stairs to mean an apology, to assure her. She'd been so wrong. This was not good. We're not alone, your lordship. And we're never going to be now, ever again. She took a step towards the widow's cottage. Miss Clarice. The Earl caught up and offered her his arm. When she hesitated to take it, he said, I moved too quickly for you. I apologize. He nudged his elbow closer. I will contain my impatience, but I give you fair warning that I intend to court you. Reese stopped so quickly that he strode past her and had to turn back. As he faced her, she lifted her hands, palms up as a barrier. Please don't. She glanced at the workers, some of whom were watching them with interest. I will wait until we can be private, he said, the corner of his mouth quirking up. Her brain froze in panic for a second. This wasn't happening. Lulu. Reese looked at the maid and mouthed, Help me, and she immediately stepped forward. Aunt Nellie has instructed me to be with Miss Clarice at all times, my lord. The Earl arched a brow, his smile flattening. And where were you last night, when she was attacked? Lulu tried to speak, but stumbled over her words. Reese stepped beside her. I waited until she was asleep so I could be alone. It wasn't her bad, it was mine. Her bad? He asked. It's slang back home. He wanted to court her? Reese needed to get him thinking about something else. She pointed to the row of cottages and said a little too quickly, As I mentioned before, there are many things still needing to be done here. I hope you will continue this work. You speak as though you will not be here to see it through, he said. She wouldn't be. If this were in her time, she would love to be a part of it, especially the skills training. The mindset in this time was so narrow in regards to these people and what they were capable of learning. Have you met the widow? I would love to introduce her to you. Reese stepped toward the woman's cottage. Gareth was beside her again, his elbow extended. Please, Miss Clarice, introduce me to my courtiers. He waited for Reese to take it, something implacable in his considering gaze. She took his arm, and he covered her hand with his, not quite lacing their fingers. The motion reminded her of when Jem had done that. She glanced over her shoulder to where Jem had been, but didn't see him. You may follow us, the Earl said to Lulu. Aye, my lord, the maid said grimly. I will. Several parties worked around the widow's house and watched them as they approached. While Reese told Gareth more of the widow's story, she tried to ignore the feel of his thumb running lightly over the top of her hand. It didn't bother her like it should, and that realization unsettled her. What was wrong with her, that she should be attracted to two men she didn't believe she should be with? She didn't want to think of Jem. As for the Earl, he still grieved his dead wife, and his lifestyle disgusted Reese. If there was any truth behind his reputation, he was probably riddled with STDs. Even if he did marry again, he'd pass them on to his wife and could render her infertile. Why had he shown that he had a heart that could be touched by a sick child, that he could learn to be a better man? Reese was so messed up. Is this the cottage, Miss Clarice? Gareth asked, pulling her from her thoughts. Yes. Reese gently pulled back her hand. She clasped them in front of her.
Good morning, miss, my lord.
A girl of about 12 stood outside and curtsied.
You come to see what we're learning? Widow Hill is proud of us.
Yes, that's why we're here. Reese knocked on the door jamb. When the wobbly voice bid her enter, she did. A small group of women were sitting on log stumps around the old woman. As soon as they saw who had entered, all but the widow jumped to their feet and curtsied. Gareth bowed and told them they should sit. Reese stayed by the door and watched as he asked for and received introductions to each woman. He listened to their histories, nodding his head. Reese wondered if it was all for show. She wished she had paper and pen so she could take notes.
Please, continue with your lesson, Widow Hill.
The Earl moved to the door and stood next to Reese. The woman went into an explanation of design. Reese searched her memory but couldn't recall how far back in her history the woman had shared. Not far enough, evidently. Widow Hill must have once been a dressmaker of some talent because she knew her stuff.
I'm impressed,
Reese whispered to the Earl.
I am as well.
He kept his voice low and glanced out the door.
Shall we step outside?
Reese turned and strode out the door, careful to stay out of Gareth's reach, should he decide to offer her his arm again. I wonder what it would cost to build a community center. She glanced around the empty land on both ends of the little village.
What is a community center?
The Earl scanned the property too, though she didn't know if he knew what he was looking for. It would be a larger building that the community could gather in. Widow Hill's house can't hold any more people, but she could hold her lessons in a community center. It would be a place for them to gather together for potluck dinners or dances when the weather is bad.
You use such strange words,
Gareth complained.
At times, I wonder if we speak the same language.
A potluck dinner is when each guest brings one of the dishes, Reese said. They then share the meal together. It builds a sense of community, of belonging. In America, they have barn-raising parties. Neighbors come together and spend a day building a barn or a house for a neighbor. It's a lot of work, but it's also a time of play and friendship. A community center could also function as a school.
They are farmers or seamstresses,
the Earl said.
Why would they need a school?
What if they wanted to be doctors or lawyers or run a mill? Reese crossed her arms. In this time, it's ridiculous to deny people a chance to learn skills that could pull them out of the ghetto.
There are no Jews here.
Gareth frowned. He tilted his head and peered at her.
In this time? You say that as though my time is not your time.
Simply a poor choice of words. Reese gave a dismissive wave of her hand, but her heart pounded. Had Lulu heard? Would she take her back to Nellie's now? So many of these women know little about healthy cooking, and I have more homes to visit. She tried for a "what are you going to do with those kids" attitude. I imagine you need to supervise your workers. She left him there and strode to the next house, Lulu in her wake. Miss, you must watch your words, the maid said when they were out of earshot. Else you will return to Twickenham Manor. I know, I'm sorry. Reese took a deep breath. Maybe she should go back to Nellie's. Reese was getting too comfortable around the Earl. She'd have to be more careful. If she left Kelworth, would Jem stay or come back to Twickenham? Between the baby and the confusing Earl, Reese had been exhausted when they returned to Kelworth after the day's work on the village. She had excused herself from tea, saying she needed a nap. Ellen had slipped into Reese's bedroom and thrown her arms around her. I cannot thank you enough. Her ladyship stepped back, her eyes misty. You have brought my brother back. I'm glad he's finding the man he used to be. Reese raised her arms so Lulu could pull the work dress off. Oh, Clarice, Ellen said, her voice tight with emotion. I have always wished for a sister, and I could not wish for a better one than you.
Whoa, girl. Reese turned around to face her. You've misunderstood. I'm not marrying anyone. But of course you are. I have seen how he looks at you, Ellen said, her face bright and happy. I never thought to see the day when Gareth would give his heart again. You have freed him to love again. She burst into tears and flung her arms around Reese again. Not sure what else to do, she patted Ellen's back. Reese needed to get out of here and back to Twickenham. Soon. Chapter 23. Before leaving for the tenant village, Jem had sent word to Twickenham with a request that his clothes be sent to Kelworth. He'd also asked Geoffrey to come valet for him and be prepared for an indeterminate stay. The Earl had not asked Jem to leave, so he didn't plan to. Reese had excused herself from tea and then sent word that she would take dinner in her room, that she needed to rest. Dining with a self-satisfied Kelworth had been awkward. Jem thought his performance that evening had been the best in his life. The workers have their assignments for tomorrow, Ellen said over dessert. I will need Clarice's help, so I hope to keep her here with me.
Good. She will not want to be too fatigued to attend, the Earl said. I fear I have some pressing business I must see to before your dinner party. Smiling behind his wine-glass, Jem sent a mental thank you to the magic. With Kelworth gone for part of the day tomorrow, Jem would finally have a chance to talk with Reese. While Lulu was helping Reese dress the morning of the big dinner, Ellen slipped into the room again. You look fagged, she said, concerned. Are you still unwell? I didn't sleep well, Reese said. Dreams of the future, I'm sure. Ellen gave her a quick hug. Gareth asked me to give you his apologies. He has several appointments today that he cannot put off any longer, but will return in time to dress for the party. You need not fear about the work on the village. The servants all know what to do, so none of us are needed today. I will have some luncheon sent up to you. If you feel well enough later, I would love for your help with the flower arrangements. Without waiting for a response, her ladyship left. Reese sighed and exchanged glances with Lulu, but the maid said nothing. If not for the dinner party, Reese would have left for Twickenham that morning. We'll need to pack my things today, she said. After the dinner, I'm going back to Nellie's. Since the Earl had taken back his responsibility, Reese would leave Kelworth and never see Ellen or Gareth again. Reese's eyes burned, and she closed them. Are you sure, miss? Lulu asked, her voice soft. You can stay in this time. Others have. Reese shook her head. The quality do not expect love matches. The maid ran a brush through Reese's hair. I knew his lordship when he was younger, and he was a good man. Lady Ellen speaks truth that you have freed him to be that man again. You do not wish to set him back again, do you? Still weary, but now irritated, Reese straightened. I will never marry a man just because people think I should, and I won't treat the Earl like he's one of my projects. If you leave, he might become the project of a very different kind of woman. Don't talk about him like he's an idiot, Reese said. How can I marry the Earl when I'm in love with the actor? Gareth deserves better. While Lulu worked on her hair, Reese watched her reflection. So, she would run away. Again. All last night, she had thought about her life. For her projects, she never backed down. Yet for herself, she always ran away. It seemed to be her solution for everything. She'd run away from her lonely home to Caitlin's happy family. Reese had run away from her desire to meet her father and ask why he had abandoned her. She had used it like a shield to protect herself from being rebuffed again. When Jem hadn't called her 2 years ago, she'd almost called him. But like with her father,
She hadn't had the strength to face Jem's rejection. "Do I look good enough to compete with the Earl?" Jem asked Geoffrey. "You have the proper air about you now, Mr. Jem, if that is something Miss Clarice likes about his lordship." Geoffrey gave him a considering look. "The Earl is in his 35th year, and many ladies prefer the maturity of an older man who has more experience and can guide her." Jem choked out a laugh. If that's the kind of woman Kelworth is looking for, Reese is not the girl for him. True, true. Geoffrey rubbed his chin, thinking. But an older man is established and can provide for a wife and children, which the Earl can do. The valet sent him a shrewd look. "Can you?" Jem let out a deep breath. There was no way he could explain to the man how vastly different a modern woman's expectations were from those of this time, or of their capabilities. He couldn't imagine Reese sitting back meekly and letting her husband tell her what to do and think, how to be. She would never be any man's trophy wife. She would be a partner every step of the way through life. He wondered when his feelings toward her had changed from friendship. From their first meeting, there'd been connection. Had he been right earlier, when he'd said he'd loved her since he was 12? Or had it been when she was being Miss Bossy Pants, that first summer Caitlin had invited Reese over, and she'd become a fixture at his home? Or maybe later, when he, Cyrus, Caitlin, and Reese had done everything together until he and Cyrus had graduated from high school? All through high school and college, and then, on the tour, Jem had dated lots of different women. He'd had a couple of short relationships, but none that lasted. Only now, looking back at it with new insight, did he understand that none of those women had stood a chance with him because they weren't Reese. "You also have something the Earl does not, Mr. Jem. A long-standing friendship with Miss Clarice," Geoffrey said. "She holds you in great affection." Jem spun around. "How do you know she holds me in great affection?" "Because her entire countenance changes whenever you are in the same room together." Geoffrey reached up to tweak Jem's cravat. "She tries to hide it, but she cannot." Kelworth had found a way to get her to hug him. Had he also found a way to make her light up? "I am about to step into the most important role of my life," Jem said. "Wish me good luck." Geoffrey frowned. "I wonder if perhaps that is where you have gone wrong with Miss Clarice, sir." "What do you mean?" "Is a role not a false personality an actor wears on stage, pretending to be someone he's not?" "I guess." Jem had never thought about it that way before. "Perhaps that is what Miss Clarice does not trust." The valet kept the contemplative expression, but nodded his head. "Aye, she knows you well, but does she know when you are pretending and when you are not?" "Wow, that's kind of profound." "Excellent question, Geoffrey. I thought I've always been myself with her. That's one of the things I've loved about spending time with her, being myself. I thought she knew that." Jem gave his reflection one more glance. "I guess it's about time for me to go woo my lady." "Aye, Mr. Jem, and I wish you the best of luck." "Thank you." Jem left his room and skipped down the stairs in search of Reese. Reese had made sure to finish dressing quickly so she could help Ellen with the final touches on the flowers. The day had been an odd one, with Gareth gone and Jem in the background. He kept trying to get her attention, but every time he approached her, Ellen would appear at Reese's side with a request for help. It had started to feel very much like it had at Nellie's, when their fey hostess had seemed determined to keep them apart. "Ellen?" Reese entered the dining room, but it was empty. Maybe she was in her morning room. She had mentioned something about possibly changing the seating arrangement. Walking past the Kelworth library, Reese thought she heard something. The door was ajar, so she eased it open. No one appeared to be in the room. She turned and was about to walk away when she heard a deep, Psst.
Curious, Reese stepped through the door.
Ellen?
The door shut behind her, and she spun around. Jem stood before her, the corners of his mouth curved up. Her heart gave a leap of joy and pounded furiously. "I need to talk with you." He didn't move, but watched her. Then the facade she had thought was always there seemed to fall away, like a fairy's glamour. It was just gone, and what remained was Jem. The old chum she thought she'd known as well as she knew herself. One of her dearest friends. The man she loved. Reese swallowed. The last time they had been in the library together, things had gotten a little out of hand. Her entire body warmed at the memory.
"All right,"
she said. Jem held out his hand to her and indicated a love seat before the fireplace. She took it, and he brought it to his arm. He escorted her with proper Victorian courtesy and sat beside her. "I thought we were good together," he said. "I need to know why you left Twickenham. And we both know it wasn't because Ellen invited you here for a visit."
Tears stung her eyes. Now she was going to hear from him that he was leaving. The little bit of hope that had grown shriveled up.
"Oh, Reese."
He cupped her cheek, and she closed her eyes.
"Please, tell me what I did wrong. I want to fix this."
"You told Cyrus that being home reminded you of why you liked to be on the road."
Jem blinked in surprise, remembering the conversation, but Reese hadn't been in the room. She must have overheard.
Relief filled him. It had all been a stupid misunderstanding. How lame.
"Look at me, Reese."
When she did, Jem said softly,
"I was talking about my mother."
"Just say it," she hissed. "You're still going out again."
"Not unless you come with me."
He stated simply, his voice heavy with emotion. His words weren't at all what she had expected to hear. She stared at him. "I don't understand."
"Reese,
Clarice! I have been searching everywhere for you." Ellen swept into the room and over to where they sat. She took Reese's arm and pulled her to her feet. "Excuse us, Mr. Taylor, but we must make haste."
Her ladyship practically dragged Reese out of the library and toward the hall, her hands shaking.
"What is it?"
Reese asked, alarmed.
"Merely that our guests will arrive, and Gareth has asked you to join us to greet them."
Reese could hear the sounds of people outside and knew Ellen spoke the truth. But what had Jem been about to say?
Chapter 24.
"Ah, Clarice,"
the Earl said as they approached.
"You look lovely."
Ellen hadn't been kidding about the change in her brother. He took Reese's hands in his expression adoring, and kissed each palm tenderly. It was the sweetest, most flattering thing she had ever experienced. She cared about what happened to him, and it mattered to her that his entire demeanor had changed, lightened. It reminded her of videos where colorblind people were given glasses that let them see color for the first time. Reese was about to take the color away, and it was ripping her up inside. But she could not stay with him in this time, not when she was in love with another man.
"It is time to meet our guests," he said.
"My lord." "They're here," Ellen whispered as the servant opened the door. Reese took Gareth's arm, and he patted her hand. She felt sick. This was totally going to give everyone the wrong impression, but what could she do? She would not repay their kindness by embarrassing them in front of their company.
"Lady Ellen's dear friend, Miss Clarice Hamilton, from America,"
the Earl was saying, and pulled Reese from her unhappy thoughts. She plastered on a fake smile and curtsied to the people, not even trying to remember their names. They moved on, and Gareth introduced another couple, who chatted with him for a few minutes. Beside her, Ellen tensed. Sir Slimy, oozing his creepy predator cockiness, advanced on them.
Lady Ellen, he said, but his eyes were on Reese's chest again. With something akin to a growl, Ellen stepped forward and slapped the man across the face. The surprising blow sent him staggering back a step. "Keep your eyes on her face, you pervert," she said through gritted teeth, using the term Reese had used before. Gareth moved closer to Reese, his arm protectively on her waist. "What happened?" he demanded. "You stay away from Clarice, and stay away from me," Ellen continued, in spite of gasps from others still in the room. "Don't look at us. Don't try to talk to us. Don't write to us. You're not good enough to wipe our shoes." "It appears I must rescind my invitation, Howard," Gareth said, his voice low, ominous. He said to Ellen, "See to our guests." Sir Slimy was ranting as Gareth escorted him away, but the man kept his voice low, apparently not wishing to draw more attention to himself. Gareth urged him out the front doors again.
"Ellen, you were amazing," Reese said, impressed. "You made me proud. I have every confidence that you will handle yourself well for your season." Her ladyship beamed and rubbed the hand she'd used to hit him. When people around her whispered, she narrowed her eyes and pinned them with a dark look. "Is not Gareth strong and forceful? He did not hesitate to champion us. Now I must see to our guests."
Reese stood in the entry, still a little stunned.
"Wow,"
Jem said from behind her, and her heart leapt into her throat.
"Quite a protégé you have there. And a great scene she made."
"Yes," she whispered, her pulse quickening.
"Well, I'm about to make another one."
Jem stepped around and faced her.
"What?"
Reese felt rooted in place.
"I love you."
He cupped her face in his hands, his tender touch warming her to her core.
"I don't want a future that doesn't include you. I want to share your dreams, to help you make them happen."
Reese thought she was going to hyperventilate. Was she dreaming? This had to be a dream. She sensed others gathering around them. Jem dropped to one knee, and her gasp was lost with all the others.
"I want to be a family with you, grow old with you. I promise you I will always be there with you. Reese Hamilton, will you marry me?"
She wanted this. Her heart wanted this. But her mother's bitter words crept through the euphoria flooding through Reese. "Will the real Jem Taylor please stand up?" she whispered. He jumped to his feet and leaned in close, his gaze holding hers, his mouth a hair's breadth from hers.
"I will not be like your father. I made the biggest mistake 2 years ago by walking away from you. But I've learned I can't live without you. I love you. Please, say you'll marry me."
A sharp ache in her chest was followed by a surety that she had never before experienced. He was worth the risk. "Yes." Reese slid her arms around his waist and met his lips with hers. Something that sounded a lot like a sob came from his throat, and then he was kissing her mouth, her cheeks, her eyes, and then her mouth again. From behind came a soft cry that sounded like Ellen. Reese pulled free and turned around. Ellen stood in front of her company. She glanced at the door where her brother stood watching them, his earlier joy gone. "I wish you both very happy." With glistening eyes, Ellen held out her arms. Reese stepped into them and hugged her back, whispering, "I am so sorry." "Do not be sorry. One cannot control whom one loves." Ellen held her hand toward the door. Reese turned around to face the Earl. The mask that she had become familiar with on Jem fell over Gareth's face. He took his sister's hand and brought it through the crook of his arm.
"As my sister has said, we wish you both happy."
He waved his hand at his other guests,
Our little dinner party has turned into a celebration. Come."
He nodded to Jem before leading his sister into the dining room. Jem offered Reese his arm, and they followed. What came next was the most bizarre meal Reese had ever experienced. The glances from the other guests, many of them disapproving after that tasteless public demonstration of affection, was uncomfortable. Yet others watched them with understanding, and a few a little wistfully. Ellen and Gareth played gracious hosts, and the Earl even offered a toast to their happiness. During the meal, when Jem's hand was free, he held Reese's. The meal finally came to an end, and it was time for the ladies to withdraw. Jem was still flying so high from his success with Reese that he wanted to grab her and ride back to Twickenham to tell Caitlin. He contained himself and sat back at the table when the ladies had withdrawn. The other guests knew each other well, and Jem did what he always did when new to a group. He listened and paid attention. Because he'd read the newspapers every day, he knew enough about current events to comment occasionally. Otherwise, he listened and sometimes nodded, making sure to appear engaged. Since his attention was on the other guests, he felt rather than saw the Earl's gaze on him. Jem turned to look at him. Kelworth's expression was considering. He leaned forward.
"I do not know what she sees in you."
He pitched his voice soft and low.
"What do you have to offer her? I can make her mistress of this estate."
"I told you before." Jem leaned closer, his elbows on the table. "Reese doesn't care for that kind of thing."
"Reese."
The Earl said it slowly, like he was tasting it.
"Clarice."
He pinned Jem with a hard gaze.
"Is your fortune large enough to support a wife, one with a heart for charitable work such as Reese engages in?"
"Yes." Jem studied Kelworth, trying to decide what more he could say to allay his concerns. The questions actually made Jem feel better about the man. That perhaps he really did care for her.
"Where we come from, my lord, men and women work together to build their future." "Future?"
The Earl rubbed his chin, his eyes narrowed. Jem straightened and cleared his throat. Why would the guy go there? What had Reese told him? Not that.
"Shall we join the ladies?"
Kelworth didn't wait for a reply, but rose and led the way from the dining room. Reese's heart still pounded as she walked into the drawing room. Jem did love her. She was going to marry him. Jem. She sat in a corner away from the others and closed her eyes, tired of the curious looks. Her heart ached with her own happiness and with sadness for Ellen. Someone sat next to her and covered her hand. Reese opened her eyes to Ellen's kind expression. "I am happy for you," she said, her voice soft, "though I did want you for my brother." "Ellen, I didn't mean to make him think." "Shh, we will be... How is it that you say it? Okay?" Ellen heaved out a breath. "And Lord Slimy is gone. I need fear him no more. You showed me I have the strength to stand up for myself. You are a dear friend." "I will miss our fun times together," Reese said. "I hope you'll continue learning what you want to learn." "We will correspond," her ladyship said. "That will be fun." Reese decided then that she'd need to write a few letters before she left and see if Nellie could make sure they were mailed. Chapter 25. Their last few days at Twickenham, as Nellie finished the painting, turned out to be some of the best in Reese's life to that point. In some ways, it was like she and Jem were kids. They never shut up and talked about everything, especially plans for their future together. They usually went riding in the morning, Sometimes Caitlin and Cyrus would come along, and the four of them would have a picnic. One day it rained, and Reese and Jem cuddled up in front of the library fire and read together. Now they were engaged. Nellie had relaxed the chaperonage. The day before the full moon, Reese received a note from Gareth.
Miss Hamilton, I understand that you will be leaving soon to return to America. I wish to invite you and your intended to come to the village in the morning. I will remain at Kelworth, but I would like you to see the fruits of your kind heart. Yours, Kelworth.
What's he want? Jem hadn't made any effort to read the note. Reese handed it to him. Will you come with me?
I wouldn't miss it.
She sat at the desk and wrote a note, saying that she appreciated the invitation and hoped that both he and Ellen would be there. When they approached the village the next morning, a light morning fog made it difficult to see the buildings. Then a ray of sunshine burned through, and the scene was ablaze with light. Where the first visit had been filled with poorly maintained stone buildings, rotting thatched roofs, and rank odors, the view had become more reminiscent of Aunt Nellie's village. "Look how much more they've done!" Reese urged her horse on, and Jem followed. Jimmy, the little boy she had seen that first day, gave a cry of recognition. The courtiers flowed from their homes and surrounded the horses. Reese slid from hers and started embracing the people she had worked closely with. From a distance came a squeal, and Reese recognized Lily, who was jumping up and down. Sarah appeared in the doorway with a bundle in her arms. They hurried toward her. Reese grabbed Jem's hand and ran to meet them halfway. The rest of the villagers followed. "How is he?" She accepted the baby and inspected his skin. "There's no yellow at all." Reese reached an arm around the mother and gave her a quick hug.
"So, this is the little man you were so worried about."
Jem held out his hands.
"May I?"
The mother looked hesitant, and Reese laughed. "Oh, he's really good with children." Jem took the baby and proved himself comfortable with a newborn. Reese grinned. He caught the look and arched a brow. "Just thinking about a day when it will be our baby you'll be playing with."
"So, you are to be wed?"
An elderly voice asked from the doorway of a nearby cottage. "Yes, Widow Hill." Reese embraced the woman. "How go your classes?"
"I have many apt students now, and the Earl has agreed to provide us with fabric and tools of the trade until we can afford to buy our own."
"Put your hand on my shoulder, Widow Hill," a teenaged girl said. "Mother said the day will be fine and we should enjoy the better light outside."
Reese handed back the baby and let another woman take her hand. It became obvious they wanted to show her each house.
"Please taste this scone, miss,"
one woman said, proud.
"And be sure to add a bit of my rose jelly to it,"
another woman said. Reese wondered where they had gotten the sugar from and decided it was probably from Kelworth. Jem stayed with her and chatted with the people. When it came time to leave, Reese scanned the area, hoping to see Gareth and Ellen. Her ladyship sat on a horse near the curve of the road, her groom beside her. The Earl had not come. The courtiers bowed or bobbed curtsies, and her ladyship urged her horse forward.
"I'll leave this one to you,"
Jem said. "Good answer." Reese swallowed a lump that had appeared in her throat and strode forward. She felt in her pocket to make sure the packet was still there.
"Are you well?"
Ellen asked. "Oh, come here." Reese tugged on Ellen's skirt until she dismounted and then pulled her into a hug. "Your friendship has meant so much to me."
"Yours as well."
Her ladyship gave a bright smile, like she used to do.
"I have missed you."
"I've missed you too, but I've had a good distraction." Reese hesitated, wanting to ask about Gareth, but not sure if it was appropriate. Had he not come because he was hurt, or because he was showing that he had stepped aside and was being a gentleman? She reached into her pocket and pulled out the package. "I have a parting gift for you." Ellen opened it and gave a little gasp. "Did you not commission this from Mary for yourself?" "No, I thought it would go beautifully on your blue morning gown." Reese tapped the paper. "I wonder if any of the girls here might want to learn how to tat." "My, yes," Ellen said, excited. "With Widow Hill's seamstress skills and Mary's beautiful handwork, the ladies of Kelworth and Twickenham villages could soon have a thriving business." "Exactly my thoughts." Reese hugged her again. "I will always remember how you gave me courage," Ellen said, "and taught me how to be a tiger." They both growled. Chapter 26. As the clock approached midnight, they gathered in the portrait room. So much had happened since that day when the magic had yanked them into the past. In many ways, it felt like a lifetime ago. The Americans took up the same positions they had in the newly finished painting. Jem's hand felt warm in Reese's. What a different world she would be going back to. "You may always return for a visit," Nellie said in her chipper voice. What? Reese might be able to see Ellen and the courtiers again? "Now, I have an anchor in both times, yes." Their fey hostess winked at her, as though she knew what Reese was thinking. The sound of heavy footsteps running up the stairs caused them all to turn. Gareth Hildebrand burst into the room. Nellie hurried over. "I'm sorry, my lord," she said, "but this is a private party." The Earl raised an imperious hand, and she stopped. He said to Reese, "You leave now, from here." No question. "My lord," Nellie tried again, her tone dismayed. "You came from another time, and not simply another place," he said. Nellie groaned. "Yes," Reese said, "from decades in the future." "My dears," Nellie said, "we must do this soon, or you will stay another month." "Everyone get in position," Reese said. "I'll be right there." "Sorry." Jem laced their fingers. "I'm not risking only one of us going back home." Reese took the Earl's elbow in one hand and tightened her grip of Jem's hand with the other and pulled them to a corner. "Are you okay?" she asked the Earl. Gareth darted a glance at Jem. "I will be, if I know he will make you happy." "I will, my lord." Jem brought their clasped hands to his chest. "I give you the same promise I gave her." "Am I dead in your time?" the Earl asked. "Yes," Reese said softly. "Then be sure, young man." Gareth held a finger in Jem's face. "That if you do not make her happy, I will haunt you." She would have laughed, except that his expression was so intense. "What will you do now, Gareth?" Reese asked. "Ellen and I will continue what you have begun," he said. "I have found more purpose in the last fortnight than I have had my entire life. You and Ellen have the power to save the lives of generations to come," Jem said, glancing over to where Nellie stood. The corners of her mouth curved up, and she said, "Into position." "Thank you, Reese," the Earl said. "Thank you." She stood up on tiptoe and kissed his cheek. He shot Jem a sly look, and for a second Reese thought he meant to grab her for more. Jem must have thought so too, because he tensed. Gareth smirked instead, bowed, and stepped back to the door, but he didn't leave. "Make haste!" Nellie shot a glance at the hourglass on the table. The sand was almost gone from the top. "Stand before yourself in the portrait. You must hold hands." "Thank you for taking such good care of us, Aunt Nellie," Reese hurried to say, "even if we didn't always appreciate it." The Fey woman gave them all an affectionate, understanding smile, like she'd heard similar things many times. They got into position, and Reese squeezed Jem's hand. She whispered, "Will your parents be surprised when we come back engaged?" Beside her, Caitlin laughed. "Mom will be relieved. She's been hoping it would happen for years now." "Shh." Aunt Nellie did some kind of swirly thing with her hands, kind of like she was making a popcorn ball. Light emanated from the middle, and with each movement, it grew brighter. Reese squinted, hoping it wouldn't damage their eyes. "There you go," Nellie cried. Like the sun bursting over the morning horizon, the brilliance filled the entire room.
"I'm melting," Jem mumbled in the voice of the Wicked Witch of the West.
That familiar sensation tickled Reese's nerves, and she shivered. Everything felt wobbly for a second, but then righted itself. The decor had taken on a more modern feel. They were in their own time. "They're all dead." She burst into tears, and Jem pulled her into his arms. Epilogue. 3 months later.
"I'm home,"
Jem said as he opened the apartment door. The smell of cookies told him Reese had been baking, and it made his stomach rumble. "I'm in the bedroom," she called. "Did you remember the powdered sugar?"
"That's what you sent me for, isn't it?"
Jem found Reese sitting at the little computer desk, wearing her robe, her hair wrapped in a towel. He bent over to kiss the side of her neck, and she tilted her head to give him access. "I'm going to have to take a rain check on that," she said. "Your mother's expecting us in an hour, and we still have to frost the cookies."
"What have you got there?"
Jem pointed to the screen.
"More stuff for your skills program?"
Reese turned the monitor so he could see it better, and he said,
"Ah, Kelworth."
He fought back the jealousy that reared its ugly head every time the topic of the Earl came up. "I finally got the nerve to check on them." His wife's sadness put out the fire of his insecurity. Reese had chosen him, after all.
"What did you find out?"
He squatted down so he could be level with her. "I haven't looked yet. I just want to know they were happy, but I'm afraid I might find out they weren't."
"Are you ever sorry?"
He began, but she put a finger to his lips and rose, pulling him to his feet. "I will never be sorry for choosing you. Ever." She slid her arms around his neck and pressed her warm, soft lips to his. Jem savored the taste of her, the feel of her in his arms, the knowledge that she was his. She could have been a countess, but she had wanted him instead. He took the kiss deeper and moved to soft, feathery kisses down her neck. "Wait, I'm getting poked." Reese patted the lump in his shirt pocket. "What is it?"
"A letter. It was in the mailbox, but I didn't look at it."
Jem pulled it out. It carried the Twickenham seal. They looked at each other, their mouths open. His stomach nodded. Reese snatched it and tore it open with shaking hands. Jem bent to read it. It was a wedding invitation, dated 1850. She gasped.
"Do you want to go?"
he asked. "Of course!" She threw her arms around his neck and kissed him.
Thank you for listening to Against the Magic. Be sure to subscribe to my channel to know when new audiobooks or other fun videos are available.
This has been Against the Magic, Twickenham Time Travel Romance, written by Donna K. Weaver, narrated by Kathleen Corbin. Copyright 2018 by Donna K. Weaver. Production copyright 2018 by Donna K. Weaver.